Welcome, everyone, to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. It is Friday, so you know what that means, baby. It is the Friday Free-For-All Mailbag, which means we are taking all control of the show and we are giving it to the people. And if you want to be a part of the show, then you've got to get in here and you've got to put MB in front of your question or the little mailbox emoji so that we know to star it and have your question in the hopper ready to roll. We will do our very best to get to everybody's questions in the allotted amount of time without, of course, being here all night long. But we'll do our best. We will do our best to get many, many questions read and answered to the best of our ability. Brian, it is Friday. How you feeling, my friend?
I am doing wonderful, Vince. I am ready to rock and roll, ready for another Friday Free-For-All Mailbag, and hope you guys bring it today. Listen, this is a challenge to you guys in the chat. Bring it today with good questions, not silly questions. Those are fun sometimes too.
Yeah,
but bring some good questions because I think we're going to bring it today. I'm having fun. I'm doing some research this morning for an article that I'm working on, also working on the magazine and throwing shade at the SEC on social media, which is kind of fun because they're looking like a bunch of little whiny today. Well, really all week. So we're going to have some fun today. And so hope you guys bring it. Hope you guys are ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to rock and roll. Vince, you ready to go?
Let's do it.
All right, man. Let's get this thing going. So we'll get started off with, and obviously Super Chats will get bumped up to the top. We don't have any right now. So let's get started with Bobby S.
All right. If Porter isn't ready or he's not one of the three best wide receivers to start the year, can you see Notre Dame having Faison, Graham, and Greathouse starting and playing together and getting the most snaps?
It's possible. The thing is, that would require a bit of a schematic adjustment because I don't know that any of those three are necessarily great fits for the boundary. I don't know that Greathouse is a great fit for the boundary. Now, it's been a while, but remember, he played in the boundary as a freshman, and it didn't go well. His production dipped off big time, and he was not great. So, I think his game is more about the slots and getting into those matchups, and I think Jordan Faison's best position is also the slot. But obviously he's kind of locked into that outside X position. So you could maybe put Mylan Graham there, and there's some things you could do with him, and maybe you could do some motions depending on what you have at tight end. There's some different things you could do, but I don't know that that's going to necessarily be the ideal look. Now, look at that size-wise. That's not different than what Notre Dame had in 2015 with Mike Denbrock when you had Chris Brown playing in the boundary. But that offense was geared towards that. I don't know that this offense is geared towards that. It would, I think Mike Denbrock's offense has evolved a little bit over the years, and they like kind of that big-bodied boundary guy a little bit more. But look, I think you figure out a way to get your best players on the field, and I think if Quincy Porter can't go unless Micah Gilbert or Cam Williams steps up significantly from what we've seen in the past, then yeah, you're gonna need those guys. You're going to have to find a way to get those three guys in the field more. The other thing you can do is play more 12 personnel. As long as you're using your tight ends, play more 12 personnel where you have Ian Premer on the field or James Flanagan on the field with Cooper Flanagan. So I think those are some things you can do as well that presents a different type of matchup. So, I think Notre Dame needs to be fully prepared for that. But I think there's their hope for the coaching staff is that Micah Gilbert and Cam Williams are able to step up, or maybe Devin Fitzgerald are able to step up should those guys not be able to go. Another guy I'd be curious about is if Quincy Porter can't go, do they move somebody over there like maybe an Elijah Burris, who I think has a little bit more potential boundary ability than maybe some of those other guys. But I'd at least give Mylan Graham a shot there, see how he does, but I don't know that his game would fit super great there.
Yeah, a lot of people were writing off Micah Gilbert and Cam Williams already. I'm not ready to go there yet. You know what I mean? Like they're going to battle for that spot along with Quincy Porter, whether he's ready to go or not. I think it's going to be a battle. And, this is the year for these guys to step up. That's what I want to see. Like we've seen flashes of both of those guys, more from Micah Gilbert than Cam Williams, right? And I think Micah Gilbert could be a heck of a player, just given, more of an opportunity. And so I'm not ready to give up on those guys yet. I don't need to be moving guys around just yet. Let's see those guys battle it out for a little while. And look, obviously, if they can't answer the bell when it's time, okay, well then you start thinking outside the box a little bit. Okay, I get that. But my eggs are all in the basket of Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert right now. If Quincy Porter can't go, and even if he can go,
now
I want to see some competition.
I will say this, Vince. I do like the idea of, and I've said this in the past with different lineups, I like the idea of having a fast group, a speed group.
Sure,
right?
I get that.
You put the 3 smaller guys on the field, or maybe the 3 quicker guys on the field, and you don't have a true boundary guy. The problem is in Mike Denbrock's current offense is, as I've broken down before, it's a horizontal stretch offense, which means your boundary receivers playing in a lot of one-on-ones with vertical releases, right? So the release is vertical, but the stretch of the defense is horizontal. That requires a different body type, where in 2015, if you remember, Chris Brown ran a lot of post routes, over routes, crossing routes, as well as the stops and comebacks. So if Mike Denbrock would alter the offense, something that we all think he should do a little bit. Look, I think Mike Denbrock's one of the best offensive coordinators in the business. But no one's perfect, when you're looking at it from what I like to do. Right? I mean, that's what it's not. He's wrong. It's like, okay, this is what I think could help the offense, giving you my analysis. Doing more things where he's getting his receivers on the run, getting him in more crossers and overs and things like that. And if, more digs and more high-low stuff, more mesh stuff. If he does that, I have no problem. This would be a great alignment, but that's just not what we've seen from this offense from Mike Denbrock for a little bit. So I think that's why it just makes it a little bit tougher. There's certainly a world in which you could do that.
From J. Melvin, Brian, SEC Media Days have been a treat. We've got Sark and Lane crying. Pete Golden came out and said the number one rule in our program is be a good dude. And my big takeaway was go John Sumrall.
Yeah, the irony of Pete Golding saying be a good dude is just hilarious to me.
Yeah.
Absolutely here. It's like Brian Kelly saying, like, my number one rule as a coach is to work hard.
To always be there for my players.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, my door is always open.
Okay, sure. Okay. Rules for thee, not for me, right?
Exactly.
Wow. Like with Lane Kiffin, like, fine, whatever. I mean, that's just kind of Lane's shtick. I've never really had a lot of respect for Lane as a human being. I think he's a really good football coach. I don't respect him a whole lot as a person. I got to admit, man, I've been very disappointed over the last year in Steve Sarkisian. Like, I thought he was trying to be better. I don't know where all this crybaby stuff is from. I said this yesterday, Vince. Could you imagine if a player went up to Steve Sarkisian or Eli Drinkwitz, these coaches crying about like strength of schedule, and said, hey, coach, listen, man, could you cut Johnny from the team, please? Because like, I'm having to really battle hard with him, and it's really difficult for me to get into the starting lineup because it's just this competition from Johnny is just too hard. Can you cut him from the team, please, to make it easier for me to get into the starting lineup and I can do my thing? That's the equivalent of what these coaches are. We may not play Notre Dame because we may need to go with the softer schedule in order to get into the playoff.
Did he say those
literally
exact
what
words?
they're saying.
Because that's what they're saying. I mean, that's
exactly what they're saying, Vince. That's 100% what they're saying. Listen, I believe that in order for us to do this, and this, the committee is not going to reward us for our tough schedule. Well, you only get rewarded for a tough schedule if you win. When you go 9-3, like Texas did last year, get beat by a 4-8 Florida team, and then get destroyed by Georgia in November, you don't belong in the playoff. And trying to blame that on losing to Ohio State, what kind of loser soft mentality is that? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Hey, coach, man, listen, could you cut this guy? Because this is too tough. This competition is too tough, and I need it to be easier for me. Well, that's different, right? No, it's not. Because what they're saying is, well, the ultimate goal is to get into to the playoff. Isn't the ultimate goal for a player to get into the starting lineup? Isn't that his kind of ultimate goal? I can't be a the ultimate goal, Brian, is to be the best you can be and be a playmaker. Can't do that if I can't get on the field. It's the same argument that the soft, lazy, weak SEC coaches and their sycophants are using. Like Nick Saban, we're still the best league even though we're not winning championships. Shut up. Because for 20 years, all you clowns did was tell us, well, we're the best because we keep winning championships. Now that you're not winning championships and you're barely getting into the semifinals, you had 5 teams in the playoff last year. One of them made the semifinal. The committee made it about as easy as possible for multiple SEC teams to get in, and you still couldn't get multiple SEC teams into the playoff. It's like, it's an absolute joke. I could give you years of social media posts of, well, look at how many championships we've won from this time to this time. That's why we're the best conference. And what I would say, no, it meant you had the best team. Well, the same thing is true now. And what's funny is I don't think what they're saying is wrong. Just because you have the champion doesn't mean you're the best team. When Clemson won titles 2 out of 3 years, nobody was like, well, actually, if you really think about it, the ACC won 3 titles in a 13, 14, 15, 16. 3 titles in a 6-year span. Florida State in 13 and then Clemson in 16 and 18. Was anybody arguing that the ACC was the best league in college football or the second best league or that it was better than the Big Ten? No, because they just happen to have the best team. So their argument isn't wrong. It's just, I don't want to hear jack from you on this because you clowns kept telling us for 20 years that is the reason you're the best conference in college football. So I don't want to hear it from you. Shut your pie hole. Don't change the narrative now because you're getting your butt kicked in the postseason because you can't cheat and buy players all the time anymore. Because your $50,000 for the 5-star player doesn't even get him on campus now. You know what I mean? So I don't want to hear it. Bunch of crybabies. Sark is soft. Drink is soft. The league is soft. Kirby's become soft. And they're getting dominated. You want to hear a crazy stat? I'm doing an article that I'm going to break down recruiting rankings on or recruiting success online, the lines the last year, the offense and defensive lines. Do you know that Notre Dame has more 5-stars than Georgia has signed top 100 defensive linemen in the last 2 years? Georgia in the 27 and 26 classes has 1 commit or signee that's ranked in the top 100, and he's in the 90s. Notre Dame has 4 guys that they've landed commitments from the last 2 years in the top 40. That's why they're mad. That right there is why they're mad. Because they can't go out and cheat and buy players the same way they used to. And it's very frustrating to hear it. And of course, that's, ESPN running cover for them. But yeah, it's been hilarious watching them. Could you imagine if I really hope the players aren't as soft as the coaches in the SEC. I really hope that's not the case. I hope there's more mental toughness in the locker room than there is in the coach's office right now. Because these guys are a bunch of crybabies. Oh, the committee didn't. They gave you 5 freaking teams last year. They put a team in last year with 3 losses that lost by 2 touchdowns to a 5-7 ACC team. Don't talk to me about they didn't reward strength of schedule. That's all we heard about. Oh, well, Alabama got in. Look at how tough their schedule was. They sucked. We all knew they sucked, but they got in because because why? So is Texas mad that half the playoff wasn't made up of SEC teams who lost to crap teams? Texas wanted to get in at 4 with a loss to a 4-8 Florida team. And by the way, Vince, a game they never led. The only time it was tied was 0-0. 4-8 team. You got beat by Georgia by 25. A guy on social media today made a great point because I said, listen, all you had to do was beat Florida. And the guy was like, they actually still would have got in with a loss to Florida if they just would have beat Georgia or not gotten annihilated by Georgia. They were 10th after the loss to Florida. And I was like, that's a great point. You just had to not get curb stomped by Georgia. And it's like, well, it's just not fair. Yeah, it is fair. Don't lose to a 4-8 team. The same clowns that were like, well, Notre Dame shouldn't get in because they had a combined 2 losses by a combined 4 points to 2 top 10 teams. They don't belong in. But this 3-loss team that got destroyed by Georgia by 35, and this team over here that got beat by a 4-8 team, they belong in. Let me do the math here real quick. 11, 13, 17. Georgia's loss or Texas's loss to Georgia was by more points than all of Notre Dame's losses over the last 2 years combined. Combined. Last 2 years, Notre Dame has lost 4 games by combined 17 points. They lost to Georgia by 25, and I'm going to listen to you cry about how the committee's not rewarding tough schedules. So now you're basically saying we should get credit for playing good teams, not actually beating good teams? Is that what we're going with right now in the SEC and in college football? It's a joke. It's a joke. So, yeah, I've enjoyed watching them cry, and I hope Notre Dame and Ohio State and Indiana and Penn State and Michigan and Oregon and USC and Clemson are all pointing to, you guys see those crybabies down there? Do you really want to go play in that league right now? All they do is whine and cry. Why don't you come up here and play with the teams actually that are doing something, not crying about it? Bunch of freaking crybabies. And their fans are just as bad. Like Steve Sarkisian basically said yesterday, like we cut players to afford new players. And then there's just Texas fan. Well, they didn't actually cut guys. Yeah, they kind of did. Who's your source? Steve Sarkisian. It's freaking hilarious.
Like, what would you call it then? What if you're not calling it cutting? What would you call it?
Like, he said, well, the players thought they were worth more money. He even said we moved on from guys because we needed to be able to afford to go get these new players in the portal.
Yeah.
So it's freaking hilarious. Bunch of crybabies.
From Patio Furniture, does the development of one of the young QBs get thrown on its head this year? Instead of baby steps, do you see one in the deep end from the beginning of camp?
Do you throw one in the deep end? Well, I think you kind of have to throw all of them in the deep end.
Yeah,
right now.
That's what I was
I mean, you can't afford to take time with their development. You need to throw them all in the deep end and see who swims the best.
Yeah.
And then you throw a life raft to the 2 that are struggling, and then the one that figures it out swims to the top of the line. That's basically how it works. You need to do all of it. So, yeah, Patty, if you think they're all in the mix, then you need to throw them all into the deep end. Yeah, I think so. But that's also part of development. It's an expedited development. So I don't think it's necessarily saying get thrown on its head. I think the principle you're trying to get across is an accurate one. It's not that it gets thrown on its head. It's thrown on its head. It just gets expedited.
Yeah.
You can't be as patient with them early on. Now, when if it's like, okay, this guy's clearly just not going to be in the mix, then you can slow down, take your time.
Sure.
Let him run on scout team, those type of things. But yeah, when you get to that point in time, I think right now, but right now they're all being thrown into the deep end. Yep. You're putting all their feet to the fire.
They should be. Like,
find out who's got it.
Yeah, that's the way it needs to go.
There may be a thing where, like, man, this kid battled his tail off. He's just not ready yet. He's, but boy, I loved how he competed. I loved how he bounced back from it. It's like with Noah Grubbs. Those are the Jersey scrimmage. He throws a pick, and I think like the next series he comes back and leads them on a scoring drive, and that's the kind of stuff we praised CJ for last year. Remember, he had those 2 early picks in the one of the scrimmages early in fall camp, and what did he do? Led the offense on 2 straight scoring drives after that. So you can even learn things even if you're like, look, he's not ready, but man, we learned some about that kid, and let's coach him up and get him ready for next year. So yeah, I just want to remind people that CJ Carr was the number 3 quarterback in 2024, and he was the number 1 quarterback in 2025. So everybody's on a different journey. Steve was more ready in 2024, and CJ was clearly more ready in 2025. That's just kind of how it goes. So good question. Good question.
From Irish 88, happy Friday. Where would you currently rank the 27 class? Top 5, top 3, and where would it rank if they had landed Henderson?
It's top 2 right now. It's either them or Texas A&M. I think there's a debate to be had. I'll just say it like this: I would not trade the Notre Dame class for the Texas A&M class. And I think Texas A&M has some spots where they're better. You could argue they're better at receiver. I would take Julius Jones Jr. over any of their receivers, but like they've got 3 that are in the same sort of caliber of Julius Jones Jr. I think Notre Dame's better at tight end. I think Notre Dame's better at quarterback. I think Notre Dame's better on both lines. I think Notre Dame is, the secondary is debatable, and linebacker, they've got the edge at linebacker right now, obviously. And Notre Dame, I think, has the better running back room. But the way that the rankings work, I think that's kind of something that's bumped A&M up. Like, look, if you actually go look at On3's team rankings, because everybody looks – every time I say this, people are like, no, they're number 2 on the On3 rankings, because On3 has this dumb thing where If you go to their site, they promote the industry ranking, which is, I'm going to pull it up here real quick. They promote the industry ranking, so which I think is just dumb. Let's take this one down real quick. So when you go to their team rankings, they give you the industry ranking. What I'll give 247 Sports some credit. When you go to their ranking, it takes you to their ranking first. Now they changed that. But if you actually, so if you go up here, people want to know this, you go up here to the URL, get rid of industry in the dash and just put team there. You'll see that Notre Dame is number 1. That's why I say I think they have the best class. And I wouldn't trade their class for anybody. Now, guys could sign, different schools could, flip some kids and that type of thing. And maybe some kids have bad senior years or good senior years, and that might change things a little bit. But right now, I'm not trading Notre Dame's class for anybody's. And I'm very confident that Marcus Freeman and his staff wouldn't trade their class for anybody's. So I think this is a number 1 class right now. Yeah, I would. And if they landed Henderson, then obviously it would be even firmer in their number 1. So I would even say, even if they landed Noah Glover, AJ Barnes, even somebody like that, I'd say that would solidify, because then they'd have no holes. Because right now you could say, well, the one thing you could ding Notre Dame for is they need another linebacker. Okay, fair.
Tommy Guns, does BYU's punter make your all names list for Notre Dame opponents specifically and overall generally in 2026?
Who's their punter?
No idea.
Let me see here. Is it because I'm looking at their
Sam Vanderhaar.
Yeah, and then they had a Fuller Schurz. I guess it's Fuller Shirts. It's kind of a silly name.
I mean, this is also the same team that has Tiger and Bear Bachmeyer. So
sure, Fuller Shirts. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at the names of the other punters, but that is kind of a funny name. Yeah. Okay. Well, Tommy, we'll give you another one.
QBs since 2022, starters and backups in each individual year. How many of them would have started over the Tyler Buchner Pine duo in 22?
Well, if Tyler, are we talking about Tyler Buchner being healthy in 2022? Because that changes the answer a little bit. So, I mean, look, Sam Hartman probably would have started over him. Riley Leonard would have started over him. CJ Carr would have started over him. If you take like the versions of them that were starting at Notre Dame, backups, like would Kenny Minchey what version of Kenny Minchey?
Right.
If Kenny Minchey's a junior, I don't know that he's beating out Tyler Buchner going into 2022. Tyler Buchner's a good quarterback. He made some poor decisions and had some bad luck. The bad luck being the injuries, the poor decisions meaning transferring and then transferring to Alabama. He should have gone to Stanford. I said this all along. He should have gone to Stanford. But look, Tyler Buchner's a good quarterback. Drew Pine did what he needed to do, but it's a little different conversation when you say, well, okay, Buchner still gets hurt. Well, then the answer's a lot longer. It's Angeli, it's Kenny Minchey. It's a lot of guys. It's freshman version of CJ Carr and sophomore version of CJ Carr and junior version of CJ Carr. I don't know if freshman version of those guys beats him out, because we had freshman version of Steve Angeli in 2022, and he wasn't as good as those guys. But that by the next year, I think the Steve Angeli we saw in the Sun Bowl, I think would have been a better quarterback than what Drew Pine was, in my opinion, as long as he could kind of limit some of the turnovers. But the problem with Drew is I really liked Drew in high school. When they got him as a sophomore, Vince, I thought that was a really good pickup. The problem is he did not get any stronger or bigger or better. He was the same guy as a junior in college as he was as a sophomore in high school. That's the risk you run when you take a kid that early, is you're projecting he's going to get bigger and he's going to fill out and his arm's going to get stronger and all that, and it just didn't. And that's kind of what hurt Drew.
Yeah, I mean, he had the swagger that you want from a quarterback and, all of those things. And then he went on his transfer journey, I guess you could call it. And, it's unfortunate. I did like Drew Pine, as a competitor and all of those things, but you're right. He just didn't get any better. And that was unfortunate.
Yep. But he battled his tail off. He's a good kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good kid. let's try to get some here. I'm going to try to get some from guys that we haven't had before. So
we got a couple super chats in there too.
Oh, we did have some pop up.
Yeah, excellent. If you've kind of scrolled down a little way,
yeah,
we'll
get to do this one now, and then I'll go down to the super chats.
Absolutely, Vince Trowbridge, VP of IB. It is only. Is it only off offensive line that you can see surpassing any of the projected starters in fall camp or 3 games into the season?
Yeah, I think Matty Augustine. I think it's a guy that could, if things don't go the way that, like if Sullivan Absher doesn't play well, I could see Matty Augustine sliding in there. If Will Black's really struggling and they just don't think he's hacking it, then I could see a world where maybe they move Nat back out, or maybe move Gerby over to left tackle and put Matty in. I don't know that I'd want to put Matty Augustine at left tackle. I don't know that I love the idea of him protecting CJ Carr's blind side, but that's a couple guys that I could watch for. I think the starting lineup is going to be what we're talking about now, with Absher at right guard and Will Black at left tackle. But to answer your question, if there was someone, I don't want to be like, no, it's going to be that way. Then no, I think that would be disrespectful to the talent that they actually have on the roster. So I could see a Matty Augustine pushing somebody out of the starting lineup if he can build on what we saw from him in the spring. Certainly possible. Certainly possible. You ready for some super chats, Vince?
Yeah, man, let's do it. Aiden Benami, thank you so much for the super chat. Everyone, please watch Here Come the Irish between Leonard Moore Sr.'s summit and being a leader. Wow. And hearing the young family story of losing their son and brother. We love our Notre Dame players, but their stories are amazing.
Yeah, I was talking with somebody at Notre Dame about this the other day, and there's this world we're in now where people think that having money means you can talk to somebody a certain way. Somebody magically becomes more mature just because they have money. I know he's only 18, but he's got money, and he's still 18. Thank God that there was. I've said this when I was in this conversation. I am so glad there wasn't social media when I was 18 years old. So glad that I was. You know what I mean? So these kids have had to grow up a lot quicker, but they're still, in my opinion, they're still kids. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. That's in a term of endearment. They're still people who we as the adults, we that have lived life, we that have gone through experience, should still be taking a lot of pride in mentoring. Like Vince, when Dylan went off to school, did you just kind of stop giving him fatherly advice? Or were you like, figure it out? You know what I mean? Like, you got financial aid now, figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm 48 years old. My dad still gives me advice. Hey, Brian, look, and it's fatherly advice. If I'm around my wife and I'm talking to my wife a certain way, my dad will kind of pull me aside like, hey, man, you don't talk to your wife like that in front of people. Like, okay, mister, I've been married 51 years. I'm going to go ahead and take your advice on what it takes to have a good, long marriage. You know what I'm saying? So, and I also know that he's doing that because he has my best interest at heart. You'll say, hey, the show yesterday, because my dad listens to all the shows, and he's like, hey, maybe this wasn't such the best thing to say or do. Now, I take that. Now, I don't always agree with him because I am a grown-up, and he raised me to be a grown-up, but you still look out for people and speak truth to people if you care about them. And this idea that these, just because they have money, that somehow they need to be treated like they're 30, I find sad. But there's also the aspect of, we don't know what these young men are going through in their lives. People say, do you think CJ Carr is, what makes you think CJ Carr is like can handle the pressure? I'm like, because do you know what that kid went through when he was a child? Do you know what him and Tommy had to go through as a child, watching their young brother go through what he went through? Sometimes when you go through that, Vince, football doesn't mean as much to me as it maybe does to you in this, from the standpoint of how it impacts my life. I love it. I'm passionate about it. I'm competitive with it. But at the end of the day, it's still just football. That's what matters over here. And, you think about what the young family have had to go through. You think of, Charles Jagasaw. We think the only thing he's struggling with is the arm injury. But Marcus Freeman made a career. This young man's had a really rough go of it in a lot of ways. And, we sometimes need to remember that a little bit more. I do. I'm talking to myself, because I think one of the things that I tried to learn, I learned very early on after a while, Vince, is there's a way to criticize players that's appropriate and a way to criticize players that isn't. And early on, when I was doing this job, I don't think I had that down very well. Because you think, hey, this guy plays for Notre Dame. He should be, and it's like, still 19. He still got broken up by his girlfriend last week. He still, got a sick mom at home. He's still dealing with this. Because he's 19. Hey, you remember when you were 19? I'm like, yeah, I remember being shook up when a girl broke up with me. So I remember struggling to be, home, away from home, going through fall camp, and so be critical, but make it about ball. Don't make it personal. Don't, be mindful of how you critique. Hey, you got to get better here, man. That's not good enough. Anthony Knapp doesn't play well in space. Not Anthony Knapp sucks and shouldn't be playing. It's a right and a wrong way to do it because they're not professionals. And just because you have money doesn't mean that you're a professional. You're still 18, 19 years old. You're still a college student. And and this is why I wish Notre Dame, if you're not going to let us have more access to your players, then you guys need to be putting out more of this stuff. Notre Dame should be dropping a video a week of some sort of story about a Notre Dame player during the offseason. Wouldn't that be awesome, Vince, if there's put this video out or this production? Number one, it's great because you're giving students that are studying that in college a chance to work on these type of productions, which is amazing. But then also you're letting people get to know, hey, this is why Leonard Moore is such a great football player. It's not just a God-given talent, but have you met his mom and dad? Have you talked to the things of how he was raised and the things he's had to go through and all this kind of stuff? I wish they would do more of that and let people get to know, man, this kid's really had to battle to get to where he's getting to. And it's a great thing. And I wish that they would do more of that. Do more to promote these young men, not just as football players, but as young men, because there's some really special kids at Notre Dame and a lot of them, Vince. I mean, you're around them when you guys do different things with the Gator. I mean, you see how they interact with people, and they're not all perfect and they're not all angels. I'm not saying that, but there's a lot of good kids on this roster, and that's true for a lot of teams. I mean, goodness, I was so impressed with the Ohio State kids in 2024, listening to them throughout the playoffs, just being interviewed and just constantly talking about their faith in Jesus and how they are as a team. And it wasn't Notre Dame's trash and Oregon. It was just man, these are awesome young kids. You see how Master Teague has used his fame since he got out of college to share his faith and things like that. And it's just man, these are some really cool kids. Let one of them get arrested and then we're all like, hey, look at this. That's Ohio State's garbage program. Well, no, I saw a bunch of Ohio State players at a revival sharing, the gospel of Christ and living in a way that backs it up. Some pretty good kids over there. Share those stories more. I wish Notre Dame would do more of that, to be honest with you. And if you don't want to give us access to them, which I'm not complaining about that. Because again, they got class, they got NIL obligations, they got practice, they got workouts, they got lives. So you guys do it. You guys put that stuff out. Beyond just the Here Come the Irish stuff. I think that'd be amazing. I wish they'd do more of that because there are some really awesome kids at Notre Dame. There really are. Beyond just what they can do on the football field. Sorry for the long rant.
Another super chat from Pat Miggs. Rank who would have benefited most from staying at Notre Dame instead of declaring or transferring. So the options are Kevin Austin, Blake Fisher, Rocco Spindler, or Rico Flores.
I think Rocco made the right decision. Rocco definitely made the right decision because it wasn't a given he was going to start at Notre Dame. Look what happened to him the year before. He got beat out because he kept getting moved around. He was never allowed to play, and it wasn't until he got inserted in the lineup and because of injury that the line started to play better. So if I was Rocco, I wouldn't have trusted anything you were telling me about how I'm going to be the guy next year. I'm not. I got to do what's best for me. You guys have no problem doing what's best for you. I got to do what's best for me. I think Blake Fisher would have benefited a great deal by coming back in 2024 and kind of being the guy, maybe being at left tackle, be the guy. And I think that would have made sense for him. I think Kevin Austin coming back in 2022 would have, or 23 would have made a lot of sense for him. I think he wasn't his game wasn't ready, and he wasn't ready to be that guy. He needed more than one good year, and he had some bad film in 2022. Bad film. I mean, yeah, he did well in this game, but then pop in the Cincinnati game when he was going against those dudes and watch how he just got dominated in that game. He wasn't ready. Could you imagine if in 23 Sam Hartman was able to throw the ball down the field to Kevin Austin? What that would have done for both of them? I think Rico made the right choice. Rico was not a fit at Notre Dame. No. And so he made the right decision to leave.
Yep.
I'm sorry. He was at Notre Dame in 21, so he would have been on the team in 22. Excuse me. So he'd have been Ty and Drew. But still, that would have given them a much better weapon to complement Michael Mayer with. And so, yes, 22 is when he should have come back. Thanks, chat. Thank you for pointing that out. But, yes, it was 20. I keep thinking the Wisconsin game was in 22. That's what gets in my head. It was 21. It was Kelly's last year. But, yes, he needed to come back. He would have benefited from coming back. So, Kevin should have stayed. Blake should have stayed. Rocco made the smart decision, and I think Rico made the smart decision. Now, what they do after that, it's kind of on them, but that's kind of where we're at. So good questions. Very good questions. And we got another super chat down here from Tyler Evans, our guy.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. Appreciate you. What do you think the ACC tiebreaker, if like they can hand pick their teams to play in the ACC championship game?
I haven't put a lot of thought into their new tiebreaker system. I heard it the one time and was like, so they just went away from the obvious, huh? I mean, this should not be complicated. If there's more than two teams tied, you go off of the playoff rankings. It's not that freaking hard.
Super simple.
It really isn't. If you have you can have head to head, you can have like a couple things that like genuinely show like what teams did on the field. But after that, after one or two real head to head, if they all three played each other or didn't play each other, or there's a mixed match, you could maybe do one other thing. I don't know, record against teams with a winning record or something. I don't know. But second or third, honestly, should be okay. There's a three-way tie. Who are we putting in the title game? The two teams that are ranked the highest in the college football playoff. How is this not? How is this like at all complicated? But they're like, well, hold on a second now. If we'd have put Miami in last year, like if you go by the new rules, right? If we put Miami in, then Miami beats Duke or Virginia, and Miami's in, and we only get one team in. Whereas if we keep Miami out and then we get Duke and Virginia in, and Miami still gets in because I'm like, no, because Miami would have got bumped out last year by your team. It's just so dumb. It really is. This should be real simple. Who do you put in the playoff game or in the championship game if there's more than two teams tied? The two highest ranked teams in the college football playoff.
Easy.
That's it.
Did you want to go into more detail about Rico Flores? There's a question in the chat.
No, I think Rico is fine. I just think not everybody's a fit at Notre Dame.
This is the question. Yeah. Tristan says, why did Rico make the right decision after playing a lot as a freshman?
That's fair. I mean, honestly, it's just because I don't think he was a great fit at Notre Dame.
Right.
I don't know that Rico would have been able to thrive off the field as much as he did on the field in his career. So that's really why. Yeah. It's not. He didn't do anything bad. He wasn't like a criminal. I haven't heard anything like that. It just. I don't know that the things that are valuable at Notre Dame that you have to buy into to come to Notre Dame were things that Rico necessarily bought into. That's really what I think.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
that was a good way to put it.
So,
and he had a really good relationship with the wide receiver coach
Chancey Stuckey
that left. Yeah. So I mean, that was a piece of the puzzle.
That was really the reason he was here,
right?
And would have just been because of that. Yeah, and I don't know that that's necessarily like the best.
Sure.
The best decision to make.
Yep. From Jay Melvin, Brian, do you think hold on a second, let me back up. Brian, who do you think is the better nose tackle between Braden Parks and Carlos May, and what are their similarities and differences?
Well, there aren't a lot of differences. I mean, look, they're both good football players. I think Braden Parks is a better player. I've said that for a while. I think they're built similarly. They're both, strong kids. They're both kind of more pure noses, although I think Braden has a little bit more playmaking ability than Carlos does. I think Carlos is more of a true nose, It was a great pickup for Ohio State because Ohio State likes that kind of guy. You look at like Caden McDonald, who was the comp that I used for Braden Parks. Like Carlos May fits that mold very well, and that's what I'm saying. Like I think they're very similar in a lot of ways in how they play the game, Vince. And so I think both schools got really good players, and part of the reason Ohio State moved on from Braden Parks is because they were in a good place with Carlos May, and they were trailing Notre Dame and Oregon for Braden Parks. So you kind of got to make a smart decision like, hey, we've got a shot to close on this kid. We're going to have a tougher time closing on that kid. But I like Carlos May a lot. He's a good football player. I would say Braden is a little bit more of a playmaker. I think Braden's a little bit more explosive, but it's two top 100 caliber players that I would give Braden a slight edge to. But if Braden would have picked Oregon and Carlos May would have picked Notre Dame, I'd be thrilled. Like they're both good players. I just think Braden's slightly better. He's slightly more of a playmaker. I do like the fact Carlos is a little bit longer. He's a little bit taller, a little bit longer. I think that's the edge that Carlos would have in this debate. I think Braden is a little bit more powerful, but it's like between two powerful kids. One guy's a little bit better. Between two guys that can make plays. Like that's the thing that separates Carlos May, Braden Parks from Tyler Alexander, for example. The reason I don't rank Tyler Alexander in the same league as I rank Braden and Carlos is because Tyler is a really good player, but he's a space eater. That is it. Whereas with Carlos and Braden, you're getting guys that can make plays. I just think Braden grades out a little bit better for me in that regard than Carlos does. That's really what separates it. But they're both very good players. I think they're both top 100 caliber players. And I think that was a great pickup for Ohio State. Because like they need that kind of kid. They don't have quite enough of that kind of guy because they've lost a bunch of them to the NFL. Caden McDonald, Talik Williams, like they've had some dudes there in recent years. They need to get that next pipeline, and I think he's a kid that if he puts in the work in the offseason after his senior year, could help them as a freshman. I really like Carlos May, so that's a really good pickup. But if you were to ask me who I would want between the two of them, I'd take Braden Parks. But would be happy if Carlos is the one that wanted to come and Braden didn't. Does that make sense, Vince? Like, I think they're both great players. I'd have been happy with either. If I had to pick one over the other, I'd take Braden. And I would have taken Braden before he picked Notre Dame. I just think he's a slightly better player, but they're both really good. They're both really good players. Let's get down to some more questions here, Vince. We'll get one more here.
One more.
Yep.
There we can lead off the next segment with the super chat that's in there.
Okay.
Just FYI. It's going to be a longer answer.
Okay.
Which is why I said that. All right, John A1, rank the top most common priorities for a top 250 caliber recruits are looking for in college programs in today's environment. That's a great question.
It is a great question, John, but it's also a challenging question to answer
because it varies for everybody.
Because it just depends on number one, what schools are looking for, what position are we talking about, what role are we talking about? And then also there's a wide range between what I'm expecting, like what are my priorities for a guy who ranks as the number 25 player compared to the guy that ranks as the number 250 player. It's kind of like if you really think about it from an NFL draft standpoint, if you're the number 225 player in the country, you're a good football player, but you're also a 6th round draft pick. Whereas if you're the number 25 player, you're a 1st round draft pick. And what are your expectations for those two types of players? And what are your priorities? But if I could get as broad as I can be, so some things that I think are all encompassing for whoever 1 to 250 is you want kids that are disciplined. You want kids that are competitive. You want kids that play hard. And you want kids that have the ability to come in and be starters for you. If you're a top 250 kid, my expectation is that at some point in time, you give us starter snaps. Now, what are starter snaps in today's age, Vince? Doesn't necessarily mean you have to be the starter. It just means when you're on the field, you're playing like I expect my starter to play. For example, last year we could debate who are the starters. Was it Boubacar, Bryce, or Josh Burnham? Well, it varied from week to week, but here's what I know. When Josh was on the field and he wasn't starting, he was playing like a starter. Jaden Osbury was a starting Will linebacker last year. Drake Bones starting Mike linebacker. Kingston Villiamasa was not a starter. He started, I think, 2 games, and that was because the team went 12 personnel first snap, and then you had Navy. where they'd start three linebackers. And when they'd go 12 personnel, other teams go 12 personnel, which is one back, two tights, two receivers. So anytime a team went multiple tight ends, Notre Dame would go to a 4-3 personnel, put a third linebacker on the field. But when Kingston was on the field, so he wasn't a starter. Like I make that point from time to time to simply be like, we're not giving enough respect to the other two kids. We're just acting like Kingston's the only good linebacker they have. But if you just look at it from a Kingston standpoint and not a pushback, I don't care if Kingston starts or not. He plays like a starter. When he's on the field, he produces like a starter. His quality of play is like a starter. And so that's what I kind of look at is even if you're the number 3 safety, I expect you to give starters snaps. When Luke Talich steps on the field this year, I expect him to play like a starter, whether it's 10 snaps, 15 snaps, or 25 snaps. And that's kind of what my expectation is from any top 250 player is that. Now, a guy that's not a top 250 player, as far as my evaluation of a top 250 player or this team's evaluation, not whatever the recruiting services value is, hey, look, man, I'm okay with you just coming in and being part of the rotation. Like with where Jabron Payne was ranked coming out of high school at Notre Dame, the role he had was perfect for him. Like that's a success. Now at Cincinnati, I think Jabron's going to ball out this year as long as he can stay healthy. That's more his level as a starter. But at Notre Dame, it's like, dude, come in there, give us some valuable third down snaps, give us some toughness. And Jabron did that. I mean, I still remember that catch he had, that one-handed catch he had against USC in 23. Sam threw it high heat, man, and behind him, and Jabron makes this great catch. But he was never going to be like the guy at Notre Dame. There just were better players. So I think that's kind of where I would look at it. But it's just there are certain traits that you hope to have, like discipline, work ethic, motor, competitiveness, all those type of things that you do value in a top 250 kid. And if a kid doesn't have those things, he better have freaky physical talent. And the hope would be as a coach that we can develop those other traits. And coaches are willing to take a lot of chances on kids that don't have the competitiveness, work ethic, discipline, and all that if the kid has certain physical traits. That's just reality. And we all do it because which is okay if you think, hey, you bring that kid into our culture and we can mold him to those things. What you don't do is let that kid come into your culture and then let him still act the fool and still play him. You know, like that's where you can lose a locker room. I think like that was a mistake I think Jim Tressel made with Terrell Pryor. He never made Terrell Pryor adapt to the Ohio State locker room. He made the locker room adapt to Terrell Pryor. And that was not good. So you do those, you're willing to do those things for certain talent, but you got to handle it right. And I think that's something that Marcus Freeman's done a good job of. I'll just tell you right now, not every kid that Notre Dame has landed out of the portal or out of high school has been the prototypical RKG. But when they get here, the expectation is you will conform to what we're doing. We're not going to change standards to make you happy. And I think that's the right way to go about doing it.
All right, let's roll into the next part of today's Friday Free-For-All Mailbag presented by our friends over at FanDuel. And we got some good questions in here, Brian. There's no.
You guys are bringing it today so far.
Yeah, we've got some good ones. And there's a really good super chat in here. I want to get to lead off this segment, Brian, if you can find it in there.
From this one?
That's the one. Yep. So from ND Milton fan, thank you very much for the super chat. Can you do a Big Ten and SEC comparison, team by team? Top teams clearly are Big Ten, but depth is really close, and I don't think the SEC wins that argument.
I don't agree with that. I agree with the first part. I agree that if you take the 3 best teams in the Big Ten, I think they're better than the 3 best teams in the SEC. So what are the perceived 3 best teams? Let's just kind of look at the Athlon preseason magazine, and we'll just kind of take it and just go with that, Vince. The perceived best teams in the league. So if you look at the Big Ten, obviously Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon is who Athlon has as the top 3 teams in the Big Ten. And then you have the top 3 teams in the SEC this year is Georgia, Texas, and Oklahoma. I'm taking Ohio State over Georgia. I'm taking Indiana over Texas, and I'm taking Oregon over Oklahoma. Why? Because they've all shown that they can compete. Oregon got blown out by another Big Ten team, Oregon was also a team that made it to the semifinals last year and it got whooped doing it. But those are things that you look at, Vince, and say, okay, yeah, I understand that. But like, listen, let's go kind of the rest of the league. Your next 4 in the Big Ten are Michigan, USC, Washington, and Penn State. Are those 4 teams better in your view, Vince, than Texas A&M, LSU, Ole Miss, and Alabama? I don't believe that they are.
I agree with you on that one.
I mean, look, number 4 Michigan versus number 4 A&M. That's a debatable one because I do think A&M lost a lot. I think A&M's better at quarterback. I think A&M has better skill players. I think Michigan has a more certainty in the offensive line. A&M might have a little bit more athleticism there, but it's 4 of your 5 starters are new to your program, much less new to the starting lineup. They're new to your program. D-line is comparable. Secondary talent's comparable. Look, if Rod Moore can get back to the way he was before his knee injury, you might give the edge there to Michigan. So it's close. 5 LSU against 5 USC. That's not close to me. I'll take LSU in that one. Number 6 is Washington against Ole Miss. That one's could be a little bit closer, I think, this year, projecting wise, but over the last 2 years, that's not close. Ole Miss has been a significantly better program than Washington. This year, I have questions about both, but I still think Ole Miss is better than Washington. Number 7, Alabama against number 7, Penn State. I crush Alabama all the time. Alabama would smack Penn State this year. Smack Penn State this year. Number 8, Tennessee against number 8, Iowa. That's close because I don't have a lot of faith right now on Tennessee's quarterback. If I knew if the kid they had last year was back, I would say, okay, I kind of actually, Joey Aguilar, I'd take Tennessee. But because there's uncertainty at quarterback there, where Iowa has uncertainty at quarterback too, you got Jeremy Hiklinski and Ryan Brown battling, not Ryan Brown. It's, is it Noah Brown? There's about there, but they don't necessarily need their quarterback to play as well. They've had some 8-9 win teams that have had garbage quarterbacks. That's just not what Iowa does. Then you look at number 9, Florida against number 9, Illinois. I'm taking Florida. Number 10, South Carolina against number 10, Nebraska. 2 underachieving football teams. Who knows there? Number 11, Missouri against number 11, Minnesota. I'd go Missouri. Number 12, Auburn against number 12, UCLA. I'd go Auburn. Number 13, Mississippi State against number 13, Wisconsin. That's a close one. That's a really close matchup. Wisconsin's probably the more disciplined team. Mississippi State's got the better athletes, in my opinion. 14 Vanderbilt against 14 Northwestern. Give me Vandy. 15 Kentucky against 15 Maryland. That's a close one. I'd probably lean towards Kentucky. And then 16 Arkansas against 16 Rutgers. I'd probably take Arkansas in that one. So I would say that the argument that the SEC is deeper this year holds true. I think people tried to make that argument the last 2 years, and it wasn't true. This year, I do think it's true. And part of it, Vince, is because of, if you look at this, the addition of John Sumrall to Florida. If we're looking at Florida with Billy Napier as the head coach against who did we say was the number 9 team in the Big Ten as we were going through that? Let me pull it up. It was Illinois. If it's Billy Napier, I'm taking Illinois. I am. If we're talking about Auburn at number 12 against UCLA at number 12 and Hugh Freeze is still the coach, I might go with UCLA, but not with Alex Golesh and what I think he's been able to do as a coach. So I think that factors into it for me. Vince, is why I would go with, I do believe the SEC has better depth.
I agree.
I think the reason that I've projected that I think the SEC will be the better conference this year, they were not last year, is because I think the top 3 in the SEC are closer to the top 3 in the Big Ten than they were the last 2 years. They weren't close, with all due respect. Ohio State played terrible against Texas and still beat Texas in the semifinals. We never talk about that. We talk about how competitive the game was, but we don't talk about the fact that Ohio State didn't play that well on offense that game. Like they let Texas stay in that game a little bit and then did what they need to do. But Texas battled. I'll give them that. It's the only physical team they've played that they didn't get stomped by. But I would still, Nathan, I would still lean towards the SEC from a depth standpoint. Not still, but still meaning like what we've said this summer, not compared to last year. But I do think the SEC has the argument this year that they are the deeper conference. But that's projection because of what we think some of these new teams are going to do. And if you were to tell me, like, I'm like, Nathan, that's a stupid thing for you to say that you think that the SEC is not as good as the Big Ten depth-wise. No, you can make a case that the Big Ten's deeper. I don't think it is. But I don't think it's like how the SEC acts like, oh my gosh, we're so much deeper than everybody. No, you're not. I think you're the deepest this year, but it's close. It's competitive. I would go with the SEC because I just think and we talked about this the last couple of weeks, Vince. I think the line play is going to be better in the SEC this year than it's been. And I think quarterback play is going to be better in the SEC this year than it's been. And that's why I think they're going to close the gap a little bit this season.
Well, when you head over and you look over at FanDuel, they obviously the Big Ten teams kind of perched at the top, obviously, with Ohio State, and they've got Oregon up there. They're 1-3 with Notre Dame in the number 2 spot. And then when you get kind of to that middle range, like the next tier, I would say, it's just littered with SEC schools, right? You got Texas, you got Georgia, you've got Ole Miss, LSU, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Alabama. You know what I mean? So like the middle part of the conference, according to FanDuel at least, it's just littered with SEC teams, and so they see the SEC as a deeper team or a deeper league right now than the Big Ten, and I agree. It's just the Big Ten's a little bit more top heavy, and they've got the better teams overall.
Fighting Mike has got a super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate that.
He says, how would you compare Notre Dame's D-line class to the loaded class that A&M signed a few years ago that fell apart? Does Notre Dame's have some upside, but better balance?
Notre Dame's is better across the board. I think that not only is there better balance, I think you have better personalities. I think you have more consistent talent. You have a better fit into the system. That was the other thing that people didn't talk enough about. Some of those guys didn't fit into the system, but you were really unbalanced from where those guys fit and how they could play together. There was too many also. So I would take the Notre Dame class slightly. That was a very talented A&M class. Let's not even try to pretend like it wasn't a talented A&M class. It's just, it was always a little bit too hyped, in my opinion. That was always kind of bit of my pushback, Vince, was.
Well, we kind of talked about this. I can't remember which show it was, to be honest with you. It might have been the one Trevor and I were on together. But this class came up, right? The A&M class came up. And it was put together differently than Notre Dame's class, I guess is the best way that I can put it, because they loaded up on a bunch of defensive ends, like, for example, and those guys, because somebody, I remember what it was. Somebody in the chat was like, are you worried because, there's 6 defensive linemen, in this class, that there can be defections later on, like A&M a few years ago. And I was like, well, it was put together so much differently because guys were going to A&M for the wrong reasons.
Right.
You know what I mean? They weren't going to A&M.
And they were all the same
it's a different scenario. Exactly.
To your point, they were all the same guy.
That's exactly right. And so, yeah, guys are going to get bumped out because there's only so many spots on the field.
Like, you had Walter Nolan, who was a freak. He was a tremendous talent. The other thing, too, I would argue is there were some guys in that class that were all upside. They were high. Shamar Stewart got drafted in the first round because of his upside. He never produced in college. Never. And so it's like, well, yeah, I mean, you're shocked that he had a questionable attitude coming out of the draft and all this other kind of stuff. And you're questioning why he didn't do a whole lot for the Bengals this year. Well, because he was never a very good college player. You know what I mean? Like, he kept getting bumped up because of his potential. He had 4.5 sacks in 3 years. Think about that. Drake Bowen had almost that many sacks last year as what Shamar Stewart had his entire career, and he was number 17 overall draft pick. And that's exactly why he was ranked as a top 10 player. I'll take Abraham Cisse over Shamar Stewart any day of the week. What Notre Dame doesn't have is they don't have a Walter Nolan in that class. But like, a lot of the guys in that class were overrated, and I said that at the time. LT Overton was very good. But again, where did he end his career? Did he pan out? Not really. He ended up being a 4th round draft pick. Good player, but not the number 12 player in the country. Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy, he was an overrated player. He was a guy that wasn't as good as people made him out to be, in my opinion. I never thought he was the kind of player that people thought he was. He was overrated as the number 13 player in the country. Anthony Lucas was really good. He didn't pan out, but his ranking was justified. Anai White was a very mediocre player, in my opinion. I never understood the Anai White infatuation. Never understood it. And now I think he's at let me see where he's been. Let me just look him up, because I think he's been at like 4 schools already. He was very overrated. So there was also a lot of that. And I'm not saying that now. I said that at the time, Vince. If you remember correctly, we talked about that. And I said, number one, I didn't think they fit together. I said, number two, there's a lot of overrated players in that class. Walter Nolan was not one of them. He was a legit dude. But there was a lot of overrated players in that class that I don't know why they got as much love as they did. Maybe it was the SEC hype or whatever. Who knows? I don't want to get into people's minds, but I never felt that defensive line was as good as people thought it was. And look, you can say, well, guys transferred and all that, but even the guys that transferred, how many of them been good? How many of them have gone to somewhere else and played well? Anai White played 3 years at A&M, had combined 8 total pressures and 6 total run stops, goes to Penn State last year on that team, only played 60 snaps. He's never played more than 90 snaps in a season, and he did that as a freshman. He's never done anything. Again, he was overrated. He was an overrated player. There was a lot of that in that class. Let me go look and see what the other kid has done. Let's see here. What was his name? Gabriel Brownlow Dindy. So let's look at him. He's now at South Carolina. He was at A&M for 3 years, never played more than 63 snaps, was an okay player at South Carolina last year, played 300 snaps, 10 pressures, 11 run stops. He was okay. He's a solid player. Finally in year 4. So those guys weren't ranked where they should have been ranked anyway. Some of them are really good, and Walter Nolan was a dude in college. He was really, really good. But a lot of the others, Anthony Lucas was a very talented player. I don't think his ranking was unjustified. I just don't think he panned out. Not every kid that panned out was necessarily because he wasn't good enough or talented enough. There's other reasons why guys don't pan out. And what's funny is one of the guys that's been the most productive in college is a kid that wasn't even ranked in the top 100. They had a kid named Malik Silla who went to Mississippi State last year, had a pretty good year. So that was my thing. I never understood why that class got the hype it did. They were all like cookie cutters. Outside of Walter Nolan, they were all cookie cutters of each other. I just didn't see the fit. So I'd take Notre Dame's class. When you think about the edges, right? You've got the big 6'6", 200, he'll end up being 260 kid and Abraham Cisse. You've got kind of the twitchy, smooth, athletic kid in Jackson Vaughn that can drop into coverage. You've got the power end in Aiden O'Neal. You have 3 very different ends that can play together. Then on the inside, you got a guy like David Folarancho who can kind of play everywhere along the line. You've got Segun Alexander that's kind of like that 3 technique, could also play with the nose. And then you've got the nose in Braden Parks. They complement each other very well. It's not just about taking 6 highly ranked guys. It's about taking 6 guys that can play together and give me different things. Hey, we need to get after the quarterback this week. All right, cool. Maybe this week is a Abraham Cisse Jackson Vaughn week. Hey, we're playing a team that's going to try to run it down our throat. Hey, Aiden O'Neal, buckle up, brother. This is your game. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm talking about, Vince, is I just felt like that's not something that A&M had. Right. And that's why I said at the time it was an overrated class, and that's why it turned out to be a very overrated class based on what they've done in their tenures in college so far. It's a good class, very good class. Walter Nolan alone makes it a very, very good class, but they tried to turn it into this generational class that no one has ever been able to touch because of blah, 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 blah. And it wasn't just their D linemen that were overrated either. They had, Connor Wegman should have never been the number 29 player in the country. Is Connor Wegman a good player? Yeah. Should he have been the number 29 player in the country? Heck no. Denver Harris was a very overrated player. So Evan Stewart was a heck of a player, still is, but he wasn't the number 8 player in the country. There's a lot of that in that class. A lot of that. Good question.
From Jacob Watson, what are you looking for this year in Notre Dame games that will convince you that they're on a mission and that they're leaving no doubt? What backups need to step up to keep some thin groups depth?
Well, look, I don't expect Notre Dame to come out against Wisconsin. And I know you guys talked about this in the show. Was it yesterday in the show you guys did? We don't need to see Notre Dame come out, and if they don't win by 60 in the first 3 games, and if they don't look like they're in peak midseason form in the first 3 games, then they, screw this team. They're leaving doubt. That's not really what I want to see. What I want to see, Jacob, is I want to see that this team has shown growth from what it was last year. They're still going to make some early season mistakes. CJ Carr is going to make a couple reads in the first month. You're going to be like, okay. But some of that's like, okay, CJ's trying to push the boundaries a little bit of what he can and can't get away with. And what I mean by get away with, I mean, like, can I make that throw? Not like, let's see if Coach Denbrock's going to let me do this one. It's more of like, hey, I think I can make this throw. I made this throw in practice. Let me try to make it against Rice, or let me try to make it against Wisconsin or Purdue or Michigan State. You find out, yeah, I can make that throw. Or I can make it against Michigan State, but I don't know if that's going to work against Miami. I mean, that's all part of the development, but I want to see a team that comes out of the gate physical, because that's the thing that doesn't need a month of preparation. The timing between CJ Carr and Mylan Graham, maybe it clicks from day one. CJ Carr and Jaden Greathouse, maybe it clicks in day one. Maybe it takes a month for those guys to get on the same page. And so the pass offense is good, but not like, man, I thought you guys were going to do this. Maybe that's the case. But what you don't need a warm-up to do, what you don't need to get timing and things down, is to play hard, to play physical, and to play with an edge. And an edge isn't trash talking. It's playing with a toughness of, you don't belong here on this field with us, and we're going to show you why. Because anybody can say, man, you don't belong on the court with me. Oh, so you want to play me one? No, I'm not going to play you. I'm just saying, like, you don't belong on the field with me. I'm just going to talk about it. I'm not actually going to give you a chance to show it. Or I'm not going to assume that you're garbage. You don't belong on the court with me. Give me the ball. I'm going to show you why. I say that to, like, if I play my 5-year-old niece, I'll maybe say that. But, like, you know what I mean? But, like, I'm making a funny point. Like, you got to go, okay, you believe that? Now go show them why. Now go prove to them. You're not in our league, guys. Sorry, Badgers. Go back to the Big Ten, because we're about to put this one on you. Now, within that, there might be a couple coverages that weren't properly executed. There might be some stunts that aren't timed perfectly. There might be some couple run-throughs that the offensive line allows because Anthony Knapp and Will Black are kind of still trying to get on the same page. And, CJ may miss a couple throws because him and Greathouse aren't on the same page, or him and Mile on the same page. I can live with that stuff. That stuff doesn't bother me in the first 2-3 games of the year. What will bother me is what we saw against Northern Illinois, where you didn't compete. You didn't play. You got out physicaled by the Northern Illinois Huskies. That's a problem. That'll tell me that this team is believing its own press clippings. But if they come out and they're a little sloppy, but they are physically punishing Wisconsin and Rice and Michigan State and Purdue, the execution will come. That's football. But I'll just say every team I've ever coached, Vince, we were better in the playoffs than we were in September. Every team I've ever coached. Now, we may have had more dominant performances, but that's because we were just better. We were just more talented than you. But we were always a better team later in the year unless we had a bunch of injuries. And because that's kind of how football works, And guess what? Miami was better in November than they were when they played Notre Dame first week of the season, too. They were better in the playoffs than they were the first Sunday of the season against Notre Dame. They both got better. We could debate who got more better, but it doesn't matter anymore. But they both got better. It wasn't like I've always said this. If Notre Dame and Miami would have played later in the year, I think Notre Dame wins, but I think it would have been a competitive game. If Notre Dame would have played A&M later in the year, they'd have smacked the mess out of Texas A&M. It's different situations because Notre Dame gave A&M that game. Miami beat Notre Dame. That's the difference. Notre Dame beat Notre Dame
40 points.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. But that's the thing, Jacob. It's a great question. And the guys did a show on that yesterday, so I'm glad you asked the question because I can kind of give my answer to it. But it's the physicality, the passion, the emotion. I don't want to see a bunch of guys going through the motions because they think they're going to sleepwalk through Wisconsin, Rice, and Michigan State, Purdue. I don't want to see that. Because if you have that leave no doubt mindset, it shouldn't matter who's on the other side of the whole field. That's what the whole point of the golden standard is. It doesn't matter what's on the other side of the field. It's basically like you take some all right. Hey, who you playing? It doesn't matter who we play. We're going to take it to them no matter what. That's what I want to see. I'll get to those next, but I wanted to get to this one.
Jason Rose, what are your guys' thoughts on Will Stein's "because of me" comment at the SEC Media Days? I like the confidence. I think Kentucky needs that type of confidence and swagger. What are your thoughts?
I do think Kentucky needs that kind of confidence and swagger. I think it was delivered very poorly.
Okay.
I think the way he said it sounded very arrogant. Confidence is one thing. Swagger's one thing. Being a prick is another thing. And I don't think Will Stein is that kind of guy. And I also have to say, I didn't listen to the quote. I only saw it reported. We don't know what the context, or maybe there was 2 sentences before that make that "because of me" thing make more sense. So I'm not going to hammer Will Stein too much, but the way that it was reported sounded bad. It sounded very arrogant, not confident. But overall, yes, you need confidence. You need swagger at a place like Kentucky. But false bravado is not that. Arrogance is not that. Marcus Freeman is Vince, you and I have been in private settings with Marcus Freeman when, the off-the-record conversations, and we've seen him at practice and things. And believe me, Marcus Freeman has as big of an ego as anyone in college football. Every great coach does. But when your ego gets to the point where you now cross the line from confidence to arrogance or cockiness, that's when you are like, okay, that's not good. And so I think I think that's the way that the comment was reported. I didn't like, but I understood what he was trying to get across. But before I say it with too much passion, Jason, I'd actually want to hear the entire quote, because if you just did a transcript of some of the jokes I've made to you guys in the show, and you just looked at the written transcript, like, dude, Driscoll's freaking arrogant. Like, well, yeah, I am cocky. I do have an ego. But like I say things, that if you just saw it in written word and you only took half the sense, and make it seem like I was insulting you, Vince. You know what I mean? Like, so I want to be careful not to crush him too hard. But yeah, the way it was reported, it came across as arrogant, not confident. And that's not necessarily something I love. But I do think he's a confident guy, and I think they need that. And they need a coach like it's kind of like when Curt Cignetti showed up in Indiana, the Google me stuff. We punish top 25 teams. Like, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get your players to say, don't buy the narrative of who you were supposed to be because you're at Kentucky, or who you're supposed to be because you're at Indiana.
Right.
And it can rub people like us the wrong way. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to change the demeanor, the culture, the attitude, the belief inside the program. And so, like, this is kind of his Google me moment for Kentucky. But the difference is what Cignetti was doing on a daily basis was building the players to have that ultimate confidence in themselves. Look at what this looks like. Look at me, how I'm doing this thing, but then I'm going to back it up every day in practice. I'm going to give you guys my best as the head coach every day in practice. And I need you to give me your best, because I'm not taking a backseat to those teams anymore, and neither should you. And that's what Will Stein's trying to get accomplished. But there's a right and a wrong way to say it. But at the end of the day, he can be as arrogant if he wants, if it wins and people will accept it. Now, again, I'm not saying I accept that, but if you win, then it's confidence. If you don't, it's arrogance, and you got humbled. So yeah, but I agree with I agree with Jason that it's a mindset change that he's trying to get across to his players, and I just think it was worded in a way. If it was reported correctly, it was worded in a way that was kind of cringy. But I also understand what he's trying to accomplish at Kentucky, because they've sucked the last couple of years.
Oh yeah.
I don't need him to come in like, hey, we're just out here trying to have a good time. Like, no, I'm trying to change the mindset of my football team. So I may say some things that are maybe a little bit more extra than I would normally say in year 5, because I need to get my players to understand that old mindset's gone, guys.
Yeah.
It's a different Kentucky.
They're listening. They're going to read the quotes. They're going to see it all. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So let's get down here we got another one from Fighting Mike.
All right. Thanks for another super chat. Where would Riley Mills rank in this Notre Dame defensive line class?
Coming out of high school, he would be around. He'd be around Aiden O'Neal. Where he'd be behind probably be behind Abraham Cisse. What I project Jackson Vaughn to be as far as high school, and because Riley was always going to have to transition inside, so there was always sort of that projection with him. But I had Riley as a top 150 player, so he's around between Jackson Vaughn and what Jackson Vaughn is now that he's jumped a year. Around where Aiden O'Neal is, top 100 to 150. So yeah, he'd be in there in that group. Around Braden Parks, there's a lot of guys in kind of a similar category ahead of Segun Alexander, but Riley always had a very high upside, and we finally started to see that his last year and a half at Notre Dame, where like when Riley started to figure it out, you're like, okay, Riley finally realized how good he can be, and now he's playing like a star. Yeah, he was good. Good question.
Patrick James with a super chat. Thank you so much, Patrick. What was your biggest, how did they just win that, and your biggest, I can't believe they just blew that game moments? Mine were the 2023 Duke and 2011 Michigan.
2011 Michigan is right there, and the only game that gives me, I mean, there's a lot of games that give me pause because what you said is moment, and that's the thing, the moment. So like there's games that are way worse than 2011 Michigan, South Florida, North, but he said like the moment where like you lose a game and like, oh my gosh.
Like, how did that just occur? Like, what is happening?
Like when Northern, but the Michigan one was there for me for a long time until Northern Illinois kicked the field goal to go up 16-14 in the fourth quarter with not a lot of time left. And I'm like, oh my God, they're about to lose to Northern Illinois.
This is about to happen.
How did that happen? So like, it's not the same kind of moment as what the Michigan game was, but it still was like are you serious right now? They're about to lose to Northern Illinois. It surpassed the Michigan one. How did they win that? There's
a little bit of Virginia Tech.
Mine is probably 06 UCLA.
Okay, yeah.
The Brady Quinn Samardzija. Yeah. Because they're done. They're done. They hadn't been able to. You got to go down the field in like a minute and change, and that means you've got to drop back and throw, and you haven't been able to protect Brady Quinn all day.
And they ran the same pass play like two or three times in a row.
Just two comebacks to the field, and then they went, came back, and you had that great play. That the UCLA 06 is probably mine. Like what that? I mean, there's been some others. What was it? Who was it Arnaz Battle that caught that ball against Michigan State on midfield and had that moment? And so yeah, there's been some games like that. But I would probably say the 06 UCLA game, this Quinn Samardzija probably takes the cake for me.
The other Michigan State one that would fall on the 2011 Michigan side would be the Little Giants play.
Yep. Yep.
That was.
I will say one of a recent how did they just win that for me moment wise was when Christian Gray intercepted Drew Aller. Not that I didn't think Notre Dame was going to win. I thought if they go into overtime, Notre Dame was going to win because Notre Dame had all the momentum. But like the way that they won, where Drew Aller throws that pick and Christian makes the pick, you're like, oh my gosh, they're about to win this thing. Yeah. So that might take it for me now. But I still think the reason I'd still go with 06 UCLA is because I didn't think they had any chance to win that game at the end of that game. I was like, they're done. They're not going to be able to protect Brady. Bruce Davis has been destroying the Notre Dame tackles all game. But then, fortunately, DeAndre Walker said, "Hey, let's not run the defense that we've been killing them with all day. Let's try to cover Jeff Samardzija and Raymond McKnight and David Grimes and let Brady Quinn sit in the pocket." Good call. Again, I'll never understand why defensive coaches do that. I'll never understand it. It's blown my mind my entire life. I'll just never understand it. Never understand. That's why I always loved that Super Bowl moment in Super Bowl 32 when you watch like they go back and they show the different things and there's that conversation between the late great Greg Robinson and Mike Shanahan where Mike Shanahan goes, they got the lead and he goes, keep doing what you're so Bliss, he goes, whatever you've been doing, keep doing it. And they win the game, and it was on that final drive. And what happened? They didn't sit back and let Brett Favre pick them apart. They went after him and forced incompletions and forced bad throws and things like that, and drops and off target passes because they didn't just say, "Hey, so we're going to do what got us here."
Yeah, Yep.
And I'll never understand why D coordinators do that. And they do it because their coach mentor did it, and their mentor did it because his mentor did it, and it just gets passed down. And this is how you play football. And I'm like, nope, no, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Not winning football.
Right. Keep doing what you're doing. Now, it's one thing if there's a minute and a half left and they got to score twice. Okay. Make them run 6-7 plays. But when like they can tie it or take the lead, I've never understood that. Never understood that. If Notre Dame was down 10 in the last minute and a half, then do what you did, because they would have had to use most of that minute and a half to go score the first one, and now they've got to get an onside kick, and they've got. But when it's a score, I've never understood that. But that's why that UCLA game is still number one for me, even though the stakes were a lot bigger when Christian Gray picked that pass off, because I still thought they were going to win that game. I just thought they were going to win in a different way.
Sure.
I thought they were going to go to overtime and win it. But when he made that pass, I'm like, I jumped up out of my chair. I didn't cheer, Vince, but my chair went flying into the wall. I'm not going to lie to you. I was like, oh, oh boy. Yeah, it was big. It was big, but still not UCLA 06. What's yours? Win-wise.
Win-wise? Oh, man. Yeah, Penn State is probably most recently that one, because I feel like I kind of know how games are going, and you get a feel for how games are going in the Penn State game, especially if you go back and you watch the game, and just Notre Dame wasn't playing great for a while in that game. And Penn State was outplaying them there in the first half, it felt like. And, I forgot that feeling already, now that we're kind of removed from it. I remember the ending, obviously. And so I went back the other day and I was kind of watching the game. I found a cut up where it was they took out all the commercials and stuff. So it was just the game. And I'm just watching the game and I'm like, Notre Dame won this game, right? Like, it just doesn't feel that way right now, and I just didn't have a good feeling for the majority of the game. And then
against Penn State,
yeah,
come on, yeah.
And because I had just come from New Orleans the week before. You're down there in Miami for that one, and I'm like, I want to go to the national championship. Like, I did not.
And you did. I did to be at the national championship game.
No, I did.
Yep.
But I just didn't have a good feeling like it. And I remember I was watching it in a buddy's basement, and they were all over here and I'm over here like by myself, you know what I mean? And I'm just kind of standing there off to the side and just didn't feel good about that game. And then when he got that interception, I was like, it's over. Done. Yeah. It's over.
It's funny you say that, because the way the first half went, I was like, they're going to lose. It's just typical Notre Dame.
Yes.
They're going to lose.
Yes.
When they went right down the field in the third quarter and scored, I was like, oh, they're going to win.
Yeah.
And I felt that way until Riley threw that pick to deny Dennis Sutton. Then I was like, oh, shoot. But when then Notre Dame, the great house play, like, okay, that's when I was like, okay, they're going to win this game. It's going to be uglier than it should, but they're going to win this game. It's going to go to overtime. Drew Aller's going to make a mistake, or that, it's like,
you're right. The great house catch was was kind of the caveat.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like when they hit that sluggo to Aeneas Williams on Kobe King and then scored a couple plays later, I was like, yeah, they're going to win this game. Like, Penn State had their shot. They had their shot to put Notre Dame away. They had the drop pass on third down that would have been a touchdown. You had the big stop from Josh Burnham to force a field goal. That should have been 17-3 at least. And they outplayed Notre Dame in the first half thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
But they couldn't put Notre Dame away because Notre Dame was able to make enough plays to keep it. Josh Burnham that's a great play from Josh Burnham.
Sure.
But when Notre Dame tied it up, I was like, you had your shot, and now it's this. And and I said this before, Riley was brilliant in that game, except for 2 plays. And the 2 picks were just bad throws, just forced throws. The throw to deny Dennis Sutton was like, they were on the verge of, if he doesn't make that throw, I think they're on the verge of blowing Penn State out. I really do. They couldn't move the ball on Notre Dame in the second half the same way. They were on their heels. If he doesn't make that throw, that pick, I think I blow them out. Now, Riley also played a big role in them winning it. I'm not trying to be like, if it wasn't freaking Riley Leonard, they'd have blown Penn State out, because the reason they got back in it was partly because of Riley.
Sure.
But anyway. But yeah, that was a backfire. I was like, they're going to lose, to they're going to win, to what just happened, to they're going to win again. But when he made that pick, I was like, oh my gosh, they're definitely going to win this thing now.
Yes. Oh, 100%. Because somebody had asked, I can't remember if it was the mailbag or whatever, maybe last week. It was, how did you feel when they were lining up for that kick against Penn State? And I was like, felt like they were going to win.
Money.
Like, I had no doubt in my mind.
Because we knew Mitch was finally healthy. We saw that against Indiana. Vince and I saw Mitch Jeter kicking against Indiana, we're like, that's the Mitch Jeter we thought we were going to get, who was like a 90% career field goal kicker and had already made clutch kicks that year before even going down. I mean, the A&M one on the road, the 48-yarder, like late in the game, like you're like, dude, he's fine when he's healthy.
Correct.
But I'm with you. I was like, he's going to make it. And it was actually even closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought he was going to put it right down the middle.
Well, and it came this way, and then it kind of hooked back in.
Yeah.
And
he had drilled some clutch field goals against Georgia the week before.
Oh, absolutely.
So
it's like I had zero pressure at that point. I said, I identified more with Dad with his cell phone out, like recording it, than anybody else in the stadium. You know what I mean? It was such a typical kicker dad moment. That's what I remember from that part of the game. But so anyway,
Irish for Life said we were down 10-3 at the half. It felt like 30-3, and yes,
it did.
Yes, yeah. I agree with that. Very much agree with that. I think we've got one more super chat from Archie Ingram. I'm so sorry, Archie. That is got my Ohio State. Talking about Ohio State earlier. Archie Ingram with a super chat. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thanks for the super chat. What's one family trait Notre Dame evaluates that fans overlook, but quietly predicts whether a recruit will thrive in South Bend?
It's important in Notre Dame that a young man has a support system that understands that Notre Dame is not just a football school. Because there are some support systems, Vince, that are not actually supporting a young man in the right way. And, it's like you're an educator. That parent that comes to the school when a child has been reprimanded and immediately assumes that the teacher's at fault. That's support. In theory, it's unhealthy support.
In theory,
it's unhealthy support. Like a good parent should either immediately assume their kid is wrong, or let me find out. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. And now I'm going to decide, do I need to have my kids back, or is my son about to, catch a couple whacks when he gets home? You know what I mean? Like that's the debate that you have. Yeah. But then these parents will come in like, who are you? And it's like, okay, this is why your kid is always getting in trouble. So that's technically support. But it's a support of that they understand, hey, you're going to go here. You're going to do what the coach tells you. You're going to do this. Look, there were times in my life where I wanted to call my dad and talk to my dad. And I wanted him to tell me that's BS. You got screwed and all this. And, and he wouldn't do it. Now, I know there were times he felt that way. And there was a couple of times he had to step in. My senior year, he had to step in because the coach was very clearly like, I had gone and talked to him. I'd done this, I'd done that. And the coach was still just because it was, he was the new coach and he didn't like the guy that had left. I was really tight with the guy that left. It just, he was clearly like, okay, this has gone too far. He was calling schools and telling schools not to recruit me and all this other kind of stuff. And eventually my dad had to step in, but early on it was like, okay, that doesn't sound good, but here's how you need to go talk to him. You need to do this, you need to do that. And that's kind of parenting you want. It's like, are you going to have our back as a staff when we talk about your son needs to go to class? Are you going to be like the mom in Glory Road that you remember that? Did you ever see that movie with
it's a good movie.
Great one where mom's is walking down the hallway and wasn't it Harry's mom, right? Harry, I think it was his mom. And my son knows the answer. Like it was dramatized, but you know what I mean? Like that's what you want. Like if somebody says, hey, your son's not going to class, well, he had more important things to do. He's there to play football. That's not support. I mean, it is support, but it's not support that you want. You want to know that you and the family are going in the same direction. And then the family needs to make sure that I'm sending my child to a school that's not just giving us lip service of these things, but is actually going to push my son and encourage my son and be willing to sit my talented son if he's not doing the things that we agreed upon during the recruiting process. We're going to be more important than football. That's the difference. And so that's the kind of parent that you want to know. Like Oregon fans are like, man, Braden Parks' mom is the worst. And Notre Dame fans are like, no, Braden Parks' mom is the greatest because Braden Parks' mom is making sure that he understands that there's a lot more to this than just flashy jerseys and Nike stuff. Right? I mean, that's important. Well, you know what's going to happen when Braden Parks gets to college, and if he doesn't go to class or something like that, he's going to call home, talk to mom. Man, this is BS. They're not playing this weekend. Well, why not? Well, coach said something about me, being late to meetings and not going to class. And you know what Braden Parks' mom's going to be like?
Get there on time and go to class.
Yes.
100%.
Well, that's on you, son. Like, we raised you better than that. And that's the kind of, that's why you want parents like that.
Yeah,
you want those parents, and whether it's a single parent, like Lewis Nix's mom was a single mom, didn't have money, but she understood, like, I'm sending my son to Notre Dame. They don't even have a head coach. But the reality is that Notre Dame can provide my son something that these other schools cannot. And, you want parents like that. And it can be single parents. It can be 2-parent homes. It can be 4-parent homes. We've seen it to where, the mom and dad aren't together anymore, but both sets of parents, like the dad and the stepmom, and then the mom and the stepdad, are all on the same page because they're all want what's best for the young man. That's the kind of support system you want. But it's really just about a family that understands the need for the young man to be disciplined in his life beyond football.
Yep.
Is really what it comes down to. And we'll have your back.
Yeah.
If there needs to be some consequences to his actions.
You need parents that are going to be part of the team, if that makes sense. Like they're part of the solution. Like that's what you want when you're looking at a group of parents. You want them to be part of your team and not just to defend the student. And you made a great reference when we're dealing with a student at where I work, and it's like, man, what is happening with this kid? And then you meet the parents, you're like, okay, got it. Yeah.
No, that's not always.
Not always, but
I've had friends whose parents were very involved, and they just were clowns. They wanted to hang out with the wrong people. And
those parents are also there as a teammate to help on the other end to try to get the kid where we want him to be and where he needs to be and all that kind of stuff. But anyway,
I'm sure there's times where you meet the family, like, dude, I met the parents. I was expecting them to be this way because the kid 100%. Acts like a fool. And you're like, man, they're just as frustrated as we are.
Yeah, no, we use the term plant corn, get corn. And that generally is pretty accurate. But
to a degree,
the other piece of athletics, and this isn't the be all end all, but it's what I've always told my kid. Now, he's not a high D1 prospect, but been around this long enough, right, to know, like, football is your key to getting a good education. That's what it's always been in our house. No matter how high or how low he was going to go, that's always been what it was. And I know that that is the same way for a lot of the guys that go to Notre Dame, right? Football is your driver to get a really good education. Now, maybe football is what you're going to do when you leave Notre Dame, and that's fantastic. That's awesome, right? But you're also going to get this great education, and you're going to get this great, not only education in the classroom, but education with these coaches who are going to help raise you from 18 to 22. And that's what we want.
And there's also a level of, listen, the teacher was in the wrong. The coach was in the wrong.
Sure.
But I need you to try to handle it first before I step in.
100%.
And then if you go to the teacher and do it the way that you should do it, and the teacher's still acting a fool or the coach acting a fool, that's when dad shows up.
100%.
But like that's what you want. Like when I was coaching in college, if a parent ever came to me and asked me why their kid wasn't playing, and that kid hadn't talked to me about it, I said, have your son come talk to me and have this conversation.
100%.
I'm not having this conversation with you now.
100%.
If I had talked to the young man and dad was like, listen, I talked to so-and-so, I want to know why he's not playing, from the standpoint of, so I can encourage him to do certain things the right way. I want to make sure that what you told him, what he told me you told him, is what you told him.
Yeah.
Then I'm cool with that. But if your son has not talked to me about why he's not playing yet, then I'm not talking to you about why he's not playing. You tell that boy to get into my office and sit down and be a man. We're not high school anymore. You're not 14. You're a grown up now. I mean, legally you're a grown up now. You've gone away to college. You need to have that conversation with me.
Well, look, I've made plenty of mistakes as a parent, but one of the things I do with my kids, once they get to high school, you're the one emailing your teachers. You're the one going to talk to your teachers. You're the one that needs to start this conversation. Now, if I don't like the answer, I'll step in. I'll have that conversation. That's easy. No problem. But you're going to start the conversation. And I guarantee you 95% of the time, you're going to get the information that you need. And the teacher is going to respect you that much more because you're the one that did it, not the parent. Mm-hmm. And that totally translated with my oldest, who's now obviously away at school. We have conversations about stuff. And he's like, I go, you know what you need to do, right? He was like, yeah, I need to talk to the coach or I need to talk to the professor or whatever. I was like,
but you still let him vent.
100%. Because that's what we're here for. Right? But yes, he knows now, like, he doesn't even ask me to get involved. Like, he goes and he takes care of it.
And that's what Notre Dame looks for.
Right. Exactly. Long story short, yes.
There's times, though, when a young man is thriving in spite of a home situation.
100%. Seen that a million times too.
So
Absolutely.
like you don't not recruit a kid who's
Correct.
comes from a bad home situation when he's showing the things. What you don't do is a kid who acts up and also has a bad home situation.
Right.
Because it's going to be tougher for you to get that kid to your school and get him to change. But Vince, you and I have seen this plenty of times also where the most mature person in the family is the child.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I've seen that as well, sadly.
Yeah.
Now I've never made a parenting mistake. So it's easy for me to sit back here and do that because I've never made a parenting mistake because unfortunately I've never been a parent, but I promise you if I ever become a parent, I'll make mistakes.
Oh my gosh.
Right? But
yes.
Your goal is to say what's going to be the thing that's going to help me create the best lesson for my child. What's going to, because like there's too many parents, in my opinion, and I've seen this through my whole life as a child, where they make decisions that's what's going to make this easiest for my child. Where my dad did things like what's going to make my 10-year-old turn into a man. So I'll give you a real short example before we move on to the next segment. Going into Little League. We played T-ball in Bath where I lived. The way that teams we would have a draft. So you'd go, there was like this all day kind of combine and you'd hit and catch and field and do all that stuff. I don't know if they do that around here. And
they did when I was younger.
Right. And then the coaches we'd have a draft and they'd
Yep.
come in and they have your sheet and they do a draft. And so before the draft, my dad gets a phone call from this guy and he's like, "Hey, I'd like for you to be an assistant coach for my team." My dad was like, "Sweet. Like, I want Brian on my team and I'd like for you to be an assistant coach with me. And I think you can help me out and all that." So my dad was like, cool. So my dad goes into the draft and this coach walks in with like 10 sheets. He'd gone out and got like the 10 best players in the league and had all their dads were assistant coaches because there was no rule on how many assistant coaches you have. And my dad was like, what kind of lesson am I teaching my, 10-year-old son when I'm saying in Little League, that's okay. So my dad was like, this isn't right. I'm not going to have my son do this. And so they were like, "Hey, this team doesn't have a coach. Can you coach this team?" And so it was the worst team in the league.
Of course it was.
And I got my face beat in. Like I was good, but our team stunk. I mean, I'd pitch, and if I didn't strike somebody out, it was most likely they were going to get on base.
If the ball went in play, you're in trouble.
Exactly. And striking out was even sometimes a iffy proposition. I will say, as a child, I had several 4 strikeout innings. You know what I'm saying? So. With runners on base, you know what I'm saying? But you know what? Like at the time it sucked.
Yeah.
But the lessons I learned from it, and my dad didn't do it without explaining to me why he did it. I didn't like it when I was 10, but as a grown man, I'm so happy that my dad was willing to let things be a little tougher as when I was 10. So that way I'm not, have a record now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Seriously.
And it's wild how many times you see these kids go off to college and like they've never had to deal with any kind of adversity whatsoever.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And because their parents have just always there to fix it. And it's like, dude, you're not teaching your kid a thing. When I got in trouble in the neighborhood, my dad made me go apologize. But it's not fair. I don't care. He's an adult.
Mm-hmm.
You don't talk to adults that way. So you go apologize. But he was wrong. Doesn't matter. You can't control what that person does. That's not my child. You're my child. I've had those conversations with my dad.
Oh yeah.
And so those are things that Marcus Freeman looks for.
Yes.
But you also have to be one to sometimes say, this young man is our kind of kid. And we actually need to help get him out of that environment, out of that school, out of that coaching staff, or out of that home. Because this is a kid that wants to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
He just has no guidance.
Right.
And
which is why you have these relationships
right.
with these recruits in the first place.
Right.
You get to know them. You get to know their families. You get to know where they're coming from. You
right.
get to know their values, all of these different things so that you can make those kinds of decisions on kids. I mean, that's what it's all about. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Completely agree.
Another super chat here from Gavin Schmavin. I just love this.
Thanks, Gavin.
This is great.
For the super chat. SEC stands for soft, easy conference with all these crybabies. Go Irish.
Amen.
Can't say it any better than that.
Amen.
All right, Brian, let's roll into the next part of the Irish Breakdown podcast. It is a Friday free-for-all mailbag presented by our friends over at FanDuel. Let's just keep this train rolling. What do we got next? From Bobby S. Game 1, not on the depth chart, but in reality, if something happened to each of our starting offensive linemen, who is the real backup from left to right? It could be the same guy for every spot.
Well, I think that Matty Augustine is likely the backup on the right side right now at guard and tackle.
Okay.
I think he would be the first guy off the bench at guard and tackle. At center, it'd be Joe Otting.
Yep.
At left guard, that's a little bit more debatable. It may also still be Matty Augustine. It may well be. I just haven't seen him at left guard, so I can't say for sure. I think that right now Devin Houston is in that battle.
Okay.
We've seen him get a lot of second team snaps and play well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Christopher Tarek is a guy that they might consider moving over should something happen to Anthony Knapp. And then, of course, Matty Augustine. So that one I'm a little less certain of. And as of today, July 24th, if something happened to Will Black, I would assume that Styles Prescott would step in at left tackle. Now, I think Grayson McHugh is pushing him, but I think Styles also had a good spring. And I think right now Styles is probably ahead of Grayson. Now, if that injury happens in week 7, maybe we're having a different conversation. But that right now would be my projected first guy off the bench at each position. So pretty confident right tackle, right guard, center, left tackle. Left guard's the one that's a little bit of I'm not quite sure where they would be with that one.
Andrew Gilmore wants to know if you think that they would move Knapp out to left tackle if there was an injury at tackle.
I think it would depend on – that's a great question. It would depend on the length of the injury.
Okay.
And when. If the injury happened like against Navy and he's going to be out a week, but that week's Miami, I would at least let Anthony on Tuesday take some left tackle snaps and see if he can get comfortable playing there. But I would consider it. Now, if he gets hurt in a game and the next week they're playing North Carolina, I'm leaving him right where he is, and I'm letting Styles Prescott handle his business. Now, North Carolina has a really good D-end, but I kind of want to see him get tested. But it's a game where our margin for error as a team, if you're looking at it from the coaching standpoint, is a little greater.
And if the injury is not one that's going to last
like a
2-week
deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if he goes down in week 4 and he's out for the year, then you have that conversation. But I would still say it all depends on where I am with Styles and with Grayson McHugh. Or, could I, maybe flip Gerby and put Matty Augustine at right tackle? I would consider other tackles before I would consider moving Anthony Knapp back out for the same reason we wanted Anthony Knapp to move into guard in the first place. The other thing is if unless I have no option or no good option, I want the move that has the least impact on the entire line. So I'd prefer the left tackle go in. Now, I think that flipping Gerby to left and putting Matty at right really only impacts one position incredibly negatively because you're putting a right tackle in at right tackle. Gerby's the only one that's got to do something different. And Matty's kind of your next guy in kind of thing if you didn't feel that Matty could play left. So I think there's a lot of options there, but it would require me to not have a lot of faith in my other left tackles, and it would have to be Will Black either going down for a long period of time or it's happening right before a monster game. That's the only time I'd even consider Anthony Knapp at left tackle. But honestly, with the way that Grayson McHugh looked this spring, if he keeps going like he's going and the growth we've seen from Styles, because look, Styles struggled mightily against Miami in the opener last year when he had to fill in for Anthony Knapp. But the Styles Prescott we saw in the spring is better than that Styles Prescott. So if he continues to evolve, then I have more faith now in Styles stepping in at left tackle than I did on the first, Sunday wasn't the game against Miami on Sunday last year? Wasn't it on Sunday?
Yeah, probably.
But, I have more faith in him handling his business now than I did then.
Yeah.
And then also with Grayson McHugh and what I've seen from him, I would rather give one of those guys a shot. Yeah. Good question.
Tommy Guns, you would prefer there to be 5 undefeated teams this year and would then prefer Notre Dame to be ranked 5th.
Yes. I've said this before, Vince. We talked about this in the show the other day. That's my dream scenario. And I don't know if I'd say 5 undefeated teams, but let's say that Ohio State beats Texas or Texas beats Ohio State, they go undefeated, and then Ohio State's 12-1, they win the Big Ten. and let's say Texas Tech goes undefeated, and let's say Miami's, I don't know, you'd have to have some. Let's say Clemson bounces back, and Clemson's really good. And they're 13-0. They beat Miami in the regular season, and Notre Dame's 12-0. Miami got beat by Clemson. Clemson's the best team in the ACC. Miami's good, but they're not as good as maybe we all think they're going to be. And they rank Notre Dame 5th at 12-0. Yes, please. And the point that I made was, number one, I'd love to get another home game, playoff game. That was electric. Number two, do you want to give this Notre Dame team even more disrespected motivation?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
About this last time we
did what I mean?
Yeah.
So, that would be such a perfect world scenario for me. 100%. And then you don't have to deal with the super long layoff that we get currently when you get a bye.
The double disrespect is the key part of that answer.
Oh, yeah.
And the long layoff, I go back and forth about it. Like sometimes, depending on the health of your team and the way things are going, long layoff can be good. If you're rolling and everybody's, good to go and you're just on fire, then the long layoff is bad. And so it's like, I don't want to go one way or the other on the long layoff until we actually arrive there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can see it go both ways, but the double disrespect and a home game, that's kind of, that's kind of great. It's kind of great. From Patrick
Earwood.
There we go. Would you take Isaiah Cannon this year? Not saying anything is wrong with Quincy Porter.
If he wanted to come, I'd have taken him. Sure. I like Isaiah Canyon. The only thing is again, he just didn't want to go far away from home. That's why he picked Georgia Tech in the first place, and that's why he got in the portal. He went to Georgia because his mom. Apparently, his mom doesn't like to fly. And so she's not going to go to road games. But then if at Notre Dame, she also couldn't go to home games or wouldn't go to home games. So I think that kind of factored into it. She wanted him.
Is he an Atlanta kid?
The area, And so that's why they went to Georgia Tech. He's a Georgia kid. That's why he went to Georgia Tech, and that's why when he transferred to Georgia.
Sure.
But you know what? It is what it is. If
I
that's
get
what the kid wants and he's close to his mom, that's fine. I mean, my first college was 4 hours away from home. My second college was 2.5 hours away from home. Being close to home was important to me. I don't know that I would have been able to go far, to Florida for college, because I went to Florida for high school. End of my junior year high school, I transferred down to University Christian down there, and I was going to play my senior year in Florida, and I hated it because I was so far away from home and didn't have that support system that I was so used to. So I get it. I'll never fault the kid for not wanting to get too far away home from a support system, as long as it's it's a healthy.
Yes.
Wanting to, you know what I mean? Where I can't function as an adult without being close to my mom or dad.
Right.
It was more of because I haven't lived near my parents since 2007, 2008 when I got married. You know what I mean? I've either lived in Colorado. Honestly, the closest I've lived to my family is in Virginia Beach is now in Indiana. I mean, because we lived in Colorado. Actually, no,
you're in Ohio.
Yeah, but we were out in the sticks, so it would have taken a while to get onto the highway, and we were up closer to Toledo, so it's about the same. But I mean, I haven't lived near home, but when I was 18, 19, 20, 21, it was nice being close to home because I was very close to my parents.
Mm-hmm.
So, some weekends I'd go home and, do laundry and get a nice home cooked meal. And that was important to me because I knew someday I'm not going to be able to be near my parents. So right now, these last 4 years, I want to be able to be near my parents. I have no problem with that from a kid. As long as it's I mean, my mommy, if it's that, then we got a problem.
Yeah.
That's
part of the conversation with Dylan at the end of the day. It came down to kind of two schools. One was about 5 to 6 hours away and one was less than 2.
Okay, but was that wanting to be close to home for you or for someone closer to his age?
Am I very happy about the decision that he made? Yes, but I did not make it for him. I stepped back, but in the back I was like, yes. Yeah, no doubt.
I think I saw them on their little motorized scooters yesterday. I believe as well. He was 15 feet in front of her. We have to have a conversation about proper male etiquette of leadership when you're with your lady out in public. You're the protector, so we're gonna have to have a conversation about that. But
it's fair.
Let's get one from our guy John A1's has a lot of good ones today. Let's go with this one. This will be I'm gonna I'm gonna ask the question, Vince, and kick it to my resident special teams lover.
Uh-oh.
John A1, my dude, says in 2025, who were Notre Dame's top 5 impact players on special teams?
Ooh.
If the roster lost any of those players in 26, who are the projected candidates to fill the void? I'm very curious to see your answer on this one.
I'm very curious to know the answer on this one. Look, I think
one's easy.
Well, I mean, there's negative impact. There's
24
impact.
Jadarian.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's returning kicks like a madman, of course, and they're gonna have to fill that void. But I think
in his, by the way, real quick, his question I believe is related to the positive impact.
Yeah, of course.
His question is asking.
Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna stay away from the kickers in this.
Otherwise, it's what do you do in 26? Go for 2.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. Although we'll get to that in a second, but I do think Rendell was a positive on special teams last year. His jump from year 1 to year 2 was incredible. And a lot of that I think is because Marty Biaggi kind of went hands off a little bit and just said, just go kick the ball. And
kick
he
the
did.
Crap out of it and get it high in the air. And exactly.
Never had a touchback. Like that's a kind of a sneaky stat. Like
a leg as strong as his,
never had a touchback.
Very sneaky. Here's another one, Vince, that's a little nuts that factors into that. Do you know that Notre Dame only had 2 punts returned all year?
Oh, really?
Only 2 punts for 11 yards.
There you go. And that's huge.
Yeah,
that's huge. And that's hidden yardage that a lot of people don't think about. When it comes to flipping the field and doing all these other things. And so.
Because that was always the frustration with Tyler Newsome is he'd have a great punting average, but his net average was not always great because he'd kick some line drives or he'd outkick the coverage.
Coverage, yeah, exactly. Right. So yeah, Rendell had a very, very under the radar season last year because everybody was so focused on the problems with the other part of the kicking game that his was kind of overshadowed a little bit. So
as a former football coach, it is hilarious that one of the things that makes you the maddest as a coach is something that men have turned into something as if like it's a brag. You know what I mean? Like when you outkick the coverage in football field, it's when you outkick the coverage in life. Well done, playa. You know what I mean?
Right? Like, seriously, that's a good one. Yeah, that's fantastic. Look, I think Luke Talich was a stud on special teams last year. Everything really since he walked in the door at Notre Dame, I think he's been a stud on special teams. So I think that's a big one.
Starter, literally game 1 of his freshman year. He's been a starter his entire Notre Dame career on special teams. Yeah.
Bryce Young has been really good on special teams, the past couple of years as well. Those are the ones that kind of stick out in my head. Moving into this year, here's the thing. First of all, Spencer Porath is going to fill in just fine with the place kicking duties. So everybody can just take a breath on the place kicking. I think he's going to be just fine. Somebody put in the chat earlier, they listened to Marcus Freeman's interview with, I think, Channel 16, and they asked him about the kicking. He said he's never been around a more accurate kicker in his entire career.
Than Spencer Porath?
Yeah, than Spencer Porath.
Well, because he wasn't here when Justin Yoon was here.
Well, that's fair, too.
I mean? Like,
yeah.
So you understand why that makes sense because he wasn't here when Justin was here.
Yes, 100%.
Because Justin is the most accurate I've seen. Him and David Ruffer. Yes, but Justin was accurate from 40 plus. David was money from 40 in, but Justin was money from 53, 54 in.
Mm-hmm.
I still remember the 48-yarder he kicked in the rain against Clemson in 2015 as a freshman.
That was a dude.
But after that, it's been a hot mess.
It's been a hot mess
since he's been gone.
Justin Yoon, we were spoiled for 4 years with Justin Yoon.
Oh, so blessed. It's like just the football gods were like, you get this for 4 years, but
there's something else coming down.
You have to wander in the wilderness for a little while before we're going to give you that again. It was that good. So yes, that is. That's
but Spencer Porath is going to be just fine at the place kicking side of things. I think there's potential talent for punting with Jasper Scaife and Schmidt. I think there's going to be a battle in fall camp to see who's going to win that job. Whoever does win that job, I think will be just fine. But I just don't know about Jasper Scaife specifically.
But even like with Eric Schmidt, and I know you think he's more of a kickoff punter guy first, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he still gives you something a lot better should Sport Porath go down than maybe what you had a couple years ago, and it was like Eric Goyens and Marcelo, and it's just like it's a much better situation. Or what was the other young man? Zach Yoakum.
Yeah.
Like he gives you something better there and a very strong leg. But that's also why they brought in Micah Drescher, because I do think that ultimately, he'll end up being groomed to be the guy. But you're bringing in a legitimate scholarship kicker who maybe you want to give a year to groom before he's ready, a year or two before he's ready. But if something happens, like what's happened almost every year the last half decade, you've got a guy that you're bringing in to train just to do that. Right. I think that was smart as well.
And I think Schmidt, if he ends up not winning the punting job, he could be the kickoff guy without any issue whatsoever. You could have 3 different guys, at 3 different kicking spots. And I think Schmidt can back up both of those guys very easily. And that's one less guy that you have to take on the road, because you got one guy who can back up both. And that's massive. That's a really big deal. So, and then the 5 for 5 is just opening up special teams like a cargo bay door. I mean, it is.
It was good discussion yesterday about that, by the way.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Marty Biaggi is sitting at his desk like a mad scientist right now, just so excited about what he's going to be able to have on special teams, because, in the past, he would have to have 3 guys for one position, essentially, because he'd get each one for 4 games. Now it's, okay, you 3 are my top 3 for this position. I want the best one. Battle it out. And that battle could take all season. You know what I mean? It's just back and forth kind of a situation. So I just think, you've got an opportunity to quote unquote start on special teams as a freshman. Maybe you're a little bit further down on the depth chart on offense or defense or whatever the case may be. You got a chance to start on special teams. I think that's massive. It's better than hanging out for 8 games on the sidelines and not doing anything. Plus you get to get on the road, get to be a part of the team there, make the dress list. I think that is going to be competition all over the place. And I think you're just going to see a ton of talent on special teams. I really, really do.
I'd like to throw in a guy that was really good on special teams last year that is no longer on the team, that's going to have to be replaced. And I don't know that it'll be hard just because there's so many good options, but Preston Zinner was a very good special teams player for Notre Dame last year.
Good call.
And obviously he'll be missed. He was very good on special teams last year. Guys like Kahano Kia and Teddy Rizak, they just got to clean up some of their tackling lane discipline issues. But when they were kind of playing within the system, they were very good on special teams. And I have a feeling Teddy Rizak is going to be a really good special teams player this year, because he's so athletic, but he's a little stronger now. And I think a little bit more prepared to be a force in the coverage units. But I think Preston Zinner deserves a little bit of love there for, I think the only special teams he didn't play last year. Let me look this up real quick, Vince. I think, the only special teams he wasn't on last year was field goal block. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Defense.
That's because they just usually primarily go with their starting defense. Not always, but like I think Mookum was on there. But like here's their top field goal block guys in snaps last year. It's Bryce Young, Jason Onye, Armel Mookum, Drake Bowen, Jaden Osbury, Christian Gray, Don Schuler, Leonard Moore, Kingston Leon Massa, Breante Johnson, Gabriel Rubio, and Jalen Sneed. Sounds a whole lot like your starting defense, basically. So
that's exactly
right.
Armel
Mookum, right? But so it's a little bit different. But yeah, he was a very good special teams player, and he'll have to be replaced. But the good news is you've got a lot of guys that can do it. To Vince's point, you got a lot of linebackers. Madden Framo, I think, was number 2 on the team last year. I just saw in that regard. So,
it's gonna be fun. Like, people are gonna be paying more attention, I think, to special teams now. It's like, okay, there's some serious battles going on for some of these spots.
Look, most coaches would rather not kick the ball out of the end zone. Most coaches would rather have a kicker that can pin that thing in the 5, inside the 5, in the corner, into a corner, and let his coverage teams fly down there, be disciplined, and pin a team inside the 25 or inside the 20. That's what most teams would prefer to do. But if you can't consistently kick the ball and you can't consistently cover, then you're just going to say, screw it,
just
kick it out of bounds or kick it out of the back of the end zone, and we're not going to deal with this.
Yeah. No, I agree with that completely. Benjamin Weiss, would you rather have Claypool or Michael Floyd on this year's team? I'm going Floyd as a physical tone setter for the room, and I think he'd bring a ton to the run game. I'm not as high as IB on the O-line.
So I always say my frame of reference when I say my lifetime at Notre Dame starts in 1988 and goes until now. So Tim Brown, Tom Gatewood, Jim Seymour, none of those guys are in the conversation for me. But from 1988 to now, and you're going to know what this means because I'm a huge Rocket Ismail fan. there's not a receiver that's played at Notre Dame that I would bring onto this roster over Michael Floyd. Not a one. Because of, number one, Michael Floyd and CJ Carr would be filthy. And if you want evidence of it, go look at Michael Floyd and Jimmy Clausen. When he was healthy, people forget Michael Floyd was Notre Dame's number one receiver when him and Golden Tate were playing together, and Michael Floyd wasn't hurt. I'm just saying, but the size, he's the boundary, he's a blocker to,
he's a mean blocker.
Benjamin's talking about,
and I mean that. I mean that in a very positive way. Like, he's a mean blocker.
Was Michael covered that play? Unless there's more than one guy on him, Michael's always open. He's just got that ability, and he was surprisingly, he was truly a deceptive speed guy because he had a weird running style, but he could move. So with all due respect to Golden Tate, Will Fuller, Rocket Ismail, Chase Claypool's not even in the conversation of guys that I would bring in, but he does play the position that I'm looking for, which is that bigger bodied boundary guy. But Michael Floyd is that pick for me. No, that's no brainer.
Yeah, it's not close.
And look, Benjamin, I'm okay with people not being as high on the offensive line. We have a question about the receivers that I'm going to bring to that they got to show it. They got to prove it. There's no question. We're projecting what we think they will be, and part of that is what they should be. But I am totally fine with someone being skeptical and saying, yeah, after the last couple of years, I still need to see it. That's very fair.
Okay.
Very fair.
Yep.
All right. Let's get to history expert. Here we go.
All right. Of the teams that Notre Dame plays before Miami, which one will pose the greatest challenge for the Notre Dame pass defense specifically?
That's a good before Miami. I would say there's a couple schools of thought on this one. One is Wisconsin, not necessarily because of their skill, but because of Colton Joseph is such a scrambler. You always have to be leery of him looks like he's taking off, running to the side, and you come up and he throws it over your head.
And things like that. Yeah, broken plays.
Like North Carolina's got receivers that are concerned, but their quarterback position's a hot mess. Stanford's got, I think, improved skill players this year, but their quarterback's Davis Warren. Honestly, if they play the way that they're capable of, the answer might be Purdue. If Ryan Brown can get back to being the guy he was kind of early in his career, they've got good athletes at receiver, and maybe Michigan State. That's actually where I'm going to go with that one. Michigan State is where I'm going to go. I think with the system I expect them to run, with the kid that they have a quarterback whose name I will not try to pronounce, I would say probably Michigan State. That's based on what we know. However, I'm doing a big giant asterisk by BYU. If Kyler Casper can have a breakout season, that completely changes the dynamic in the room at BYU. Right now, I'm really only worried about Walker Lyons. That's really the only guy I'm concerned about, the tight end that they got from USC. But if Kyler Casper can look like the prospect I thought he was coming out of high school when he went to Oregon, 6'5", downfield guy, vertical threat, that changes things a lot, and it would then be BYU. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Yeah. I think that's really fair.
Thank you, sir.
You're
glad
welcome.
I have your approval.
The only I wouldn't even call it pushback, but the only question I would have is I am not sold on Bear Bachmeier.
Sure.
At the moment. And a lot of people are expecting this really monumental jump. I know he came in late last year and he was basically just being an athlete out there. From what I saw, in the few times I watched BYU, he felt to me like more of an athlete playing quarterback than the other way around. And I'm not sure that translates into being a great quarterback. And we'll see. He may very well prove me wrong. And I know he was on Notre Dame's radar for a while, at quarterback and all these different things. But people are projecting him to take a huge jump from year 1 to 2. So we'll see.
Yep. All right, let's get to Brandon Gilbert.
All right, when a former player wants to come back to Notre Dame, What process do they have to go through, especially if they didn't play for the current coach or administration? It's a good question. A little behind the scenes.
I don't know who is in charge of that, but there are people that work in the athletics department and then also within the football department that serve as sort of the outreach. I think that might fall, could be wrong because positions change, but I think that falls under one of the responsibilities that Hunter Bivens has. I think. I could be wrong on that, but I think. And obviously with Hunter being an alum, played at Notre Dame, that would make sense. But I believe it falls under him. But you essentially reach out. There's a department you reach out to. Hey, I'd like to get tickets to this year's game. And I think that, I don't know how, I haven't checked this, but there was a time when Notre Dame during Kelly's tenure, this wasn't Kelly's decision, that they made alums like pay for tickets and stuff, and which I don't know how I feel about that. I may say, hey, listen, we can't give out a ticket to every alum because there's a chance where like half the stadium's alums and they're coming for free. But like, hey, look, we're going to give out 500. We have 500 tickets set aside for the first 500 alum who want to come to these games. Like guys that played football at Notre Dame. I would do something like that. And if you decide late you want to come, if we have tickets left over, we'll give them to you. But, they'll say, hey, we can only give you 4 or something like that. You know what I mean? Like there's things you can do, you know what I mean? That I think you should show some love to the guys that did it for you. But, and then sometimes it's like, hey, if you have the head coach on speed dial, or if you have Ron Paulus on speed dial, you also make that call and then they can get it done for you. So
yeah.
It just depends on who you know, honestly, at Notre Dame. If you're someone who played with Pete Bavacqua and you're still friends, hey, Pete.
Yeah. There's different ways to get in touch.
But there's an official process that they have. And I don't want to say this definitively, but I thought I remember a couple of years ago somebody telling me that's part of Hunter Bivens' job. And he's the one that sets up a lot of these sit-downs that Coach Freeman has with the alumni groups. And like when I say alumni groups, I'm not talking like the Notre Dame club of whatever. I'm talking about like the
actual Notre Dame alumni. Yeah.
No, I mean, like the alumni.
I mean, the Notre Dame football alumni.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I didn't say the word football. And I know that like Marcus Freeman does these like annual sit downs and like on a Zoom call with anybody that used to be a part of the football program can log into, and he kind of does like a state of the program, that kind of stuff. And so it's open. And I'm sure during those, hey man, if you guys ever want to come to a game, here's how you do it. I'm sure he kind of gets that information out there, that kind of thing. And so we know that the program is very inviting of former football players.
It is now.
And that is very, very important.
It should be. Yeah. And there's a question that I think Brandon asked about, like, why don't some coaches allow that? I honestly don't know.
It's a great question.
I think some of it's ego. You want the program to be about you. I don't want Joe Montana around because then Joe Montana gets the attention. I don't want it to be about the history. It's about us. It's about me getting the credit and I'm trying to change the standard, and I can't keep having these guys that won championships coming back talking about championship expectations when I'm trying to tamp down championship expectations. And some of it is just arrogance. I don't really care what those guys did. They can't help us now.
Yeah, I don't like it, but
that's how some guys are.
It is what it is. From Andre Tonsel, quietly and confidently, Indiana has signed a top quarterback and wide receiver. Now, if they can get them a nice running back, how interesting would that be?
Well, I actually think they've signed a couple good running backs, to be completely honest with you. They got a kid. Let me find him real quick. They got a kid in the 26 class that I like a lot. He's going to be a freshman this year. I remember watching this film. Just give me a second. Yeah, Jarion Campbell. And this is what I say, Vince. Like,
where's
sometimes
he out of? Is he a local?
Georgia. Georgia kid. Yeah. But they signed him in the 26 class. And honestly, he looks just like the kids they've had at running back the last 2 years. He's like 5'9". He's a little bowling ball, and he's, not a burner, but he's really quick. He's really athletic, like for a running back. And it's like, dude, this kid looks like the kids they've had the last 2 years. And I'm like, dude, that kid can play, and that, especially in that system. So I actually think they haven't got like the top 100 guy like Lucas Prock was at quarterback, or the 5-star like Martian Sales. But as far as like a kid that fits their system, that's got a lot of ability, I really like the Jarion Campbell kid. I think he's from McAkern or something like. I probably pronounced that wrong, but really good player. really good player. So he was a 26, 25 kid or 26 kid. They also have a commitment from running back in the 27 class from DC, but I haven't had a chance to really study his film yet. So I don't know how good he is. The kid they signed last year is a really good football player. I think you could help him this year, to be honest with you. I mean, they got a good depth chart there, but like if he has to play this year, I think he'll be fine.
It's great that IU's able to land these top level guys, but it's more than just top level guys. I think that is an important piece of this conversation. Now, I don't know because I have not studied the recruiting class that IU is bringing in. Are they bringing in the big numbers? Are they doing what they need to do, in that regard? Are they bringing in a couple of top guys and then hitting the portal? I don't know what their strategy is or what that looks like, but they're making more noise in the, on the recruiting trail than they have in the past. And so, good on them for that, for sure.
And that means the kid's not going to Bama or Ohio State.
Or good call. Yeah, no.
Let that talent get spread around to even more teams. Here's kind of Matthew Thomas mentions this. This is what you were talking about earlier, Vince. He says, I find it interesting. Marcus Freeman, with his interview on Channel 16, when asked who of the newcomers are you most excited about, he said kicker. He said he's never been around a more consistent kicker. Now, that's a pretty low bar based on his tenure so far at Notre Dame.
This is also very true.
But he says it in a way that it's not like, in all fairness, before the injury, Mitch Jeter was a very accurate kicker in practice and in games. And so that's a little bit of an asterisk. Now, I know that Burnett got hurt last year, but he looked bad, Vince. I remember the first practice we were at in the spring with Noah Burnett, or was it fall camp? And we're like, this is a problem.
So just to kind of so they have two teams going at the same time. They have kind of the first team kicker and holder and the full 11 guys, and then they kind of go like this, and they just kind of work their way around, and they're both kicking at the exact same time. And Brian, you and I looked at each other like, I can't believe they've missed so many of these field goals. And it's not like they were kicking 60-yarders.
Right.
Like these were
and there inside
40s. And there was no defense. Yeah, it was on air. It was live snap and hold.
Just watch the ball come off of his foot and like, ooh.
Yeah, there was just
he just like no power, no
even Blake Groupie. When Blake Groupie, he was a tiny little guy.
Strong leg though.
When he would make contact with the ball, it would echo in that indoor facility. Like
it popped.
It made you turn.
Which is why Blake Groupie's still in the NFL, or I don't know if he's still in the NFL, but that's why he was in the NFL quicker for a while.
I completely agree with you. He had a
strong leg. He was little, but he had a strong leg.
100%. That was not the case.
That's what shocked me when I watched Noah Burnett. I was like, dude, this kid is not. This is not.
It didn't look like a high D1 leg. It just didn't. And he went from one D1 to another, and I was like, okay. So that was the little. I was worried in the preseason, to be perfectly honest, and unfortunately, it was worse than I could have ever imagined. But
it was not good.
But good news about Spencer Porath, and I'll tell you what, I mean, his first 2 years have been stellar. And I think last year he kicked 88%. So
now it's a different level of pressure being at Notre Dame than it is being at Purdue, even kicking inside Notre Dame Stadium when you're kicking for Notre Dame as opposed to Purdue. So we'll see how he handles that.
Especially after last year.
Yeah, but feel good about it.
Yeah. Irish fan for life. What is your level of confidence that Parks signs on National Signing Day? Thank you. IB is the best.
Thank you for that. Extremely high. I don't often worry about kids flipping when they're very deliberate with their process. Because when they're deliberate with their process, which Braden was clearly the most deliberate in the class, since he's the last kid to commit, usually those kids have already kind of thought through all the scenarios that could potentially get them to flip. And, Oregon came in with some big offers late, and they tried to do all the things, to get to that point. But I'm not concerned. The kids that I get concerned about flipping are the kids that make emotional decisions like shortly after visits. That's why. Like if Notre Dame would have talked Braden Parks into not visiting Oregon, and he would have made him kind of commit that week, I'd be a lot more nervous about him potentially flipping down the road. You don't want kids making decisions when there's still some what ifs out there. That's when you start having buyer's remorse or regrets or whatever. He went through the entire process and made his decision was that Notre Dame was the best place for him. And so I don't often, unless something changes in the dynamic, a coach leaves, they made a promise to him that they change or something. Hey, we're not going to recruit something, whatever, which I don't believe that they did, nor do I believe he asked for. I'm just simply making examples of what may be, unless there was some sort of deal that was made, a promise, hey, we're going to do this, and then they break that promise, or they do something wrong, which I'm not concerned about at all. I don't see that him flipping. I'm quite confident he'll sign with Notre Dame. As confident as you can be in any scenario.
Yeah, right.
In today's era.
Seriously. Broke neck boy, neither of you look a day over 30. My man. I asked the team this.
What does he want? I'm just like, what does he want? What are you asking for? What's the setup here?
Somebody said something a while back about how I looked really old. Something about how I lived through the Frank Leahy years, seeing championships or something. Yeah, something real derogatory.
Did you slap that person, or was it in the chat?
It was in the chat.
Okay.
And so Broke Neck Boy ever since then has always said that I don't look a day over 30. Which,
that's awesome.
So I appreciate it personally.
So he doesn't mean it. Great. Thanks, Vince. Thanks.
Hey, you take it however you want, buddy.
Yeah, I got
he goes, I asked the team this last week, Brian, what would your 2000 to now Notre Dame all opponent team, and you can do certain years for the O-line and D-line. Yeah, that's kind of what we said.
Yeah, Broke Net Boy, that is a great message board question. And you're talking about 26 years. I'm going to go through every position, and
we had a pretty good team going.
Between all opponent team.
We had a pretty good team going.
My quarterback probably go off the top of my head. I'm not going to think through every single quarterback over 26 seasons, but I'd probably go,
Trevor Lawrence?
No, I'd probably go Andrew Luck.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably go Andrew Luck. As good as Trevor Lawrence was, I'd probably go Andrew Luck.
Okay.
Running back, Leonard Fournette. Wide receivers.
This is good. This is there's Calvin Johnson. There's Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
There's there was a bunch.
I'd probably go those two plus Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Honestly, Calvin Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, and Devontae Smith. My running back, actually, I take back Leonard Fournette. My running back's Reggie Bush.
There you go.
Leonard Fournette's my number 2. Tight end. I don't know. I'd have to think through some tight ends they've even played. I'd have to think about that.
There were some good ones at Stanford there in the middle 10s.
Offensive line, I'll just go with a unit. I'll go 2012 Bama.
Okay.
Defensive line, D tackle, Aaron Donald is definitely in the conversation for me. I'm just trying to think of guys off the top of my head. Leonard Williams from USC's maybe in the conversation. He was pretty good. Defensive end. Oh, I didn't have to think through who some of the DNs they've played are over the years. I mean, there's been a bunch of them. Linebacker, I have to think, 2000. That's such a long time ago. Michigan had some guys in the 2000s that I'm probably forgetting about.
How about Luke Kuechly?
Luke Kuechly, for sure. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a very good one. A linebacker. Nakobe Dean from Georgia was pretty good, but I'd have to think through all those linebackers that have played at those schools. Cornerback. I thought LSU had a star cornerback back in like 2014, but I could be completely wrong on that.
You got the kid from Cincinnati, right?
Sauce Gardner. Yeah, that's a good one. Charles Woodson was in the 90s. I was getting ready to say Charles Woodson. I'm like, nope, that's dumb. That was in the 90s. Tre'Davious White was really good. That's who they had, but I don't know if he'd be my guy. That's 26 years, man. They didn't play against Georgia when Champ was there. They didn't play against Dre Blythe. That was also in the 90s. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, man. Well, Justin Simmons, I think they played against Justin Simmons at safety. I think they played against didn't like Patrick wasn't Patrick Surtain on the 2020 Bama team? Maybe. I don't remember. I thought he was. But I'd have to think through some of those. I mean, like, when did Eric Berry play at Tennessee? Because was he on one of those Tennessee teams that Notre Dame played? 07, 08, 09. No, they didn't play Tennessee 07, 08, or 09, did they? No, they didn't.
We're getting some Jalen Ramsey, Darrell Revis.
I thought Darrell Revis was really good in college, but I thought he was a better pro than he was in college. Jalen Ramsey's a really good one. Was he on the 14 team? What year was he on Florida State? Was he on the 14 Florida State team that beat Notre Dame? But man, there's been so many good players over the years.
Yeah.
That's a real tough one. Real tough one. I'm just trying to think through. Jared Mayo was on Tennessee in 06. Didn't Notre Dame play Tennessee in 06? Or was that 05? But yeah, Jared Mayo would have been on that team as well. He was a pretty darn good player. But Paris Harrelson was a really good D lineman on that team. So, I mean, there's been some bowl teams that have been pretty good. What year hold on a second. I mean, we're talking about, did Notre Dame play Oregon State in 99 or 2000?
I think it was 2000 off the top of my head.
Let me see here. Notre Dame 2000 football season. I can't remember. I always get those 2 years concerned. Was it 9? It was a 99. Yeah. So you got to throw Chad Johnson into this conversation with those other receivers.
That's
you know what I
a good
mean?
point.
Like,
yeah.
Oh man. It's the best I can come up with. I'd have to think through some more DBs and linebackers and stuff. But yeah, Luke Kuechly's a good one. But yeah, there's been some stud D linemen that I'm just completely forgetting right now that people would pop in the chat. Aaron Donald's the one that always pops into my head. I don't think was Steven Jackson on the 03 or 04 team that played Notre Dame, because he wasn't the running back on the 2000 team. That was Ken Simonton. Let me go look and see. Was Steven on the 04 team that beat them in the Insight.com Bowl? Let me go look here real quick. 2004 Oregon State football stats. Let's go here and look and see who was on that team. But he might have been on that team. No, Dwight Wright. So, yeah, now I'm saying Steven Jackson might have been on that team, but their top back in 2000 was Ken Simonton. Let me see when Steven Jackson was there. He was in 01. So Steven Jackson came along those next couple of years. He was not on either of the Oregon State teams that played Notre Dame.
Suffice it to say, we could put together a pretty good team.
Ezekiel Elliott. Somebody just mentioned Ezekiel Elliott. Look, and with all due respect to Jeremiah Smith, the Jeremiah Smith that Notre Dame played in 2024 was not as good as Charles, as good as Calvin Johnson and Larry Fitzgerald when they played him.
Correct.
With all due respect.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree completely.
So, he was great, but freshman version of Jeremiah Smith was not as good as junior year version of Larry Fitzgerald and Charles Johnson.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Fun conversation.
Or with all due respect, senior version of Devontae Smith was a freaking ridiculous.
Yeah.
So that just kind of shows that when you have that long of a span,
25 years,
it can be hard to,
I think I looked it up. It's like 73 unique opponents over that amount of time. Or something. Like it's just a ridiculous amount of team and like 300 different teams to choose from. So
what offense are we running? Am I going with the triple option? Because
right.
it's Keenan Reynolds, or Malcolm Perry. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to get stupid with it. Let's have one more here before we go on to the next one. And he's got one from Southpaw
42. Speaking of the media days, why would the SEC threaten to leave the NCAA without the ability to schedule anyone else? Who do they think would go with them and why?
Well, they don't want anyone to go with them. They think that if they just played each other, that they got 18 teams, play 12 teams each, and we declare our own champion, have our own postseason. I mean, I think they'd probably try to get some teams to go with them, and there would be teams to go with them if you can guarantee them the big enough TV deal. But I think they look at it and say, hey, look, our fans are still going to watch. Mm-hmm. And there's other college football fans will still watch because look at our drawing power. I mean, and to some degree, I think that I understand their short-sightedness in them saying this, because if you look at the top 10 programs in college football, I would argue probably 6 of them are SEC teams.
I think that's fair.
Now, I think part of that is a little bit misleading because you have a league that in general, top to bottom, is pretty good when it comes to drawing power. But the SEC has also given us a lot better games than, let's say, the Big Ten has given us. And so I think there's some understandable merit to what they're saying. I just think it's a loser attitude. But it's also it's also posturing. You have to understand that too. It's some of this is posturing, where if we don't get our way, they're basically trying to kind of intimidate people into doing what they want. Change everything. We want the playoffs to be exactly how we want it, to where it's going to be favorable to the SEC. The problem that the SEC has is I don't think that they realize that
I believe that the Big Ten also has significant drawing power right now as well. And there's a reason that the Big Ten teams are making more money than the top Big Ten teams are making more money than the top SEC teams off their new TV deal. Because the Big Ten also has some very large fan bases. Now, I think there's more big fan bases in the SEC. But if the Big Ten really wanted to wield some power, they could basically just kind of go with the other leagues and say, hey, ignore the SEC, go with us. But I don't know that the Big Ten's going to do that because the Big Ten's going to be just as selfish about it as the SEC is. So some of it's posturing. If we don't get our way.
Yeah, it is.
And, we can't afford to lose the SEC. I'd call their bluff, though. I don't think they would actually do it.
Well, if you look over at FanDuel, the SEC right now has the top 4, or not top. They have 4 of the top 10 teams projected to win the national championship. Big Ten has 3. So between the 2 of them, they have 7 out of the 10, teams that have the best odds to win a national championship. So if the SEC is smart, you team up with the Big Ten. If you're trying to break away, you're trying to do something significant, you team up. You don't do it by yourself. That's my opinion, because then all of the issues of, you're going to watch this, you're going to watch that, all kind of goes away to a degree, because now you've got the 2 biggest conferences heading in the same direction. And I think they could probably convince other people to come with them at that point. But I don't think the SEC is going to be able to do anything solo. And I don't think the Big Ten is going to be able to do anything solo. I think they're going to have to they're going to have to do it together, in my opinion, if anything's going to happen. And again, it's all going to come down to TV money and all of that. And are they going to be able to do all of those things and still be profitable and all that stuff? So,
yeah. And again, so now instead of the NCAA being sued, you guys are going to start getting sued for this.
Great point. Yeah, no, great point.
So I think a lot of this is just posturing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's roll into part number 3, I believe. Part number 4, excuse me, of the Friday Free-For-All Mailbag presented by our friends at FanDuel. Having a great time. I didn't realize we are a part further on than we are. So a lot of great questions you guys are bringing in today, and I can only assume it is going to continue down that road.
Yes.
Brian, what do we have next on the docket? From Joseph Barrett, who will Notre Dame replace for the 2028 Texas game? That game is obviously not happening. Sark and UT do not want it.
A, you don't know it's not going to happen.
Right.
B, if it doesn't happen, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I right now give zero what's about what Sark may or may not do in 2 years. Is he even going to be the coach in 2028? If they pee down their leg again this year, how much longer?
Exactly.
You get these giant $40 million rosters and then you don't do something with it, you're not going to be there very long. I have no clue what college football is going to even look like in 2 years, much less who's going to play each other.
Great point.
It's a fair question, Joseph. There's absolutely nothing wrong with you asking the question. It's in the news. He's talking about getting out of the game. This is exactly what Lincoln Riley did for 2 years before they finally bowed out of the game. And so, I think they're posturing because they want the game because it's a moneymaker. But then, he is basically admitting we're soft and we don't think we can get into the playoffs without, doing this. And I'm like, Georgia had way less talent than you did, and they ran the table in the league 2 years ago, including beating your freaking brains in twice. It's a soft mindset. Sark is a soft coach, with all due respect. He's a mentally and emotionally soft coach. And I'm disappointed because I had expectations for him, but he just is.
I know.
And if they back out of it, they back out of it, and then we can address who they would play instead of them then. We still have 2 full football seasons to worry about before I start thinking of who we'd want them to play in 2028. I would wait until they actually decide it, and then Notre Dame will have some options. They always do, just like they had BYU ready to go.
Exactly.
When USC kept acting like little wusses. So
I feel pretty confident that they will not be replacing them with a San Jose State or something along those lines like USC did. It'll be more of a BYU, that kind of, in the second year of that contract, when, Notre Dame goes down to Texas, they also play Alabama that year. So like, they'll find
how
somebody.
Are they going to be?
Right.
No idea.
Who knows? That's exactly right. Who knows? So yeah, they'll find somebody. They'll find somebody. Contrary to what the national media wants to tell you, there are plenty of schools out there, big time schools, that want to play Notre Dame. It's not well, don't schedule them. We don't want to schedule Notre Dame. Let's screw Notre Dame, blah, blah, blah. Because at the end of the day, it all comes down to the almighty dollar. Right. When Notre Dame comes to town, you sell out,
right?
And there's all kinds of people in your town.
Even
that are
Texas will make more money playing Notre Dame
Correct.
than they do anybody else. That's a reality, and they understand that. Because if they didn't understand that, they would have already backed out of the game, or they never would have scheduled to begin with. It's not about all of that. It's about if you can't not lose to 4-8 teams in your own league, and if you can't not lose by 25 to the good teams in your league, and they've gotten blown out by Georgia twice now in the regular season in the last 3 years. And so you're such a soft team in your own league that you're just guaranteed, hey, we're going to lose 2 every year. So that's it. So we can't schedule someone in the non-conference and potentially pick up that third loss. The silliness of what some people that push back, well, they got to make the playoffs. But if you can't beat Notre Dame, Florida, and Georgia, it doesn't matter if you get in the playoffs. You're going to get beat anyway. Look at Alabama. The
playoffs are starting to become like the NCAA tournament for basketball.
Yes.
Oh, we made the tournament. We made it.
But
it's
so soft.
No chance of winning it.
Sark's not going to keep his job. This one clown on X who's being an apologist for all of this nonsense. It's like, they should play Notre Dame. Like, it's not about playing Notre Dame. It's about playing teams in the non-conference where you get challenged.
Correct.
And if you can't win those games and not lose 2 games in your conference, then you're not a playoff team.
Right.
And so, but if you make the playoff, you keep your job. The only people saying that are coaches.
100%.
Because boosters are like, if Kalen DeBoer makes the playoffs every year for the next 3 years, and they do exactly what they did last year and get their faces kicked in the quarterfinals by a Big Ten team or Notre Dame or something like that, you think they're going to keep him around and be like, well, at least we're making the playoff. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break. That's a loser talk. Now, is that true at Texas Tech? Yeah, it's probably true at Texas Tech. Is that true at Texas? No. Is that true at Bama? No. Do you think Ohio State fans were mad at Ryan Day for going 12-1 and losing to Michigan? You think they're going to be okay just making the playoffs and getting knocked out in the quarterfinals every year? No. They expect championships. So just making the playoffs is not going to get it done unless you're a soft program. And if you're someone who has that standard, or let me be clear, because not every team that does it, or that's just the best your program's going to do. If James Franklin gets Virginia Tech into the playoffs every year and they don't go past the quarters, like hardly ever, he's getting pay raises.
Yeah, 100%.
Because the standard at Virginia Tech is make the playoff. The standard at Texas is to win a freaking championship. And what he's doing at Texas is no different than what Brian Kelly did at Notre Dame. I got to lower the bar so I can have job security. But you think these boosters are stupid? Well, Fark said that we should just be okay making the playoff. No. I'm not giving you millions of dollars so you can go 9-3, 10-2 and get your face kicked in when you then play Notre Dame in the postseason. Are you kidding me? And the other part about it is you're missing opportunities to get better as a football team. Notre Dame got smacked in the first 2 games of the year last year. Not smacked and they got beat bad, but they got smacked in that wake-up call. You got to get better here, here, and here. It forced them to get better, and that's why we were thinking that if they did make the playoffs, they were going to be able to go on a run. And because they had made themselves better, where Bama was trending down late last season. Bama looked bad in non-conference, and they looked bad in conference when they played anybody actually decent. And so the SEC's already getting a benefit of the doubt. But we see this. If Ole Miss goes to the quarters and the semis every year, and that's the furthest they go, that coach is getting a raise because it's Ole Miss. You do that at LSU, and they're eventually going to be like, all right, dude, you can't take us over the hump. We want someone that can take us over the hump. Freaking Ed Orgeron and Les Miles won championships. We expect you to win a championship. It depends on what your program expectations are. You know, if Willie Fritz has taken Houston to the playoffs 6 out of 10 years and they never make it past the quarters, he's getting pay raises because the standards at Houston and the expectations of Houston are different than they are at Texas and should be. And that's why you should want the Texas job. Here's the thing. If you don't want the expectations that come at being at Texas, then don't be the freaking head coach at Texas. Go coach at Baylor, where they're just happy if you make the playoffs. If you don't want the championship expectations that come with go to Notre Dame, then run off like a little quitter to LSU. And then when you realize, hey, I might actually have to work here, then you can, cry and go in the meeting and try to take credit for what other people have done. If you don't want the expectations that comes with being at USC and having to play Notre Dame every year, then don't coach at USC. Eric Parsegian would have a lot more championships if he didn't have to play John McKay every year. And John McKay would have a lot more championships if he didn't have to coach against Eric Parsegian every year. But did you hear them crying about, I want to get out of this game? No. Now, John McKay did kind of work to get the game removed from the end of the year and got it to the middle of the year. So that's not new for USC to want to change when they play. But you never talk about, if you don't play us in week 1, we're going to get out of it because we need to make the playoffs. No, I'm trying to win a championship, not make the playoffs. Making the playoffs is not the goal at Texas. And if it is, find another place to coach because the goal is winning a championship. And if you're too freaking soft to play anybody good out of conference, because we got to be careful in case we lose to a freaking 4-8 team in the regular season, then you're at the wrong school. Go to Texas Tech. Maybe Joey McGuire will hire you to be his offensive coordinator, since that's the only way you can win a championship is riding somebody else's jockstrap as a head coach.
Aiden Groden back in the chat. What has been the hardest part of this long off season?
The fact that it started so soon.
It started in December 1st.
November, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
Right.
I mean, we haven't had football to talk about since the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Now, next 2 weeks, we had stuff to talk about.
Right.
But technically, Notre Dame stopped playing football at the end of November.
Correct.
It's the timing of it, Aiden. That's really been the hardest part. I mean, an extra month of content where normally we're previewing a bowl game and playoff games or whatever, and we had nothing. So we used a lot of our ammo back in January, February. We're like, what are we going to talk about in July? I don't know. Something will come up, thank goodness.
Yeah. The stuff has come up, though. I will say this. The offseason has been long, very long, but at the same time, there's been a lot of content as far as news and different things to talk about, and just, the 5 for 5, and just a lot of stuff has happened, which I'm happy about, obviously, from a content, speaking standpoint, but there's been a bunch of stuff. So we haven't lacked for that, but man, I cannot wait for football to start up again. Let's go, people. I'm watching like old clips and highlights and things just to kind of get my juices flowing these days, it feels like.
Archer said, but BD, didn't you hear Colin Simmons thinks Texas would have won it all if they made the CFP last year? I'm totally fine with Colin Simmons saying that. I want Colin Simmons to say that. He's a player. I want him having that confidence.
Sure.
But you know what he's not saying? Like, hey, we should make softer schedules so we can get into the playoffs. Like, and if he did say that, it's understandable that a 19 or a 20-year-old would say something that juvenile. It's different when an alleged adult who's allegedly a leader of a program says soft stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I want players. I mean, Notre Dame players say that.
Well, sure.
Here's the difference. Here's what like, obviously Notre Dame was pissed about what happened last year, and they made their piece, and they said their piece at the end of the season. But when was the last time you heard Marcus Freeman cry about the playoffs? They said their piece after the season. I said a lot of my piece after the season. I've been saying it all along, but the head football coach at Notre Dame has been doing what? Hey, we're just worried about us. We got to go handle our business.
Yeah. It's the leave no doubt stuff, right?
It's not, hey, man, maybe it's not a good idea that we start our season off with teams like Miami and A&M and Texas and Alabama and, teams like that. That's the equivalent. Hey, coach, hey, Pete, I know that it's, you got Bama and Texas, but can we stop scheduling beginning of the season? We need to get – you don't hear that. Now, he may say that behind the scenes, and that's okay.
But there's been personal accountability for what happened.
Right.
We can't allow them to make the decision.
Yes.
We need to take – it's all been about Notre Dame. That's how an adult speaks, Brian. I don't know, we've seen a whole lot of that recently, but that's how an adult speaks. You take accountability. You put that into a jar. You figure out how you're going to use it, and that's what he did. And now they're very focused on the – like, we just saw Notre Dame and their 4 top edge players come to New York City, do all these interviews. Not one of them was like, "Oh, we got screwed,"
or we should have not have to play 2 tough games at the beginning of the year.
Didn't say that at all.
Notre Dame players have still kind of hinted that they're upset they got left out of the playoff,
and that's okay.
They're upset about it. Totally fine.
Yeah,
but it's not like, man, it's just not fair. The committee, we shouldn't be scheduling A&M in Miami at the beginning of the year anymore. Like, that's the whiny crap. Hey, you know what? We got screwed out of the playoff. All right, cool.
Yep.
State your case, coach. Like, I'm not even mad Sark saying we should have been in the playoff. There's a level of jockeying that goes with it. But this whole, we shouldn't play Ohio State, and so we're not going to play Notre Dame because we're a bunch of crybabies who couldn't beat a 4-8 team or get within 3 touchdowns of Georgia. You know what I mean? Like, where's the accountability for, hey, how about we not go get destroyed in November by Georgia when we're a top 10 team?
Correct.
Ohio State didn't leave you out of the playoff. It's so freaking frustrating. And it's like, this is leadership now. This is what accounts for leadership in college football at a major program. That's the face. One of the faces of our sport is that softness.
Yeah.
Are you freaking kidding me? It's like, man, I'll tell you right now, I am a huge Florida Gator fan. They're my new second favorite team in college football right now. I hope John Sumrall beats the crap out of every team in that league, because that's about the only grown-up that I've heard come in that league right now. Now, there may be others, and they're not talking a whole lot, but, like, he's the only grown-up in the room right now. And I hope he doesn't change, but he may get corrupted by being in the SEC as well. But, man, what a bunch of freaking crybabies. They're getting their faces beat in by teams outside their league, so they want to take their ball and go home, or change the rules to make it easier for them to get in. Guys, you got 5 there were 10 Power 4 teams in college football in the playoff last year. 10. Half of them were from your freaking league, and you still couldn't get but one team in the semifinals and nobody in the championship. Half the playoff was your freaking teams.
For 2 years in a row.
And now it's like, well, look, if we get 10, then we're pretty much guaranteed to win the freaking championship. You know what I mean? Like what a bunch of freaking crap. Hey, beat someone other than your own freaking league. The only team that in the SEC that's beaten a non-SEC Power 4 team in the playoff in the last 2 years is Texas, who beat number 12 in overtime and number 16, who needed a comeback against SMU to even get in. They didn't even look good beating those 2 teams. That's the only wins you have are over them? And then I'm supposed to act like somehow your league is getting the shaft? Your back-to-back league champion is over in a 12-team playoff? The only other team that's made a run is a team that didn't even have their freaking head coach anymore? And I'm supposed to respect your soft league? Hey, bro, you got beat by Billy Napier. That's not a us problem. That's a you problem. I mean, Notre Dame's figured out how to beat Kirby Smart. Why can't you? You get enough cracks at it. Goodness. I mean, you're now 3-4 games into Georgia, and they're beating you just as bad as they did in year 1. Here's a thought. Maybe your team is soft because you're soft.
From Southpaw, which college programs could thrive as a major independent, assuming that they put in the effort Notre Dame does?
I think Texas could. I think Michigan and Ohio State could if they did it together.
Ooh, that's an interesting
one. Because I had somebody explain this to me, and I've seen this floated around. I think it was Dan Wetzel.
Okay.
I think Dan Wetzel might have reported this, that the value of the game is like $200 million.
Wow.
It makes about $200 million, to the point where if Ohio State and Michigan decided to break off and they signed with, Amazon or Netflix or CBS or whatever as independents, and they sell the game. So you're basically, you're going to put all of our games on TV this year, and you're willing to pay for that because whatever we're paying you, let's say they said, hey, we're going to pay them $100 million each.
Yep.
To go independent, $100 million each, which is about what they're, maybe a little bit more than what they're making now. We're willing to do that because if the game's worth $200 million, well, all our money from the game is going to them.
Sure.
but yet we're now going to get paid for their other 11 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we make our money, because we're going to make money off of them in the other 11 games. So we're going to do pretty good. So
that actually makes a lot of sense.
Like, yeah. Now, the difficulty is that's only for football. Because now you run into problems of if you're, well, what about all your other sports? So, like, that's where the challenge is. If it was just about football and if they could stay in the Big Ten, but the Big Ten's not going to be okay with that. But what would be nice is like Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame say, hey, let's do this thing. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's get you guys to go independent. And then we'll all join the Big East for our other sports. We'll have UConn in our basketball. We have Xavier, Georgetown, St. John's. Like, we have legit sports. So Georgetown was in the lacrosse playoffs, I believe, this year.
The Big East makes a lot of sense for Notre Dame athletics, by the way.
Yes.
And if you brought Michigan and Ohio State in there as well.
So we're going independent for football. You don't think the Big East would love that?
Oh, they would.
So you get a little something on the side from CBS or ESPN and Fox, who has the Big East or whatever. Mm-hmm. But then now you're getting this football contract from, let's just say Amazon for $200 million. And you both get $100 million. Amazon's going to make money off that because that's a minimum of what it is. But then also you've got all this other stuff that would come with it. And Amazon would do something where like they're all of a sudden they've got this, they'd start selling merchandise.
Oh, sure.
For the game and all this other kind of stuff. Like that was the whole thing about the He-Man, the Master Universe.
And
the Master Universe, the goal wasn't to let's go make a bunch of money off of the movie. The goal was let's make a movie, make some money off of it, and then we're going to sell a bunch of merch. We're going to have people watching the old cartoons. And that's why Amazon didn't freak out about that movie not doing as well as like what Marvel's freaking out or DC's freaking out right now about Supergirl crashing and burning, because it was all about the movie. For Amazon, it was like, that's why it's on Prime so quickly.
Yeah,
Supergirl went to Prime because they needed to make money. The plan was always that Master Universe was going to go to Prime because they're selling toys about it and the cartoon and all that stuff. So anyway, like I would love to see something like that. But the problem is to go independent, you've got to find a home for your other sports.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It's a great point.
But if you could do that, I mean, Texas could do something like that. I think Texas could survive as an independent. I think Ohio State could. I think Michigan could if they did it together. I think Texas and Oklahoma would have to kind of maybe do something together to a degree as well. But there aren't a lot. There aren't a lot of SEC schools that could survive. Because the other thing, too, is if you're going to go independent, you've got to be able to raise money to pay for some of the things that right now you're using your TV revenue to pay for. And that's where the SEC schools are having trouble because they don't have the same alumni base that Texas does or Texas A&M does. There's a reason Texas and Texas A&M are thriving in the NIL world and Georgia isn't and Alabama isn't and some of these other schools aren't because they don't have the same type of donor base that those big Texas schools do who weren't originally SEC schools. So that's why I think Texas A&M could do something, especially if they did it together. Like that's the thing. If there's going to be teams that go independent and survive, they can't do it alone. Like they're going to need to say, "Hey, we're going to schedule something with Notre Dame. We're going to go with Oklahoma, or we're going to go with Michigan if you're Ohio State, or we're going to go with Ohio State if you're Michigan." Like you need to kind of group it to a degree where you're almost kind of forming a league without forming a league. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'd be here for it.
Yeah. I'd like to say that was originally my idea, but it was not. I had somebody explain that to me and it made a lot of sense.
It really does. It really does. And then, you'd probably get some sort of an agreement where Michigan, Ohio State, and Notre Dame play each other.
Exactly.
In football.
Exactly. Well, especially if like NBC was smart and they're like, hey, why do we need to pay all the Big Ten all this money? We can just get Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Michigan and the guarantees they all play each other. Do you know how much money they would make? They would make probably pretty darn good flipping money.
Mm-hmm.
And they could pay those teams more than what they're paying. I mean, you don't need – this is where if one of the networks was smart, this is where I think CBS needs to think outside the box a little bit. Don't pay whatever billion for a league. Go buy 6 teams and say, y'all are going to play each other. Go say, hey, listen, Ohio State and Michigan, you guys need to leave the Big Ten and come with CBS Sports. We're going to pay $100 million each. No, by the way, we're bringing Notre Dame with us.
Mm-hmm.
we're bringing, Penn State with us, and we're, something like that. And we're just signing these 6 teams. And so you pay them all $100 million. You're paying $600 million, which is way less than we're doing. And now you're getting all their games are on your TV, and they're playing each other.
Yeah.
So like your production costs don't go as much because you don't have to, some weeks you're going to have that, but there's going to be a lot of weeks where you don't have to be at Michigan, at Penn State, at Notre Dame, and at Ohio State. You've got Penn State and Ohio State are playing each other, and Michigan and Notre Dame are playing each other. Then the next week it's Notre Dame and Penn State, as Ohio State and Michigan play each other. Then the next week it's Notre Dame and Michigan, and it's Penn State and Ohio State, and you're at one game or 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
It's like meaning one game for 2 teams is what I'm trying. So like 3 games instead of 6. 3 broadcast groups instead. Something like that would be really smart to have that. I think it would make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I've been convinced that I think pooling media rights would actually end up being a good idea. I used to be against that, but I've come around. I actually think it would make a lot of sense for college football. I used to think it's not going to work in college football. There's too many teams. You can't look at how it works in the NFL and the NBA and Major League Baseball because it's a different animal. There's more Division I football teams than there are Major League Baseball, NFL,
all the pro leagues
college
put together
combined.
Yeah.
You have it. I mean, even if you throw hockey in there, I think there's more.
It's about 30-ish teams per. So I mean,
there's 138 Division I football teams right now.
Exactly. It's just it's the other sports. It's trying to figure out what you would do with those. But yeah, it's a good call. Brian is this is from Jay Melvin. Is Lathan Weinstein? Thank you. The best running back in this class, in your opinion?
For Notre Dame, yes. Nationally, no. I think he's one of the 5 best in college football. But I'd probably go with the kid that just committed to Tennessee. He's probably my number 1 ranked back. I haven't graded all the backs, but he's right now probably my number 1 back. That's that David Gabriel, Georgia's kid that just signed with Tennessee for $2 million a year, which is just stupid to pay for a high school running back.
Wow.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
$2 million a year, and he hasn't touched a football in college yet.
Yep.
Makes perfect sense.
Yep. All right, let's go. And by the way, I am against the whole everyone go independent thing. I don't like that idea. Yeah. I would love it. That's why I think the pooling media rights is better than everyone going independent, because one of the greatest aspects of college football, of college sports, is regional rivalries. It is still an amazing, wonderful thing. Notre Dame and Miami were great rivalry back for a short period of time. But you know what? Miami and Florida State was a great rivalry for decades. You just can't replicate that. You just can't. That's why, again, a reason why I've kind of come around to the pooling media rights thing is because I think if you pool media rights, eventually what's going to happen is the size of conferences sort of solves itself. There's no need to have 16 to 18 team leagues, 14 team leagues, when you're all getting the same money anyway. Because now it's like, well, now we can play each other kind of regionally in football, and now it makes a lot more sense. So we can go back to the old Big 8 in the Southwest Conference, or some new version of it. We can go back to the Pac-8 in the WAC in the Mountain West, because we don't need to bring everybody into one league, because that just doesn't mean anything. The Big Ten can go back to being the Big Ten, and if Penn State wants to go back to being an independent, they can be an independent, and join the Big East for other sports or something like that, or join the Big East instead of the Big Ten, which so now you're playing some of your traditional rivals instead of Syracuse and teams like that instead of being in the Big Ten. So I used to be against it, but I've been convinced with some arguments that I think that makes sense, and I think that's something that would fix this whole Super League thing, and that's also why the Big Ten and the SEC are against it, because they're too short-sighted, in my opinion, to understand that, hey, this is going to be big in the long run. Yeah. And Albert McKinney, I agree that kid's the real deal. I think he's my number 1 back. I'm not paying $2 million for a college running back, much less a high school running back. Not straight up NIL money. Like Jeremiah Love did not make, I don't think, from what I understand, did not make $2 million from Notre Dame. I think he made more than that total, because he had some deals like outside of Notre Dame. He had his own,
like the comic book,
right? The comic book. He had, I think, a shoe company, and he had like other things, and he was making that. But that wasn't his. I don't believe that's what Notre Dame gave him straight up. Now they found helped him get some other deals, but I don't think he was even making $2 million. And and especially a kid who's a junior in high school, he's a real deal. Yeah, everybody thought, there's a lot of running backs we could point to that everybody thought were the real deal in high school, and
Correct.
then they didn't pan out. It's the same thing with Nico. Remember when they were talking about, Nico's worth it? Yeah, how'd that work out?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't play for you anymore.
Right. And he wasn't worth it when he did play for you.
And how much are they paying the offensive line to block for this kid? Like, if you don't have a good, like, if you wasted all your money on the running back, then I'm not sure what the offensive line's going to have for you. That worries me a little bit.
I'm about to go off on another Miami fan. Hey, Albert, if you think that was not a fumble, okay, cool. We'll give you that. We'll give you the Cleveland Gary touchdown, but I would like for you to go review Eddie Brown's touchdown as they're signaling touchdown as the ball is rolling into the crowd, okay? So, I know that objectivity is a challenge for you sometimes. I like you in the chat, but man, you got to stop with this like crazy homer stuff, because there were calls that went against both teams in that game. So, bro, not today, man. Not today. Not especially when I'm fired up. Just stop.
From Joseph Parr, Brian Smith said all the QBs who had
reclassified.
Yeah.
I'm just preparing. I don't want you to just read what was said. Yeah.
No, totally. I read it earlier and I had to read it twice. Brian Smith said that all the QBs who have reclassified, only one has been drafted, and that being Quinn Ewers. All these QBs reclassifying underestimating the importance of that extra year of playing.
I believe so. Yeah. I told you I'm not a big fan of it, especially for quarterbacks, but I'm not a big fan of it for a lot of people. I will say, though, is part of that is as we have more of these things happen, then schools are going to get better and better about understanding what are some of the challenges for players that reclassify, and then coaching them in that way to help kind of overcome some of those challenges. So when a situation is unique and new, you kind of prepare for it a little bit differently. But I don't know that I would say any of those guys didn't get drafted because they were reclassified. I think that was a factor in why they didn't develop, but there's a lot of different reasons for why guys don't develop. JT Daniels obviously had some injuries. There were some other things that factored in, but I do think him going too early and then being thrust into the starting lineup is a different situation than what Teddy Gerard is walking into, where Teddy's not being asked to be the guy as a true freshman the way that JT Daniels was. And I think that sometimes I don't know that JT necessarily handled that well. And I think it blunted his development. Where Teddy Gerard, barring crazy injuries, is going to be running scout team for a chunk of the year. And I think, probably rotate a little bit on scout team. This week you're down, next week you're up, that kind of thing. But, the reality is that you don't know how to handle something as a coach when it's always the best when it's the first time. Because, hey, I'm trying to coach you like I've always coached kids. But then you realize, hey, these reclassified kids, that first year, they need a little extra of this that maybe the other kids who are a year older aren't getting. Like that's kind of part of it too. So
yeah.
And it varies from kid to kid. But the more it happens, then you're now competing against more and more reclassified kids.
That's the situation for me. It's like, okay, the guys that are draft worthy age at this point, it's such a small number at the moment. And it's kind of like a pyramid, right? You got the tip of the pyramid. These guys are just now starting to be draft eligible age, but you've got more and more guys doing it behind them. So I don't know that we have enough data to really make an argument one way or the other at the moment. Give it a couple more years and let's see kind of where things flesh out with some of these reclassified things. Look, as a whole, I'm not a huge fan of reclassifying. I think it makes sense in some situations. I think every situation is unique. Obviously, I hope that it doesn't become this sweeping, situation. Sometimes it makes sense, and sometimes it makes sense inside the family too. Like I would love to say, like, I don't think my son would have been ready to go to college a year early. But that's my son. I wouldn't have either.
I wasn't mature enough. Yeah,
exactly.
I needed that. Physically, I grew about an inch and about 15 pounds from my junior to senior year.
100%. I would have loved to keep my kid back a year because he grew so much this summer as opposed to last summer. So it's like,
but that's also good for him.
Everybody's different. Yeah, absolutely. So every situation is different. I just think there's not enough data yet to really make a opinion.
Because we're using a very limited sample size.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't know that all those guys would have, like, we don't know that had they done it normal, they would have been drafted. Like, we don't have that. We don't know that either.
Good point.
So that's just, there's a lot that goes into it.
We don't have access to the alternate universe.
Yep.
John Stone, 2103. Notre Dame offered Xander Edwards, but he has crystal balled to Miami. You think Notre Dame is still in the mix?
I don't know. Look, I don't follow crystal balls, so I don't know when the crystal balls were made. I don't know if they were made before Notre Dame offered, after Notre Dame offered. I'm looking right now. The one that was made when he went to there's only one crystal ball from a 247 employee. That was made on July 8th. I don't remember when Xander was offered by Notre Dame. I don't know if he's in decision-making mode anytime soon. I don't know if Notre Dame has ramped up their recruitment of him since the offer. There's a lot of things I don't know. But if Notre Dame recruits him heavily, they will be in the mix. If they just offer him and think he's just going to come because he's an alum, they're going to lose on him. They're going to lose him. And then it's like, what was the point of even offering him? If you weren't going to recruit him hard, just don't offer him. And you can say, hey, we didn't come pick us because – Mark Edwards' son didn't play for us because we didn't offer him. We thought there were better backs in the class. You don't offer him and then not recruit him.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like a Notre Dame thing to do when it comes to guys who are kids.
I don't quite understand what they're doing in that recruitment. But hopefully if they push for him, they'll have a chance. But Miami's done a great job of getting in the mix for him. And I think there's a lot of Notre Dame fans that just assume because he's Mark Edwards' son, he's going to come to Notre Dame. There's some fences that need to be mended if you're going to get him in the class. Can they do it? Yes, they can do 28.
So he's a 28. Okay. And what position does he play?
Running back.
Okay.
He's a dude. He's an absolute dude. Yep.
Okay. From Beezer 12, washing beard. I have seen some people be critical of Carr and Coach Freeman's close relationship. What's your take on it? They say they're too buddy-buddy.
My take is that all of us follow too many people on social media. And that we should all spend the next month lightening the amount of people we follow. And for you, Beezer, I think that anyone who said this is someone who you should go to their Twitter profile. And if it says following, isn't that what it says when you follow someone? Click it and then make sure you unfollow that person because they're not smart enough to react to some. They're forming opinions of something based on a 5-second clip here and there, as opposed to actually learning about what the relationship is like. And they're not someone who can put together smart enough opinions to not dumb you down. Because the more dumb people we follow, the more dumb things show up on our Twitter feeds, the more dumb things that go into our head. And dumb goes in, it's hard to make sure that dumb doesn't come out. And that's why I only do I don't do the for you thing anymore on Twitter, Vince. I go to following and I find myself like, yeah, I don't need to follow that person anymore. Honestly, we should all do a purge of stupid people off of our Twitter accounts. And you know what? Be like me. Use the block button liberally. And if someone's dumb or someone likes to do personal attacks or whatever, just block them. Because someone saying this is not someone whose opinion I would ever care to ever hear again about any other topic. So, and if they didn't have that relationship, these same people would be like, Marcus Freeman's not being respectful enough to CJ. Shut up. That's a person whose opinion I honestly would ignore. Yeah. And honestly, if I didn't do this job, if I just was doing something not sports related or publication related, I would literally delete X off my phone.
Yeah, I get it.
I wish I could do that.
I get it.
I've honestly thought about having someone take over my Twitter account, just put all our stories out. But that's not fair to the people that do follow me because they want to hear
and they want
thoughts,
information.
And it's just not fair. And they, but it's like I've literally thought about that. I'm just going to pay someone to handle all my social media, but I was like, that's not fair because if you're going to have an account with your name on it, you should be the one tweeting from it. But so I decided not to do it. But I wish I could be off social media. I really do. But that's why I decided to do it. I stay on the follow. I stay on the following, not the for you. I get rid of dumb people. I block people that are just constantly filling my page with stupidity, or I mute them. We should all do that. We should all do like a preseason purge of stupidity off of our social media. That's what I think we should do. Yeah.
Just crazy. All right. From Riley Erdman, with the past couple recruiting classes, I can't help but feel that Notre Dame is headed for legitimate championship contention the next couple of years. What else do we need to get to multiple championships?
Keep doing what you're doing on the recruiting trail, and then get better at doing what you need to do on the field. Honestly,
Yeah.
I mean, there's no magic pill here. I mean, you recruit the best talent you can and have the best staff you can, and stay locked in and stay hungry. That's really what it boils down to. And handle your business. They haven't handled their business the way they needed to.
Yeah.
Did Notre Dame get screwed last year in the playoffs, Vince? Yeah.
100%.
Should they have handled their business against Miami and Texas A&M? Yeah.
Also 100%.
You had to go 1-1. Yeah, that's
Right.
it. You didn't have to go 2-0 against them. You had to go 1-1. That's it.
Yeah.
So while we can say they got screwed, Notre Dame was clearly one of the best teams in college football. So was Miami, by the way. Alabama was not. Oklahoma was not. We can still look back and say, yeah, but if you'd have handled your business just in one of those two freaking games, you're in. So they do need to handle their businesses more as well.
We talked a little bit about this on yesterday's show, Brian, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but Marcus Freeman going into year 5 has now experienced just about everything you can experience as a head coach at a major level program. And I'm talking from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, like losing your home opener, to NIU and Marshall, and then coaching in a national championship game, and literally everything else in between, not to mention stuff off the field as well. And so everybody being worried, he's never been a head coach and all that. Well, the last 4 years he has learned a ton. He is a different dude than when he took over at Notre Dame. And I think he is now the right guy to take this team to the next level with everything else going on, the recruiting, the facilities, just everything going on. He is now very well positioned to lead this team to that point. We feel like, and as I was thinking about it, the only thing he hasn't done, which I think is unique, Brian, the only thing he hasn't done is coach an undefeated team coming out of September.
Sure.
He's always had hey, man, our backs are against the wall. This is what we got to do, blah, 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 blah. Now it's going to be, hopefully, hey, we're the hunted. We're in the catbird seat. We're undefeated. We got to keep this up. We got to do this. He can't let them get complacent, and all these other things. Past few years, there was no room for complacency because it was win or go home. You know what I mean? And now it's going to be a little bit different probably in the first 4 to 6 to 8 games, however else it shakes out. So very interested to see how Marcus Freeman reacts with this team, how he keeps them motivated and things like that. But I think he is so well positioned with everything he's gone through over the last 4 years to really take this team to the next level. I really do.
Yep. Agree.
Kyle Bird, which Notre Dame recruits have the best get off, and who had the craziest get off you've ever seen coming out of high school? My vote is Carl Lawson in 2013.
Which Notre Dame recruits have the best get off, and who had the craziest get off you've ever seen coming out of high school? I'd have to think about that one, Kyle. That's a good one. But of Notre Dame recruits, I mean, Aaron Lynch had a crazy get off coming out of high school and at Notre Dame. Ebenezer Utade, when his technique is right, has one of the better get-offs I've seen from a Notre Dame offensive lineman or defensive lineman. He has a crazy one. Sheldon Day had a really great burst off the line. He had a good one too. Best I've ever seen. Well, honestly, I didn't see him in high school. I've never seen a first step in my life better than Lawrence Taylor, but I didn't see him in high school. He's from Williamsburg, Virginia. I'd have to think about that one, Kyle. Like most ever. I mean, Aaron Lynch is in the conversation from what I've seen. I mean, I watched Aaron Lynch at a Army game in practice, and I'm like, there's like Stephon Tuitt's there, and it's like, dude, this cat's different than everybody else here. And he was committed to Florida State at the time. So Vince, have I ever told you that story about that whole recruitment and my role in Aaron Lynch flipping to Notre Dame?
No.
We'll have to talk about that. That's a tailgate question for you guys that are going to be one of our
man.
tailgates. But Vince, we'll have to share that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fun. It's the most involved, the only time I've ever really been involved in a recruitment. And it was a wild scenario. And if Florida State just would have not panicked, they would have had him. It's crazy.
Okay. From Anthony Hans, I asked this yesterday. Do you believe the defensive line class and last year's are comparable to what Nick Saban was able to recruit at Bama before the NIL era?
Yeah. And it's better than what anybody's done in college football, right, in the last 2 years. Look, I have an article coming out today, and what Notre Dame has done on the D-line and the O-line in the last 2 years is better than what anybody else is doing at both positions. Yeah, Vince, comment on this because I'm going to go grab my computer and just give some real quick data to back this up. So I'm going to turn my video off, but just go share your thoughts on if you think this is the case, and then I'll be right back to give you the data real quick. A little preview of the article.
So it's what's funny about this entire question to me is, we're talking about Alabama before the NIL era. They were participating in the NIL era before there was an NIL era, which is why he was able to recruit a lot of those different kinds of players to Alabama. And I know Brian's going to have some more specific when it comes to the names and the, different things that Alabama was bringing in during that period. But Notre Dame, from a standpoint of ability, is the playing field is now leveled out with the NIL era, and I think that's the biggest piece of this, Brian, is that Alabama was doing their own NIL prior to the NIL era, and now Notre Dame is like, okay, well now we can participate in NIL, and so now guys are coming up north, and they're able to recruit those kids, and so that's the difference. They evened out the playing field when they allowed NIL.
Big time,
yeah,
big time. So here's some data. In the last 2 cycles, and so I'm going off of the On3 Rivals ranking, and just so we're clear, I projected who will be 5 stars if they're there. So like there's a kid from, I forget what school, but there's a kid on here that was ranked 29th that right now Rivals has as a 4-star. Well, we all know they're going to have 32 5-stars. So if a kid was in the top 32, I just gave him the 5-star ranking so that way people can understand that, like, hey, I took that into account. So in the last 2 cycles, so 26 and 27, Notre Dame and USC are the only 2 teams to recruit 3 5-star defensive linemen. Ohio State has got 2. LSU has 2. Nobody else has more than 1. Notre Dame also is tied for the most 4-star defensive linemen to sign in the last 2 years. They have signed a total of 9 4 or 5-star defensive linemen in the last 2 years. The next closest, Miami has 7, Ohio State has 7, USC has 7, Oregon has 4, Michigan has 7, Indiana has 4, Texas has 7, Georgia has 4, no 5-stars, LSU has 4, Alabama has 4, A&M has 6, Oklahoma has 5, and Florida has 5. And then you look at the offensive line in the last 2 cycles, looking at the offensive line. So Notre Dame has more 4 and 5 stars than anyone in college football on the D line. Anyone. That's what Bama was doing for all those years. And they're also signing high level guys. So if you also look at it from this standpoint, Vince, and let's do offensive line. Okay. Notre Dame has signed 3 5-star offensive linemen in the last 2 classes, signed or committed. Nobody else has more than 2. The only team on this list, I looked at Notre Dame, Miami, Ohio State, USC, Oregon, Michigan, Indiana, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, A&M, Oklahoma, Florida, Texas Tech. No other team has more than 2. Oklahoma has 2. They have 2 in this year's class. Everybody else has 1 or 0. Miami has 1. Oregon has 1. Texas, Georgia have 1. Texas A&M has 1. Florida has 1. Everybody else has 0. Notre Dame also has 5 4-star offensive linemen. So they've signed 8 4 or 5-star offensive linemen in the last 2 years. Miami has 8. Miami has 5. Ohio State 3, USC 3, Oregon 3, Michigan 5, all 4 stars. Notre Dame again 8. Indiana 1. Texas 4, Georgia 5, Alabama 3, LSU 1, A&M 3, Oklahoma 3, Florida 4, Texas Tech 2. So more 4 and 5-star D linemen and more than 4 and 5-star offensive linemen than any team in college football in the last 2 cycles. Also, Notre Dame assigned 4 top 50 defensive linemen in the last 2 years. Landed. Nobody else has more than that. Ohio State has 3. USC has 3. LSU has 2. A&M has 2. Texas has 2. Oregon has 2 in the last 2 years. Now, this is the on-3 ranking for them. And so when you look at it, it's like no matter what metric you look at, Notre Dame is recruiting more than any team in college football. That's what Bama was doing. They'd out-recruit you on the D-line, and they out-recruit you on the O-line. Now, this isn't my ranking. This is and look, this doesn't guarantee that Notre Dame's going to have the best lines because this is just recruiting rankings, and you all know what I think, but this just kind of gives an idea of it. So, those are things you look at as far as like somebody says, why the last 2 cycles? Because the last 2 cycles are the first 2 pure NIL cycles. And again, we're talking about recent history and we're projecting forward in what they're doing. So, I mean, we can all go back as far as we want on narratives, but the story doesn't change a whole lot. If you go back past that for the offensive line, it's very different from the defensive line because this is what Notre Dame is doing now. And that's the whole point of what we're doing now. And this question is looking at the last 2 cycles. That's when Notre Dame raised their game. So that's why we're doing the last 2. So you can go back as far as you want, and the story's not going to change a whole lot. So when I look at it, it's like now it's like, are you recruiting guys that are actual 5 stars? We just got done saying that I thought at the time that 2022 A&M class was overrated. I said it at the time. Well, maybe some of these Notre Dame guys are overrated. Say maybe there's players for LSU or USC or Ohio State that are underrated. That's all part of it. But the point is, looking at it from just this is the result so far. It just gives you some context to say this is why we say that nobody's recruiting better than Notre Dame right now. Because I think they're recruiting the positions that mean the most very well. Now, quarterback, not so much because some of their quarterbacks have been underrated, I think. I think Teddy Gerard was underrated. I think Noah Grubb is underrated. I think Champ Mons is vastly underrated. So, I mean, there's give and take. There's teams recruiting quarterback better than Notre Dame based on recruiting rankings. There's teams recruiting wide receiver. But Marcus Freeman has said we're a line-driven program, and that's the whole point. But that's what Bama won on. They dominated you in the trenches. And that's what Georgia won on. That's what I think. Unless you're going to have one of those kind of those generational teams that are just have insane skill talent like LSU 2019, then Alabama 2020, then that's still how you primarily win, and that's how you win consistently. So, yeah, I mean that they're taking a page from what Nick Saban did, which is first and foremost, got to dominate the line of scrimmage. What was Georgia doing there winning it all? Dominating the line of scrimmage. Yeah, they have Brock Bowers. They dominated the line of scrimmage. What are they not doing right now? They're not dominating line of scrimmage. You hear something crazy, Vince?
Always.
In the last 2 cycles, Notre Dame has signed 4 top 100 defensive linemen. Georgia has signed, Notre Dame has signed 4 top 50 defensive linemen. Georgia has landed 0. They've only landed 1 top 100 defensive lineman, and he was in the 90s. Things have changed.
They certainly have. They certainly have.
Yep.
Let's move on to the final part of today's show. Brian, it is a Friday Free-For-All Mailbag. It is brought to you by our friends at FanDuel, and we are rolling. There's been some very, very good questions that we've had to dig into a little bit. You had to go get another device. All right. So this is
I want to give statistics. I mean,
absolutely. I think it's fantastic.
Give facts and data when I'm making these arguments. So
I think it's fantastic. So no, we are rolling right now. We've got a bunch of questions in the hopper. We'll try to get to as many as we possibly can. Brian, what is next on the docket?
Yep.
From ICU with Nurse with Irish Luck. Who has the best defensive line class in 26? Does any team have a 2-year that compare to Notre Dame defensive line?
I kind of answered the second one just now, and the answer is no. Who had the best last year? It depends. So Miami had a really good class last year. They signed 8 defensive linemen, And it was really good from a volume standpoint. 2 top 100 kids, a top 250 kid, and then some solid players that were 4 and 3-star players. They had a good class. USC had a really good class based on recruiting rankings last year. They signed the number 1, number 11, number 271, and number 275 players in the country. And On3 did not have Samote Kodaanga as a top 300 player, and I think he is. So he was not ranked and I really like him. He would have been a top 150 guy for me. I think USC's D-line class last year was outstanding. Now the problem is they've got, they're only getting 3 guys this year. So it's hard to compare their class this year to Notre Dame's because it's going to be a smaller class, but it's going to be a smaller class because they signed 9 guys last year. So it's a little bit different, but their class last year was very good. LSU, I would say LSU is kind of like what do you value more? Do you value that we had 4 elite talents, or do you value that we had 9 total with a couple elite? So USC could match LSU 2 for 2. If you look at recruiting rankings, their top 2 D linemen last year were ranked number 1 and number 11. LSU's top 2 defensive linemen were 10 and 18. So you could argue okay, they're better, but LSU's next 2 guys were 109 and 145, where USC's next 2 guys were 271 and 275. Well, LSU didn't need more than 4 because they brought in a bunch of portal guys. So I think LSU's in the conversation. If we're going to go bang for the buck, kind of like Notre Dame's, I thought was really good last year, but it was only 4 guys compared to 9 for those other teams. I thought Texas had a really good D-line class last year. They had 4 top 100 players last year. So I thought their class was very strong. Georgia had a solid D-line class. So I'd go LSU. You pick whoever you like most. I'd say Notre Dame, I think Miami, USC, Texas, and LSU, in my opinion, had the 5 best D-line classes in college football last year in 26. And I would probably lean towards Texas. I think Texas and LSU, in my opinion, had 2 of the better ones. USC's, I like Luke Wayful, but they have him ranked number 1. I don't think he's quite that good. I think he's a good player, but he's more top 50 for me. So that factors a little bit. So that's who I would say has the best overall classes last year on the D-line.
Boom. Anthony Hans, I'm seeing too many fans concerned about the wide receiver room this year. Is it wrong to think that people are overreacting?
No, not at all. Because I think it's fair for Notre Dame fans who have seen this team go into the season with expectations for the wide receivers, and then the receivers not live up to expectations for a good part of the last 6-7 years. I think it's fair. We've seen a lot of guys come in with a lot of recruiting hype, including by me, and not pan out. So I get it. I think it's very fair of Notre Dame fans to be skeptical about how good this receiving corps will be. Now, I don't agree to the degree that some do, but we've also not said this receiving corps is going to be better than Texas and Ohio State. And I haven't said that either. I think there's a happy medium. I think this is a top 10 wide receiver room. I just think it's bottom of the top 10. You're not going to sit there and say, well, actually, I actually think Notre Dame's receiving corps is better than Miami's. And let me explain to you why. Bro, you're reaching. If everything goes right in Notre Dame and these 3 guys in Miami aren't as good as they think, then Notre Dame is going to be, come on, guy. You're not giving me real analysis here. I think it's a top 10 unit. It's bottom of the top 10 because they do have 2 very proven players that have proven it on a big stage, plus a lot of talent, but other teams have both. They have more proven talent, even a higher level proven talent. Like Jordan Faison and Jaden Greathouse have proven more to me in the postseason than what Miami's receiving corps as a whole has proven in the postseason. But the regular season, significantly better for Miami. They got 2,000-yard receivers, and Notre Dame has 0. They don't have a guy that's even gotten 700 yards. So so I think Notre Dame's receiving corps doesn't get enough credit, but I also don't think they're in the conversation right now with the Texases, the Miamis, the Ohio States when we're talking about the top rooms. But I also understand why some aren't even ready to put him in the top 10. I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get it. I think if Jordan Faison was a top 100 recruit coming to high school, fans would look at him very differently. And they'd assume things about him much differently than they do now. But I think there's a healthy skepticism, just like earlier when was it Benjamin Weiss or was it Gabriel Weiss? I forget which one it was, but he's like, hey, I don't agree with IB on how good the O-line is. Fair. They got to prove it. Fair. Same thing with wide receivers.
patio furniture. I really want to say that with an accent, but I would butcher it.
Do it. That'd be freaking hilarious.
Oh, it's patio furniture. Not
That was very well done. Very well done, man.
Thank you very much. It sounded really good in my head before I said it. So
it sounded very good when it came out.
Not a dig at Brian, because I happen to agree with him. Can you differentiate between A&M's 6 defensive line #1 class a few years ago, which you criticized, and Notre Dame's 6 defensive line class this year?
No, you have to take what I say at face value, and you're not allowed to ask questions. You just have to assume that I'm right and roll it. No, in all seriousness, I think that's a very fair question. What it comes down to for me is what I don't like to do. And I've said this before. I don't like to retroactively criticize something that I was not willing to criticize at the moment. That's why you've never heard me say they made a mistake hiring Brian Kelly. Why? Because I thought that was a great hire. And it ended up still being a good hire. It just wasn't a great hire. But I'm not going to go back and criticize Jack Swarbrick for hiring Brian Kelly when I thought that was the move to make back in 2010. Especially when you realize he got turned down by Kirk Ferentz and Bob Stoops. Both turned him down. Those were his top choices. Well, they said no. Brian Kelly made a ton of sense. But I will criticize, like, hey, Brian Kelly for things where if I thought at the time that this was a mistake and then I was right, then I'll be willing to criticize you. I don't like people that say, good call, and then it doesn't work out. And then you're like, man, what a freaking idiot you were for doing. Well, dude, you said it was a good idea too. So the reason that I'm willing to stand on that class is overrated now is because I thought it was overrated then. And I said so on shows here that it was an overrated class. A lot of the same dudes. And this is kind of talking about, so a lot of the same guys, a lot of the same skill set, not a lot of variance. It's like, if this doesn't work, then those 3 guys aren't going to work because they all play the same exact way. But the biggest thing, honestly, is I just think some of the individual players were very overrated. Like, I'm not going to look back and be like, well, Anthony Lucas wasn't really a top 50 player. Well, he didn't turn out to be, but I really thought he was coming out of high school. So that was actually one of the ones I really liked. Walter Nolan was a dog, and he turned out to be a dog, first-round draft pick. Well, I thought Shamar Stewart was overrated, and he's still overrated. He's still getting drafted. He got drafted on talent, on potential, not on talent. Guys, he played 3 years at A&M, had 4.5 career sacks. Jerron Jones had more than that in a game against Miami in 2016. You remember that, Vince? When didn't Jerron have like 5 sacks in that game? It was 5 tackles for loss. Jerry Tillery had 4 sacks in a game against Stanford. So what? Like, he was not as good as people thought he was. He's a freaky athlete, but he wasn't a great football player. There was Nye White. I did not get the infatuation with Nye White. You know what the problem with him was? He was a dominant high school player because he was already a grown man. You could look at him and say, that guy's not going to get any better. That's who he is. And who he is now is not going to be that good in college because he's not explosive enough. He's very tight-hipped. He didn't have the explosive. He could just bully people, but he never got any better. And most guys, there's the freaky Jadeveon Clowney types that, like, dude, they could be the same version they were in high school as a senior in high school, and they're going to still be good in college. But most guys need to improve from where they are in junior and seniors in high school. So a lot of it was just honestly that they weren't that good. So comparing it to this Notre Dame class, well, I don't evaluate the players at Notre Dame as overrated. So I think that's why my evaluation of them at the time was that they were good. My evaluation at the time of the A&M class was that it was just not as good as what people had made it out to be. I thought there were 2 5-stars in that class, and it was a great class. I mean, I don't want to act like that was not even a top 5 D-line. It was probably the best D-line class in the country that year, but it wasn't this generational. Look, just getting Walter Nolan and Anthony Lucas, based on my evaluation, made it a great class. But a lot of those other guys were overrated, and it made sense to get Shamar Stewart because he there was always that, if he pans out, he's going to be a great player. Of course, you take a guy like that. But my evaluation at the time was I just didn't think it was as good as people made it out to be. The problem with the class as a whole was that it couldn't play together. There were way too many holes in that class. And so you couldn't put a starting 11 on the field with that class. You had like 70 linemen, 1 linebacker. That's not a great class. That's for recruiting points, it's going to be a great class, but not for, is this actually going to be a great class? Can this group dominate a lineup? Part of the reason the 23 and 24 classes are so good, because you could literally put starting lineups on the field on both sides of the ball for the most part. And that's what, to me, defines a great class. So I just evaluated it differently. And Notre Dame's not the only group that I've thought was underrated or overrated or whatever, and just like A&M isn't. But that's why I could compare the two the way that I do.
From Josh Buffo, how important is it for Notre Dame and Coach Marcus Freeman to continue success in Chicago? It is more important than building in Florida. Who would be on the list for 28 from Chicago that we are in a great place for?
Yeah, it's very important. But what I don't do, Josh, to answer you first, there's like a few questions here. There's 3 questions here. Number one, how important is it for Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman to continue recruiting success, success in Chicago? Extremely important. When you can have an area that's 2 hours away that's producing big-time players every year, it's got to be your home turf. It's got to be, we get the guys, we get the majority of the guys that we want. Now, we're going to lose some kids. We're going to lose Tavares Harrington to Michigan every now and then. We're going to lose this kid. And Lou Holtz lost some Chicago kids to other schools. I mean, that's the reality of it. You're not going to get everyone, and not everyone's a fit for you.
That's true.
And so it's just that's part of life. But you need to dominate in that area. So it's very important. Next year, 2028, I'll kind of put those two together because they kind of go together. You know, obviously Darian Prescott, who announced today that he's going to make his decision known on Monday. You know, we'll see what he decides. It's Notre Dame. I think it's Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Texas A&M, I believe, are the 3. Sean and I were talking about this last night. He talked with someone in the program, and I think he said Notre Dame and Ohio State were the 2 that had the best shot at him. I feel, we'll see what he does. You never really know, but I feel really, really good about that one. And he's a 5-star kid as well. But let me just look this up real quick. I think it's Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Texas A&M is, I believe, what was reported are his top 3. No, it actually says Notre Dame, Oregon, and Texas A&M. So we were told last night that Ohio State was the other team in there. So I feel really, really good about that one. You've got Cam McGee, who's a teammate of Braden Parks, who's in my opinion, a 5-star player. There's Jack McNamara. I think Grant Bowen, I kind of count as, I believe Grant Bowen is a Chicago area kid. I could be wrong on that. Let me
Drake's
just look up.
Brother?
No, it's
family.
His dad played at Iowa, different Bowen. Yeah, Dylan, by the way, congrats to the Bowen family. Drake's little brother Dylan was drafted by the Reds and just signed a double, almost twice over slot value.
No, really?
He had committed to Oklahoma. Yeah, that's what some of these high school kids have leverage. Like, hey, if you don't sign me over slot, because in the major league, the major league draft, there's slots, and so some guys go over slot, some guys go under slot. The guys who have no eligibility in college usually tend to sign for less money because they have no leverage. But high school kids or juniors in college have a lot more leverage. They tend to get oversigned because I can just go to Oklahoma State, or I can go to wherever. And so he got a big overslot deal for the Reds. And he signed. So he's officially a professional now, which I think is awesome for the Bowen family. Really great family. Love that family. But yeah, so you look at it. You've got Grant Bowen, who's from the same high school as Dom Hulak. So that's the Chicago area, Elmhurst. It's one of those suburbs outside of Chicago. That's another Chicago area kid. Jack McNamara, Caleb Tucker. It's another strong year in Chicago. And when Chicago's strong, you need to recruit Chicago strong. That's absolutely a big one. And those are some names to keep an eye on. The dream scenario for Notre Dame next year is, in my opinion, you get Darian Prescott and Cam McGee. I think that's my dream scenario to end. I feel good about one. The other one's going to be a much longer road. But Notre Dame's going to keep recruiting Cam McGee. The middle one, is it more important than building in Florida? Again, I don't look at it that way. It's very important. It doesn't have to be compared to anything else. You don't have to not do something else because you're doing something over here. It's not we're going to recruit Chicago hard, so I guess we can't recruit Pennsylvania hard or New Jersey hard or Florida hard. I know that's not what you're saying, Josh. I'm making a point that you do both. And because they're both similar in that you're going to recruit Florida hard when there's kids from Florida that fit Notre Dame in that particular class. This year, they're killing it in Florida. Next year, maybe they get one kid from Florida, if any, because there's just not as many fits or kids that have as high a level of interest as some of the kids are getting now. Like, it's going to vary from year to year. Just like in Chicago, there may be there's only one or two kids you really want from Chicago. And so that those things all factor into it. But yeah, Florida's important to Notre Dame as long as you're getting the right kids. Georgia's important to Notre Dame when there's the right kids. I would say Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Chicago are 3 northern areas that Notre Dame has got to do a great job in every year. Those are every year areas. Florida's not an every year area for me. I would love it if someday Notre Dame could turn the DC Maryland, the DC Baltimore area into an every year one as well with those great Catholic schools they have there. They did well recently. You've gotten Cam Hart from there. The VP of the Cam Hart fan club is on the show with me today. Sam Mustapher was from there. Kari Adams was from there. So it'd be great to start having more success there, but you've been able to do pretty good without getting a ton there. But, having success in Pennsylvania, having success in those Northern Jersey Catholic League, having success in Chicago are essential for Notre Dame. And that they're doing great there. And last couple of years, they've recruited well, highly ranked guys out of Chicago. You got 2 5-stars out of Pennsylvania last year. You got a 5-star from that Baltimore, DC league in Kari Adams. You're doing well. But now they're also going and getting studs from Florida and those areas as well. So some of those regions you go there when it makes sense. Just like Texas, this year wasn't a great year for Texas with Notre Dame. They got some kids from Texas, but there wasn't as much volume as there was like a couple of years, like last year from Texas. So you're smart with it. So maybe this year there's more Florida kids, not as many Texas kids that fit what we're doing, have interest in us. So we're going to focus this year maybe a little bit more on Florida. Maybe next year it's a little bit different. But Chicago, PA, Northern Jersey have to be every year you're finding the best kids from those areas and thriving there. There's years you can have a number 1 class without Florida. It's going to be hard to do that if you're only recruiting Florida, Texas, and Georgia and Louisiana. It's just going to be tough. You're going to get that 1 or 2 kids from there where Chicago can give you 3, and then you get 4 from PA and then 3 from Jersey, that kind of thing. I think that's the better recipe for Notre Dame. And I mean, look, Bama's been coming up to Jersey, getting studs out of Northern Jersey Catholic School League. Schools from down south are coming up. I mean, look, Georgia a couple of years ago, right? I mean, DeAndre Swift, where was he from? PA. Where's Keemon Spell from? PA. So, I mean, they're coming up north taking your players. You go down there and take some of theirs. That's how you got to do it. But you've got to still dominate your region, in my opinion. Here's a fun one, Vince. Which transfer quarterback will help their team the most? Darian Mensah at Miami, Josh Hoover at Indiana, Sam Levitt at LSU, Kenny Minchey at Kentucky.
Well, it depends on your definition.
Timecode thinks it's going to be Darian Mensah because
he put him in there twice. Yeah, it depends on your definition of help. Like Kenny Minchey could, take Kentucky and get them twice as many wins as they had last year. You know what I mean? And that's a huge help. And a lot of that could be because of Kenny Minchey. If Sam Levitt is who LSU thinks he is, he could be a huge help at LSU. I'm not in that group. I don't think Sam Levitt is who LSU thinks he is, but that's me. And so, I don't know that he's going to be as much help as they hope that he'll be. And Darian Mensah is a really good quarterback. He's an athlete, man. And
that's a big one. Yeah,
he's going to make a lot of plays, and it's going to be a lot. Miami's going to look a lot different offensively than they did last year when they had Beck at quarterback. I mean, those two are just could not be more polar opposite when it comes to how they play the quarterback position, right? I mean, it's just Notre Dame is going to have their hands full, and so depending on what your definition of help is, I think Mensah is going to be able to keep Miami in the national championship hunt, right? Which is what you want from a transfer quarterback. But I think Kenny Minchey is going to be able to bring Kentucky more wins than they would have had with a different quarterback. So those are kind of like my it's like a two-way answer, I guess. I'm not sure. For me, the jury's still a little bit out on Hoover for IU. He's not going to be Mendoza, right? And so
I really like Hoover.
I know, right. I know you do.
Well, I'm saying, but you're right. He's a very different player than Fernando Mendoza,
right? And so I don't know
if you accept things from him that you just weren't going to have to deal with from Fernando.
Thank you. That's a really good way to put it. And I don't know that IU fans are going to be super happy about that.
They're winning; they'll be fine.
Right.
That's the
so.
thing.
My answer is Mensah on one end, but Minchey on the other as far as helping your team, if that makes sense. So that's how I'll go with that one.
The big thing for Mensah, he's going to have to do a lot better when facing pressure this year. If you look at last year at Duke, he had a 44.1% completion rate when pressured. This isn't blitz. This is when pressured. And he was okay when blitz, but this is just when you face pressure, because just because you're blitz doesn't mean you're getting pressured. Now, CJ wasn't a whole lot better, and I just got done writing a little feature about that for the magazine, but CJ was at 47.6%, but here's the difference. CJ still averaged 7.8 yards per attempt and 16.3 yards per completion when pressured. Mensah averaged 4.7 yards per attempt and 10.7 yards per completion. So especially with a new look line, he's going to have to do a better job of handling that. Now, he'll have a better supporting cast around him. They can run the ball and protect him a little bit better at Miami to help him get his feet wet. But that's an area he's going to have to improve. But and I expect him to improve there. I think that was a byproduct of him having to kind of play hero ball at Duke a little bit. But that's an area he'll have to improve if he's going to help them as much as you and I think he will.
Yeah. So right now on FanDuel, Notre Dame is a 6.5-point favorite over Miami. Do you think that number gets a little bit closer as we get closer to the game?
If Miami's as good as they should be, I think that game gets a lot closer.
Yeah, I do too.
Meaning like they beat Clemson, they beat Florida State, they're undefeated, and they come into that game. But if Miami does what they've done in the past, which is drop a game or two in October before they play, before they play Notre Dame, like they did last year, then it'll be a double-digit spread. Not saying it should be. I'm saying that's what it'll be. If they've dropped a game or two, which they've done the last couple of years, then it'll be a 10-plus spread. Yeah. If Miami's as good as we think they're going to be, or at least I think they're going to be, Vince, I don't know that you and I have had a conversation on how good you think Miami's going to be, but if Miami's as good as I think they're going to be relative to their schedule, I think they're going to be undefeated in the top 5. I think Notre Dame will be undefeated in the top 5. And then I think you see it narrow a little bit, 3.5, 4. And, Notre Dame would be favored in that regard. But I think it's going to be another banger. We're going to actually preview Miami next week on the midweek rundown. So we'll make our first prediction for it. So, yeah.
There you go. I Kenny Minchie's a player. I mean, I'm excited to see what he can do at Kentucky. I mean, he's going into a place where they need guys, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think he's going to be the difference in a couple of wins, obviously, and hopefully he can stay the course and kind of work through things with Coach Stein. And I think it's a good fit for him. We'll see how it ends up being, but I think he could mean some wins for them right off the bat.
Yep. Agree. Good one. Very good one.
For DMND, what should be the over-under on the date when Caden Henderson will flip to Notre Dame?
Oh, I would set it. I mean, if it happens, I would set the over-under probably for December. It would be like, I think, around a signing day thing. I think he'll make a visit in Notre Dame in the fall, maybe for the November 7th game against Miami, and try to flip him at the end. I think it's what you'll probably see. So it'd probably be December would be when I would throw that one in there.
Like right before signing day then.
Yeah, like around there, like sometime leading up to that. Yeah, I think it'd be like a last minute thing.
Okay.
And so if you think it's going to go down to the wire, then you take the over or whatever. And then if you think it does it in October, November, then you take the opposite one. I'm not quite sure how to do that, but
it's weird with dates.
Is like kind of like before? Is like before the under is after? Like,
really, I mean, really, over unders are for like an amount of like numbers. You know what I mean? So it's not really a date thing.
Right.
But yeah, I mean,
that's what I would do. I'd say December is what I would set it as.
Yeah. Unbiased ND fan, do you think Notre Dame and Indiana should have a rivalry now that Indiana is good? And do you think Curt Cignetti will retire at Indiana?
I hope so. I like when coaches stay at a place a long time. I'm a big fan of that, and he's in his 60s. I hope so. For college football, I hope so. I have zero interest in Notre Dame and Indiana having a rivalry. If they want to have a rivalry, make it a playoff rivalry like Alabama-Clemson. Alabama and Clemson had a great rivalry in the 2010s. Never played in the regular season.
Yep.
If you're both good enough, you'll get a natural rivalry in the playoffs.
Yep.
I have zero desire to schedule Indiana in the regular season. Like as far as like annually. Now, if they wanted to do a home and home, great. I hope they keep the home and home they have in like 2030 or whatever. It's the annual thing that I don't have any desire to. I don't need desire to make it an annual thing. I have no problem doing a home and home with Indiana.
Sure.
And I'd actually do a 3-game. I'd go home, Lucas Field. That's what I would do if I was scheduling it. But it's the rivalry thing that I don't really have a desire to.
I don't need a forced rivalry because they happen to be in the same state.
And because they both happen to be good.
They don't have IU doesn't have the track record of being
all
good.
the in-state rivalries that are known are because there's a history of playing each other. Pitt and Penn State playing each other, and Pitt and West Virginia playing each other.
IU Purdue for that matter.
Ohio State, Michigan. Notre Dame USC didn't become a rivalry the first year they got on the train and went out there. It happened over time.
It developed, yeah.
I don't really care about that one.
Jay Melvin, Brian, is Abraham Cisse more similar to Rodney Dunham or Ebenezer Iwatade?
Style of play wise, he's more in body. He's more similar to Ebenezer. Readiness to kind of make an impact early on, I'd say he's probably similar to Rodney, but his game is more similar to Ebenezer.
Boom. Tommy Guns, who will be the most improved returning starter from the end of the 25 season to the end of the 26 regular season? And then he offers up Christian Gray.
It will not be Christian Gray, because if you actually go look at how well Christian Gray played the last 3 games after he missed a couple games and he got to heal his shoulder a little bit, he gave up 1 completion in the last 3 games on 8 targets. And that was a double move against Stanford when they were up big. So, Pitt couldn't complete a ball on him. Syracuse couldn't complete a ball on him. And Stanford completed 1 out of 3 targets on him, something like that. So he looked like the old Christian Gray in the last 3 games.
Yeah.
Now, competition wasn't as stiff, but he was getting beat by guys who weren't that good before then either. But most improved from the end of 25 to the end of 26, honestly, for me, it's going to be CJ Carr. Because CJ was not playing well in the last few games of the year. He was not ripping it up down the stretch as much as he was in September and October. He had some good moments, but some bad moments against Pitt. He didn't get a chance to do anything against Syracuse, and he was good but not great against Stanford. So when you think about how good I expect him to be, I would say, returning starter, I would say I'd go CJ. Maybe Gerby, but I think Gerby was playing really good at the end of the stretch. I think CJ would probably be my pick for that one.
I'm gonna throw a flyer in on Jordan Faison.
Okay.
Just because of the quitting the lacrosse team and how much effort he's put in the off season. I really want to see how his game has evolved and matured from the end of last year through the end of next year and what that looks like. I know there's going to be a lot of pressure on him, obviously, as the kind of the leader in that room coming back and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But I think we could see a visible step in the right direction for Jordan Faison, just because of the focus that he now has on football.
Yeah, could be. I have a hard time seeing the vast improvement compared to guys who have so much more room to grow their games. But I thought you were going to go Bryce Young. That's where I thought you were going to go. I thought because that's one that I thought about as well. Yeah, it's a good one. We're going to try to go rapid fire and get as many as we can in the next half an hour. How about that? 20, 30 minutes. So stick with us for we're going to rapid fire, get as many as we can. Let's go.
All right, Tommy Guns, would you rather watch the Globetrotters or the Savannah Bananas?
Probably the Savannah Bananas. I've seen the Globetrotters play before. I've never seen the Savannah Bananas. I'm also more of a baseball guy than a basketball guy. But the Savannah, I mean, but you also have to say the Globetrotters are the OGs though. They started that whole thing. They're the OGs with it. But a buddy of mine sent me a video, Vince. He went to a Savannah Bananas game the other day, and at the end, they were singing worship songs. I thought that was awesome.
Really?
Yeah, it was awesome. So that kind of made me think I want to go these days.
Obviously, the Bananas are a little bit of a circus, but so are the Globetrotters.
And
100%. That's exactly who they want. They know who they are.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. It was something that I would be willing to see. It's not something I would pay the crazy ticket prices that they're going for right now to see the Bananas. There's just no way. But I'd check them out. And I've seen the Globetrotters multiple times, and it's kind of the same shtick, each time. So
it was cooler when I was young. I don't know that either of them had me super excited as an adult, but as a kid, I thought the Globetrotters was awesome. But it was a little bit more closer to the origin as well. It was kind of new, where people our age, this shtick has been around for a long time. It's just we've never seen it for baseball. At least I haven't seen it for baseball.
No, not like this.
But I think it's fun. It's entertaining. It's look, what they're doing is not easy. It's not real baseball, but it's not easy.
Oh, it's a bunch of former minor league guys out there doing. I mean, it's
some of the stuff they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Another one from Tommy. Which current O-lineman has the best chance this year to get their names elevated to the level of Nelson, Alt, McGlinchey, etc.?
This year, like that they can be that guy this year, it's Knapp and Gerby. That's it. Now, at the end of their career, I mean, Will Black, Tyler Merrill, Grayson McHugh. I mean, there's a lot of guys that could eventually get there in their career, but for this season, the only guys that have a shot to get into that category are, to me, Anthony Knapp and Gerby Lambert.
Yep.
If I had to pick a third, it'd be Will Black because I think he's an elite talent. Maybe he grows up. I just don't want to put that kind of pressure on him, but it's certainly possible. Joe Alt looked like that in year 2, but Joe had a lot more experience coming in, so that's what I would say. This year, Knapp, Kirby.
If it wasn't for injuries, I would have said Ashton Craig, but that's just not going to happen. On that level, like he could play at that level this year, but he won't. He won't
be very good, but he won't
level.
be Knapp. He won't be. Exactly. He won't be Q, Alt, McGlinchey.
No, 100%. He'll never make it to that level, unfortunately.
Yeah.
John A1 in run blocking schemes are tight end pull blockers as effective as either a tackle or a guard pull blocker.
If used correctly, yes. Used as often, no. Used correctly, yes. And so, like, you run duo all day with a guard, a tight end pulling, and it's going to be very effective depending on how you're blocking it. But if I'm talking about, like, blocking the box, kickouts and things like that, linemen are still more effective, in my opinion, when used in mass. But like, there's like traps you can do and things you can do in duo with tight ends and some kickouts and some wraps. But I still prefer letting my big boys do my best blocking. Yeah. But you can still be very effective with that stuff if you do it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another one from John. Athletically, I think CJ Carr is similar to Matthew Stafford. Not a runner, but can extend plays and scramble on occasion for first downs, which better straight line speed than you think. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's very fair. It's very fair.
Yeah, I think that's really fair.
Yeah.
That's actually a good comp in that regard.
All right. Now, I think Matthew has like a stronger arm. Like he had a very powerful arm. But as far as like the type of production and impact talent, stuff like that, I think that's a very good comp. Yeah. Especially athletically. I got another one up there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw John and the CJ Carr.
All good.
Do you think CJ Carr has the ability to reach the level Baker Mayfield was at in 2017 in passing efficiency?
No, because the system that he plays in. Could he get close? Maybe. But I don't know that the system that Notre Dame plays in will allow him to quite get there. And I also, as soft as Notre Dame's schedule is, Oklahoma did not play great. They did not play great teams, the Big 12 defensively back then. But I just think the nature of the system is just such that they throw the ball down the field a ton. And there's just a lot that kind of goes into it that I don't know that Notre Dame CJ is going to get there. System has a lot to do with some of that stuff. Like what kind of system are you playing in? It can play a big role. So do I think he can get to that point in time? No. Do I think he's going to have 43 touchdowns and 6 interceptions? No. I mean, they had a ton of screen game that would turn into big plays. If you guys remember, and Baker was a great quarterback. Don't get me wrong. Baker was a tremendous college quarterback, but like there's be a lot of things where he's throwing the ball, to behind the line of scrimmage and it turns into a 30-yard gain. CJ's not going to have as much of that. So the completion percentage maybe isn't quite as high, or, maybe it's not as impactful. And there's just a lot of those type of things and a lot more ISOs. They threw the ball downfield a ton against, again, not great competition. So there's a lot of things that I think CJ could, potentially maybe be a better player than Baker. Long way to go for that. Baker became that in his third year as a starter at Oklahoma. I'm just saying, like, could he get there overall? Sure. Will he get there in 2026? I'll say this. I think CJ would have a much better shot at doing that in 2027 than he would 2026.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, and you got to think about who Baker was throwing to. This is his top 3 receivers in 2017. Mark Andrews, Marquise Brown, CeeDee Lamb. That helps. Look, and I'm not taking anything away from Baker, but like that helps. Does Notre Dame have a very good group of pass catchers? Yes. Is it CeeDee Lamb, Hollywood Brown, and Mark Andrews? No. At least not yet. So there's a lot of things that factor into it. I mean, I look at it and I think it's just different offenses. That's really a big part of it. It's a really big part of it. Let me actually look at something here real quick. Let me see here. Yeah, like Baker Mayfield had 5 touchdown passes on balls he threw behind the line of scrimmage. Like, that's going to help things.
That certainly helps the stats a little bit.
Yeah. And so I think there's a lot of those things that factor into it as well. Yeah. You see, I think CJ had 2 or 3, but he threw 42 passes behind the line of scrimmage. In Baker's last year, threw 86.
Ooh.
So you're getting. I mean, it's because passer rating is based off high yards per attempt, which comes from high completion percentage, things like that, and that's why I believe what I believe.
If Cam Williams, Jordan Faison, and Mylan Graham are all in position to get the most snaps per game at wide receiver at the end of fall camp, does that change how you view the offense if instead it's Greathouse, Faison, Gilbert?
Yeah, if Cam Williams is a part of the mix because he's earned a role to be part of the mix, that dramatically raises my expectations for the wide receiver room. And it's not even about Greathouse and Faison. It has nothing to do with the field guys. Whatever duo of Greathouse, Graham, and Faison you want to go with, doesn't matter. I think this receiving core is scary good if Cam Williams figures it out. If the light goes on for Cam the way it did in Miles Boykin's senior year and Javon McKinley's senior year, where dude, I'm ready to go be what I'm capable of, he is the most talented player on the roster. With all due respect to Mylan Graham, Quincy Porter, all of them, Cam Williams is the most dynamic guy on the roster. So if the light goes on for him, Vince, this line gets scary. Yeah.
Benjamin Weiss, where do you recommend your followers go for the best raw data when researching stats to evaluate our thesis?
So if we're talking stats from the last 6 years, I go to cfbstats.com is what I primarily use. There's another website that's good. It's teamrankings.com. Is also really good for you to be able to look at different things, because what I like about these sites, it's not just, raw numbers. So for example, I can go to CFB stats and teamrankings.com to get, scoring offense, who 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But, CFB stats also offers, at home, on the road, and wins and losses, conference, non-conference, ranked, unranked, all those type of things. If you go the passer rating, I can go, okay, CJ Carr, here's where CJ Carr ranked in yards and attempts per game and rating and all that. But you can also do it based on first FBS, first ranked, versus not. How was he in the first quarter? How was he in the fourth quarter? You can look at, down and distance. You can look at, positioning on the field. There's a lot of different things that you can look at that kind of tells you, where a guy is in a certain statistic. So I think those are all things that I like to look at and have success. See how a guy did and what kind of success he had. So I think those are all things that you can look at. And then CFB or teamrankings.com has similar stuff too. They have yards per point margin, yards per point, points per play, points per play. So there's all types of these different stats. So I think those two are the best sites that I would go to for data. Good question.
Yeah. CFB stats is really good. I use that one all the time.
You can do by game stuff, and it's really good. Yeah.
Yep. Patrick Earwood, it says MB. I really don't think Notre Dame is going to go looking, really, but if a QB entered the portal, who would be some hypothetical takes?
I mean, it depends on who are some of the breakout stars. So let's say that we get to the end of the year, Notre Dame's just not confident in Teddy and Noah and Blake, or maybe there's some injuries, and you don't want to turn it over to Champ in year one. You want to have Champ have a year under his belt before he takes over. If CJ Bailey's the guy I think he can be and decides to come back, I'd look at him. If Malik Washington jumps in the portal and he shows growth this year, he'd be a guy that I'd look at. So, I mean, there's players to consider, but you also have to think okay, CJ Bailey, I just said what I said, but is he coming back to college because he had a great year, but it's just such a deep quarterback class and he wants to kind of jump up for another year? Or did he not maybe take the leap that I hope he can take here as a junior, that kind of thing. It would depend on the circumstance. Malik Washington's can't go to the draft even if he wanted to because he's on a true sophomore. So like there'd be some younger players like that I'd be very curious about. Keelan Russell has a great year at Bama, but Kalen DeBoer leaves and a new coach comes in who wants to run the football all day. And Keelan's like, peace out. I mean, and he's the player we think he could be. I'd look at him. I mean, so there's guys like that could jump in that I would consider but it'd have to be like a proven starter, at least a guy that was a starter for a full year. Or even if it was like, let's say Keelan takes over in week 3, but he dominates and leads Bama to the playoffs or whatever. Kalen DeBoer gets an NFL job. Then, he'd be a guy I'd look at. But the guy that's just always in the back of my mind, boy, if that guy jumped in the portal, is Malik Washington. That's the one that just keeps being in the back of my mind. He's a kid from Maryland. Vince, I don't know if you've seen him yet, but if you haven't, you got to check him out. He is a dude. He's really talented. Really talented.
Another one from John. Nick Reddish and Brandon Logan are N safeties. What is N?
Nickel safeties.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't think of nickel as a safety. That's just my brain.
Well, it's just they recruit guys who are nickel safeties. Like they're going to play nickel, but they're also when they're not playing nickel, they'd be safeties. Is what he means by that.
Okay.
Whereas like a nickel, Christian Gray's a nickel corner. It's kind of that. What else do they do?
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you. Do either of them have potential as a true safety? If safety depth is a concern, could Dallas Golden also be a candidate to fill that void?
Yes and yes. I think they both could play safety. My concern with Nicholas is he's not real long. And that would be a little bit of a concern as a pure safety. I think Brandon is a very explosive athlete that if Brandon Logan was able to focus it all on football, I think he could be a really good player at Notre Dame. But he had a pretty good freshman baseball season for them, Vince, this year. But Dallas Golden's a guy that I would consider. Aiden Pouncey's a guy that I would consider. So there's a couple corners that I would consider looking at if you had a need at safety.
Sure.
Real quick from Benjamin Weiss. He says, shout out to Gabe Weiss. He says, we're marrying him off today to the wonderful and elite ball knower Cynthia. Couldn't be happier for them. Congratulations, Gabe and Cynthia. Very, very much. Enjoy your nuptials. We're happy for y'all. And the fact that you're marrying a ball knower, this would be one of those kick the coverage situations, my friend. So, real quick from Tommy Guns. I have not staked Navy to be my G6 rep yet. I haven't actually done my prediction, so I don't have a team yet. And we will do a show in August that will give you those. So don't jump the boat a little bit too much, man. Real quick from History Expert 82. When is IB planning to do conference breakdowns and predictions for the 2026 season? One of my favorite shows of the year. It'll be in August because we made the calculated prediction that we weren't going to get much access in fall camp from Notre Dame. So we pushed some of the things off. And guess what? We were right. We're not getting hardly any access. We're getting the first practice, full practice. We don't get any other full practices. We get like 5 other 20-minute periods. And so we're like, we're going to need some stuff to talk about in August. And so we'll do a lot of that stuff in August. We'll also do our bold prediction show in August. That'll be a lot of fun. So let's just kind of keep rapid fire going through some of these. I want to get down to some of these people that we have not gotten as much of from Iden Benami in the NIL era. What recruit do you think Notre Dame was the top bidder, preferably big-time recruit? I don't know, Iden. I don't ask that amount, but it would not shock me if Notre Dame was never the highest bidder for those kids.
Yeah.
They're usually not.
Yeah. They're competitive.
They're competitive. Exactly.
But they're not.
On3 released something the other day of the top 10 NIL kids in the country, and Notre Dame didn't have a single one of them.
Yeah. They're not trying to outbid people. They're trying to stay competitive so that they can
if they have to outbid a kid to get them, then they don't want that kid.
Right.
That's kind of been their stance so far.
Seems to be working out okay.
Yep. Let's get down to hear some more. All right. Here's one.
From Archer, our buddy, our resident Ohio State fan. USA Today ranked Notre Dame as the number 4 program in college football behind Ohio State, Alabama, and Georgia. What are your thoughts?
I would need to know the context of what you mean by program. Are we looking at like just for the 26 season? Are we talking, is it just like who will the best teams be? Is it based on kind of projecting the top teams over the next 5 years? Like I would just need more context on what they refer to as like, what is this ranking?
Yeah.
When you say program, what are we referring to? So is it like including the last 10 years? Well, then I would understand Ohio State and Bama. Well, I understand Ohio State being ahead of Notre Dame in any scenario, but if we're talking like last 10 years, Notre Dame and Georgia should be ahead of Notre Dame. If we're talking like 2026, neither should be ahead of Notre Dame, neither Bama nor Georgia. So I just would need more context of what that means. But if it's a long-term thing, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I would actually argue that I think Clemson should probably be higher than Notre Dame. If we're going back to the last over a period of time, where's Clemson? Because Georgia's won 2 titles. Well, so did Clemson, and Clemson had more years where they were. They won it in 16, won it in 18, lost in 15 in the title game, lost in 19 in the title game, and then also lost in the playoffs in 17 and 20. Georgia can't make that claim. Georgia's made the playoffs 3 times. That's it. So if we're going to go over a period of time, then Clemson needs to be ahead of Notre Dame and Georgia. But it just depends. I don't know the context of what the criteria is. There may be a criteria like, Clemson's in there, but we really only look at the last 6 years. Well, then Clemson's not going to be in there if it's over the last 6 years. So I just would need more information on that. Yep.
From Salty Virginia Peanuts, is this the season in which Eli Drinkwitz breaks through and contends for the SEC title?
No.
I don't think so either. Will LSU start the season in the top 10? And if so, are they the most likely of the teams to finish the season unranked?
Possible they start in the top 10. I wouldn't have them in the top 10. I'd have them in the top 13 or 14 is where I'd probably have LSU. Could they finish unranked? Yeah, look, there are a lot of portal kids on their team. Shaky quarterback situation from an injury standpoint, and he was damaged last year. He didn't, he was in the spring, he was completely out, but he wasn't in team stuff and things like that. And where are they there? And it's a very, very, very tough schedule. So it's possible they finish unranked. But honestly, if LSU goes 8-4, they deserve to be ranked.
Sure.
I mean, against that schedule, that they probably deserve to be ranked, but they wouldn't be my top pick to finish unranked. To be honest with you, there's some others.
Did you hear what Benjamin Watson said about LSU?
Yeah, that was absurd. It was absurd.
Yeah,
that's absolutely absurd. It's a talking point ESPN's coming up with. If they're not in the title game, this is just dumb. I like Benjamin Watson.
I know,
I have a lot of respect for him, but that was a terrible take. I get Jordan Rodgers saying it because Jordan Rodgers is an idiot who says things for effect. I was disappointed to hear that from Benjamin Watson because I think he's like,
finally somebody agrees with me.
Yeah, that'd have been like, wait, what? Oh, I take it back.
Never mind.
If this freaking clown is agreeing with me that vociferously, then I've made a mistake.
Yes.
Cole Kavelik's like, I'm not freaking saying anything. He's like looking off to the side.
It's awful.
It's a terrible take.
So bad.
Terrible take. I expect Jordan Rodgers to say stuff like that because he just says things for effect, and he's not a real smart guy. Oh. He's living off of the fact that he's Aaron Rodgers' brother.
Correct.
But Benjamin Watson, that disappointed me because he's a really smart guy.
Man.
Another one from Salty. How will Indiana do against Ohio State and USC at home and Washington on the road?
At worst, they split those Ohio State and USC. I mean, I think Ohio State's capable of beating Indiana in Bloomington. Certainly capable of it. I think they'll smack USC at home. Washington on the road is going to be a tough one. But Indiana is one of the few teams that has shown they can go on the road and beat Washington, beat a West Coast team. They beat Oregon last year, just like Ohio State went on the road and beat Washington. So if I had to predict, I would say Washington or Indiana goes 2-1 against those 3 teams, potentially 3-0, but I'd say 2-1 is how I think they'll do against those teams.
Should Alabama be ranked in the top 15 to start the season?
Top 15, probably. They'll probably be in my top 15 or close to it. But there's a big difference between being 5 and 10 or 9. Just like last year, Bama was not a very good team. They were top 15 to 16 team. They just had no business being in the top 10.
Yeah. Should Notre Dame prefer a CFP first round bye or a home game?
Home game, because you're going to make a lot of money for your community and your school. So yeah,
it's a good reason.
And since they're not playing in a conference championship game, you're still going to get plenty of time off to heal.
Yeah,
you're going to get first 3 weeks of December basically to heal. So yeah, I would prefer that.
Yeah.
Yep.
If Porter is not ready to go as a boundary receiver, will Fitzgerald, Gilbert, or Williams be at the top of the depth chart after fall practice has ended?
I would imagine one of them will be. I'm not going to venture as to which one that'll be right now, but yeah, I would assume
it could be a fun battle, though.
Yeah,
it's a fun battle. I'm interested in it, to be perfectly honest with you. Give those guys a shot.
Yeah.
Who is the most intensely violent Notre Dame defensive player?
I'm going either Drake Bowen or Adon Schuler. Those are my two.
Yeah. Schuler's the one that likes to mix it up in practice, and I think Bowen just arrives with
and
violence.
Don will smack people too.
For sure. Oh, yeah. Another one from Salty. Is Anthony Knapp the clear leader of the O-line group?
No, in that there's two clear leaders. It's him and Ashton Craig and Sullivan Absher. Like there's great. That's one of the reasons I'm actually excited about this line. There's great leadership in that room. We see Sullivan Absher taking over some leadership in the spring. Ashton Craig's been getting a reputation as a leader for 3 years now. And then Anthony Knapp is also getting a ton of love for being a leader. So when I say, no, he's not the clear leader, it's more so he is clearly a leader, but it's kind of like last year where you had two great leaders, or 2017, you had two great leaders with Q and McGlinchey. He's not the, when I think the, I think singularly, he's very clearly here. When you've got Ashton Craig in the room, that's not the case. But that's not to in any way take away from the wonderful things I'm hearing about the leadership that Anthony Knapp has shown in the room this offseason. Like he has definitely emerged as an important leader, not the leader. That makes sense.
I think it makes perfect sense.
This is a good one, Vince.
All right. If Notre Dame could receive a transfer from one of the following players for 1 year, would you choose Colin Simmons from Texas or Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State?
That's an easy one. Jeremiah Smith. Now, I think defensive end is a more important position than wide receiver, but I think Notre Dame's kind of loaded at defensive end. They have guys that can maybe be close to Colin Simmons. They don't have anyone. If Cam Williams is the player I think he is going to be this year, he's still not close to being Jeremiah Smith. So they have guys closer to Colin Simmons than they do Jeremiah Smith. So I'd go with Jeremiah Smith.
I like it.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's get down here to, okay.
From Jay Melvin, how will Notre Dame adjust to Colton Joseph that they didn't do against Marcel Reed?
Be disciplined. That Marcel Reed didn't do anything necessarily against Notre Dame last year that they didn't let him do by just being disciplined, not keeping control of pass rush lanes, shooting inside gaps instead of going outside. Be disciplined. That's really what it is. Do your job. That's really the key.
We got a super chat here from Archie Ingram. Thank you so much for the super chat. What's one hidden strength that this Notre Dame team built that will quietly shape their season?
Hidden strength. Discipline, from what I'm hearing. Discipline and not making some of the mistakes that really cost you so much in the first two games. Marcus Freeman talked about that a lot in his press conferences or his meeting with us. Do your job. Just consistency. This consistency. That's the word I'm looking for more than discipline. Consistency. They're really focusing on trying to get that out of this team.
Used that word a lot yesterday in the show about what we need to see from the team, and it was consistency. Just be consistent. Be Notre Dame, and you'll be fine. Faceless opponent. From Justin Knox, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you very much. Let's see here. Will Premer start a football game on the line of scrimmage this season? And then Will Dunham.
No, Dunham won't. Ian Premer might.
I mean, but if they come out in 12
by line of scrimmage,
well, I think he means attached. I think he means attached.
Well, but I mean, if he's like playing outside, he might be on the line. But
I know
if you're saying like as the singular tight end who lines up no, I don't think he will. That'll be Cooper Flanagan. Will he maybe start some games in 12 personnel? Possibly, yeah. It's not a given, but I don't know that either one of them will start a game this year because I'm not writing off James Flanagan as that second tight end just yet either.
Yeah, agreed. Hannah Ozarks, let's see here. There's a lot about teams dropping Notre Dame to save their schedules. What would need to happen in college football for teams to be climbing over each other to schedule Notre Dame, aside from Notre Dame looking more beatable?
Expanding to a 24-team playoff, or the playoff committee. Here's the thing. I don't disagree with the SEC in that the committee needs to use strength of schedule as a top reason. The problem is that there's the current strength of schedule metrics are garbage because so many of them use preseason rankings, which then have inherent biases towards certain teams and leagues. That's the issue. So, start punishing teams. Like, here's the thing. It's not so much that I think Texas should get benefit of the doubt for playing a tough schedule. It's that I don't think a team like Indiana should be ranked number one, if they have a schedule like they did 2 years ago, or Indiana shouldn't get a home game if they have a schedule like they did 2 years ago, which they didn't. A team like Ole Miss shouldn't go up in the rankings when their head coach start punishing some, and they play one really good team that they beat. They beat Oklahoma, lost to Ole Miss or lost to Georgia in the regular season. They were ranked too high. Don't let Texas Tech be a top 4 seed when they didn't play anybody. You know what I mean? Start punishing some of these teams that play nobody. Hey, Indiana, we know that you beat Ohio State, but we're still going to rank, Georgia ahead of you because they played a way tougher schedule, including some tough non-conference games.
Yeah.
Do stuff like that. So to me, it's not even just about who gets in. This is where the short-sighted loser coaches keep missing the boat. It's Georgia should have been ranked higher than insert team because Georgia played a much tougher schedule. And just because this team was 13-0 doesn't mean that they were the best team, hypothetically speaking. Last year, Texas Tech went 12-1. They had no business being ranked in the top 4, in my opinion. But then who are you going to put ahead of them? Ole Miss, who also only played two good teams all year and, played a soft non-conference schedule. So that's kind of the problem, Vince, is start punishing some of these teams for playing bad schedules. That's what the committee can do. They won't, but it's not so much about rewarding teams for tough schedules because there's, that's a little bit more arbitrary. But if you're Penn State and you go 10-2 against this schedule, sorry, you're not getting in. 10-2 against that schedule is going to be worse than Texas's 9-3 last year. So that's my thing, is start punishing some of these teams. Hey, yeah, you were 12-1, but you're still playing in round 1 because you had a soft schedule. And that's true for Notre Dame. Let's say Notre Dame goes 12-0 this year, but SMU's disappointing. They're 8-4. BYU's 9-3, and Miami's 9-3, and then everybody else is as bad as they were last year. There's a case to be made that 3 or 4 one-loss teams should be ranked ahead of Notre Dame, even though we may think Notre Dame's a better team, but because Notre Dame's schedule sucks.
Sure.
12-1 Ohio State, 12-1 Texas, 12-1 LSU are 3 teams off the top of my head that should be ranked ahead of 12-0 Notre Dame if Miami and BYU and SMU aren't as good as we think, aren't that good.
That's how you get your home game.
Right. But I'm being serious.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So just because Notre Dame's 12-0 doesn't mean that they deserve to be ranked number 1, even if we think they're the best team, because they showed themselves they look like the best team against that schedule. You see what I'm saying? So just because your record's better doesn't mean you should be ranked higher or whatever. But the SEC benefited from that last year too. Ole Miss had no business being where they were. I could argue that we all thought Miami should have had a home game. Miami shouldn't have had to go on the road to Texas A&M. They should have been ranked ahead of Alabama and Oklahoma last year. So, and that hurt Texas A&M because Texas A&M had no business playing Miami in the first round. They should have been playing Bama at home in the first round. That's my point. If you're to say, forget that Notre Dame, those are the 10 best teams, then okay, fine. But the order's still jacked up. So that would be how you could make that happen. So let's see here real quick. See here. Got another super chat down here.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley, for the super chat. Just showing my support. Weekdays are more tolerable with y'all. Thanks for doing what y'all do. Thank you, Riley.
Appreciate that.
From Fighting Irish Warrior, what's another market that you feel Notre Dame could see them ramp up recruiting in?
I kind of talked about this one earlier. I'd like to see them have more success in that DC Baltimore area, Northern Virginia, like that whole circle. I think there's some players that maybe they could have some success with. But honestly, I think they're doing well. Maybe St. Louis a little bit more consistently, perhaps. Maybe you ramp things up a little bit more in Texas to the point where you're scheduling some neutral site games down there more. You're really ramping up Texas recruiting because you're scheduling games in Jerry World or whatever, or you're scheduling a home and home with Houston because you want to get down in that. I mean, there's things like that they could do that could ramp it up even more. But first one I think of is just that DC Baltimore region would be one. Thank you for this, by the way. I know Vince thanked you, but I wanted to thank you also. We have another super chat from Full House Backfield.
All right. Thanks, Full House. Appreciate you very much. Going into their respective seasons in 2026, the highest floor team you have seen since you have been covering Notre Dame as an analyst, maybe on 2020. given everything that year. Appreciate you both.
No, this is by far higher floor than 2020. By far. Because, 2020, they should have gone undefeated based on the schedule. There's really only one good team they played all year, and that was Clemson.
Right.
The rest of the schedule wasn't very good. But that team also wasn't nearly as good as this one. So, they had to earn some wins. This is by far the highest floor team that I think Notre Dame has had since 93. Yeah. Maybe 92.
The hype was similar in 06, but the team wasn't as good.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Very good point.
Yeah. Double bogey like a champ. If you had to choose one team other than Notre Dame to win the Joe Moore Award, who would you take? You guys just did a top 10 offensive line
we did.
show.
We did.
And Notre Dame was not number one, by the way.
No, they weren't number one. If I'm not trying to predict that someone will be number one, I think Indiana's there now. That would be the easy pick. That was my number one. But if I was going to go outside the box and think of somebody else, I would maybe go with, maybe Texas figures it all out. Maybe Ohio State's sneakier good than we think they're going to be. They play great as a team because it's not just about the most talent. It's about who plays the best as a team. Those would be some that kind of pop in my head as potential winners.
Jay Melvin Bryan is the new negative Notre Dame story that we're buying up all the players as irritating as the older ND negatives teams would use, like academics or being in South Bend.
No, I love it. I love that people say that. I think it's freaking hilarious, number one. And number two, it's like, you guys do know that's the rules, right? Like, you're crying that we do it better because, like, it's an admission of inferiority. That's why I love it. See, this is the whole thing, Jay Melvin. It's all about your perspective. So when people are crying about Notre Dame's buying up all the players, what are they admitting? They're better than us. They have more money than us. We can't compete with them. You just admitted that you think you're better than us. Yeah, so do you. You think we're better than you also. That's why you keep crying.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? So
exactly right.
I love it. I think it's great. I love when Penn State fans cry about it, like, awesome. It's not our. Hey, look, it's not our fault. You're a low budget program. It's not our fault that your donors work for our donors. I'm sorry that you know what I mean. Yeah. That's a my bad thing. So, I think that I think those would be ones that I absolutely look at and say, hey, keep saying it, keep it up,
right?
Keep it up. Because what are recruits saying? Oh, Notre Dame's paying. Let me go look at Notre Dame. Thank you for the free advertising there, college football. You know what I mean? Oh, hold on a second. Notre Dame's throwing bank out there. Because here's the thing. Programs will then start using Notre Dame. Not even, hey, well, Notre Dame offered me this, even if they didn't. And now these teams have to then spend more money to get those players, which helps Notre Dame because they're having to overspend on players. There's no negative here. It's the rules. They're following the rules and they're doing it better than everybody else. That's not a negative. Bring it on. Thank you for admitting we're better than you. Now we don't have to keep saying it anymore. You're saying it for us. So thank you for that. Do you hear Ohio State fans cry about that? I don't. Yeah. I don't hear Texas fans crying about that. It's all these other low budget programs like Penn State and Clemson and Clinton, Georgia, and Alabama that they can't afford to compete with Notre Dame anymore financially. So they cry. But so they're it's the rules now, and our 20 grand to Uncle Curly doesn't go as far as it used to. Wah, 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 wah. Thank you for admitting we're better than you at things that are now relative. Academics is always a thing, but that wasn't something that they thought was cool. Thank you for admitting that you are inferior to us.
Yes.
We appreciate that. Now we don't have to keep saying that. You already know. Couple more, Vince, and we're going to get out of here.
All right. From Bobo, would you rather see a return of the shiny gold pants, the hand-painted helmets, or the grass field OG floodlights, or none of them and just leave them in the past?
The gold pants, I think I've said it before, I would like to see brought back. Yeah, that's the only ones.
That's the only one. I love the new helmets, frankly. And look, the painted helmets was a cool tradition.
Yeah.
The application on the field wasn't great. I mean, with gold flying all over the place, the application wasn't great. And they couldn't keep good grass going at Notre Dame. They just weren't good at it. And now they're
expensive,
using
man.
Stadium for other stuff. And it's just not feasible. So I'm good with what they've got going on right now. But the shiny gold pans I can get on board with.
Agree. All right. Here's one from Albert McKinney.
Okay. Brian, why is the next 3 Miami and Notre Dame games in South Bend?
Because Miami begged the ACC. You can say it's for valid reasons. That's fair. Begged the ACC to flip their game. So Notre Dame, when Miami were supposed to play in 2024 in South Bend,
right?
Then they'd play in 25 in Miami, and then 28 would be in Notre Dame, and then 2030 something would be in Notre Dame. So it was only supposed to be 2, but because Miami asked out of that game, and then Notre Dame had to replace them with, I believe, Army. Miami got out of that game, moved it to 2026, so it flipped the home and home. So it was supposed to be Notre Dame, Miami, Notre Dame, and instead it was here. And so then the 2 of the last 3 games, or the last 2 games that they've played, were both in Miami.
Right.
They played in 17 in Miami, and then they played in 25 in Miami. So it's actually, the Notre Dame hasn't hosted Miami since 2016. We've had 2 games in Miami since then. So it's not a whole lot different. We've seen it before. It's just something new for people to cry about. I'm not saying you are, Albert, but I'm saying people are.
Well, and
the game in Notre Dame for this year was supposed to happen 2 years ago in South Bend, and then they were going to go a return trip to Miami the next year.
Because basically what ended up happening now is you've got 2 in Miami, you've got 3 at Notre Dame, and then another one in Miami. So over a 6-game period, it all evens out to 3 and 3. It's just uneven, and kind of Miami started it. So, is what it is.
Yep. So that's why the game is moved out. And then last one here from Anthony Hans.
All right. Do you believe Miami would be a better rival going forward than USC? I'm not saying I want to give up USC as a rival, but if you had to play a good team every year, would Miami be your pick?
Of the 2, no. I mean, I'd still want to go with USC because it's still the traditional rival. But if it was, you can either schedule Miami middle to late in the year every year, or you can bring USC back and you play them in the first 3 weeks every year. I'd tell USC to go surfing and continue sucking, and we're going to go play Miami. That if that was my option, if I could get USC back to the way it used to be, or at the end of the year every year, there's no rivalry I want to play more than USC. As long as it's a real rivalry, not some early season rivalry like Michigan State and Michigan play early and Texas and Oklahoma play early. Well, let's be honest. Texas and Oklahoma weren't each other's biggest rival until there was the breakup of Texas A&M. That was their big rival. That's why they played at the end of the year every year. And Texas and Arkansas used to be as big of a rival, if not bigger than that. So great rivalry should be played late in the year. That's just the way it is. And if USC is not willing to do that for whatever soft reason the USC has, and Miami will take it, bring it on. Because Miami, here's the thing about Miami. Miami's never been afraid to play people, ever. Now, I hope that they don't change that. But Miami is one of those teams we'll play. Remember, when they played Notre Dame in 1988, they played preseason number 3 Michigan the week before. 2 weeks before, I think. So, yeah. If it's USC in September or Miami, give me Miami. But in a perfect world, I'd rather have USC with the old schedule or the old schedule where it was the end of the year every year. It used to be that way too. Yeah,
I miss the USC rivalry already, and we haven't even had a year where it hasn't happened yet. And so I
don't miss it because because they're not USC anymore. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Vince. Go ahead.
It's all good.
I did mean to cut you off, but I shouldn't have. So please continue.
I didn't have a whole lot more to say other than the fact that I just grew up with the USC rivalry, obviously, as everybody did. It was a family rivalry for me. I just love the USC rivalry, and I'm ticked off at the manner in which USC has made it go away, that I want it back so bad so that we can continue to bludgeon them on an annual basis.
Look, if y'all need to do this silliness, get beat by us early in the year, you're admitting you can't beat us. You'd rather lose early than late in the year. Like, I don't even have need for it anymore. Because part of what made that rivalry great is you had 2 programs that were striving for greatness all the time. And one of those programs is not living up to that expectation anymore, and they're trying to ruin what has been. And I'm like, go you yourselves, and we're going to go try to find somebody that actually wants to battle.
At this point, I'm good with keeping them off the schedule until Lincoln Riley's not the head coach anymore. Yeah. I said this yesterday. Whoever comes in next as the USC head coach, in your opening press conference, if they don't say, I want Notre Dame back on the schedule, then you got the wrong guy. You got the wrong guy.
100%.
Like, that's where I'm
100%. And I don't care when we play them.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
they got
if
the
we're
wrong
not good enough to
athletic.
beat Notre Dame in November, then we're probably not a playoff team. I want that. I want that smoke.
Yes. 100%.
Because that's a mentality. That's a coach that's got the mentality that understands, hey, man, hey, y'all, listen, we're going to have to beat Notre Dame to get to the title. We either got to do it in November or we're going to have to do it in December.
Right.
But, hey, let's beat them at our – we got a better shot at beating them at our place every other year than playing them in, the Orange Bowl.
Right.
Where we got to go across the country, or 100%. Playing them in the Cotton Bowl.
100%.
So, hey, let's try to handle our business and knock them out in November. And if we can't beat them at November at our place, then guess what? We weren't going to go to the playoffs and win anyway.
Right. They got the wrong leadership and athletic director, and they got the wrong leadership as a head coach.
Yep.
So I'm done with them until
let's be real. Let's be real. According to somebody, if they were beating Notre Dame the last 8 years like they were under Pete Carroll, do you think they'd get out of that rivalry?
Not a chance.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Nope.
Yep. So
completely agree.
Yep, Vince, that'll do her. 4.5 hours, man. Y'all had we told y'all to bring it.
Yeah, wow.
Y'all brought it. Because there's like 50 questions we couldn't get to. Y'all brought it. So challenge accepted by y'all. You were amazing. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. I had so much fun today, going off, yelling, screaming, breaking stuff down with awesome questions. You guys brought it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks for hanging with us. We really appreciate it, everybody. Make sure you hit that like button on the way out. Really appreciate that as well. And of course, if you want to, continue the conversation, get on the boards.irishbreakdown.com. There's all kinds of good stuff over there. And by the way, there might be a magazine coming out here.
Yes, we're hoping to wrap up over the next week. Isn't this what USC does?
Yeah.
Also,
screenshot that.
Also,
yeah.
Freaking crybabies.
So
have a great weekend, everybody.
Yeah, 100%. Have a great weekend. We'll get with you Monday again. Thanks for watching.